It all started in the mysterious and unique world of Is the Earth Beyond People, where one wave of the blade can be cut mountains and turn the rivers back. Two heroes cut the rock collided in almost a fatal battle, but to great relief. In this world everyone fights with each other day, and in the evening they will joyfully drink at the same table. The action switches to the evening roofs of houses, where the main character runs away, jumping over them. Misunderstanding. Failure. How to allow what is allowed only among representatives of the noble clans of Chonfa. The most famous. The main character was mentioned by a certain Murim, who was heartless in relation to the insignificance, who was born in one of the clans of the soft killers and has nothing but his miserable body. Our hero is gradually overtaken. Our hero misses the Hell Peninsula, where at one time he could not get an explanatory education and suffered from debts. Koreans call the Hell Peninsula because of the high level of working still. He was paradise. An unexpected piercing blow by a blade could deprive the hero of life if he had not had time to dodge. Thus, I spent 7 years in Murim, said the hero. Numerous attacks by katana that miraculously did not hit the main character. One notcher movement could kill the hero. This worried him the most and made it possible to think about it. The main character was covered by the memories of the words of his teacher, about the sword that he inherited, about his words, teachings. Do you want to earn a living with weapons for a long time? Teacher lay down on the bed and finished his phrase, do not bite and enter into the battle. Only if you are sure of his victory and continued, in this case your sword will always be able to feed you. The student dared to ask the name of his mentor, but the teacher himself did not consider himself like that. Ignoring his question, the picture changes in appearance from the bushes next to two huts. In the bushes there is a certain warm potion. Pupils were violently discussed how to achieve success in battles. They whispered that potion is the most important secret of martial art and victories. An angry hero attacks the students and explains the story because of what he was chasing. Return. Back to evening roofs. The battle began to develop between the main character and his opponent. Kunai flew into the opponent, but he managed to recapture him at the same second. The student was furious, awkwardly crooking, expected from the same as you. The main character turned his back and, after a moment, only 3 sounds were heard. These were kunai who found themselves in the body of the opponent. The hero revealed his new technique, which is able to hide energy in the dark. Hand Gustav was a paralyzing poison. The opponent would not die, the main character said, with disgust and a little mockery. The protagonist reacted to this, wanting to listen to all the unacceptable nonsense for him. He disappeared. But the opponent did not like this, shouting off the insults furiously. He wished fair punishments from heaven. In doubt in the words of the opponent, with disappointment, the main character remember unsuccessful attempts to turn to heaven. The scene pauses to the memories of the hero's hit in an unfamiliar Muri. He appealed for a long time to the gods, but everything was without use. He appeared here in the beggar's body and was able to hold out for so long only thanks to training. And that he was chasing is a place where everything is decided by force, such as Mori. Our hero suffered endless hardships to survive and become stronger. Exhausting himself with training, enduring humiliation, and curing his wounds he ended up on the first-class path. That the sweetness of success quickly hero stopped a huge locked door. The long-awaited door was hundreds of times higher than the hero for a real war. The next stage of power as a desired hero took out and reached out what he stole from the hut. Miracle Nakodko. Pilled drugs adding forces in battle. Sow doubts in the head of the protagonist. Excitement, the desire to test them in practice. A miracle of fine. Pills of drug adding forces in battle. Sow doubts about the protagonist's head. Excitement, the desire to test them in practice. Having decided on this, he still felt the very taste of power, a surge of strength and energy after the miracle of drug. The bold pursuer was a few meters behind. Became clear to everyone that the protagonist stole the potions and secrets of martial arts, distracting attention with female laundry. The hero did not feel the energy of the pursuer at all until he was right behind him. It really alerted him. The hero considered that the bald stranger rises above him due to the fact that he did not make a sudden attack. The ideal then began the battle again. The pursuer angrily asked the name of the customer of the protagonist, to which he replied that he stole pills for himself to master the strength. It was said that the potions belong to the future wars of the great clan. Hero understands that he is at a dead end, since the clan army is definitely too tough for him. The hero attacks his opponent, shouting that he will not die so easily. The stranger is confident in his own way, claiming that everyone who dares to steal the drug and the secrets of the clan will be sentenced to death. And imperceptibly, the stranger cuts his head to the main character, who did not even have time to understand what stranger was a master standing at the top of power. The head of the protagonist is rapidly falling to the ground. He realizes everything that has happened now. More and more thoughts appear in the moment. In the last points, he completing his thought, reluctantly accepting and realizing that his story grows up on this. The hero is reborn in the body of the screamed. Not having time to understand what happened and why he survived, his classmates are also surprised by his piercing cry. In a misunderstanding how he found himself behind the back desk, among the students, the main character is trying to understand and with his eyes to inspect the place where fate brought him. The professor, in misunderstandings and in interest in an unexpected student, a little angrily, called him to ask why he is tearing the lesson. Hey, guy. Went crazy. The guy recognized the voice of the professor about Junes from the Faculty of Engineering and Material Science. The teacher still continued to find out what is the reason for the screams, and whether he is a claim to his occupation. In parallel, he heard the voice of the teacher. The protagonist tried to gather his thoughts in his head. What happened now? A place familiar to him and people. Is this the Earth? I was reborn. Maybe it's just a dream. Maybe the main character was lost in thoughts because the dream was so realistic. Other students did not like the behavior of the protagonist, which is not appropriate for the student. Seriously confident to find out, the main character went to the tears in his eyes and a strange grin. The guy asked the teacher to fulfill his strange request, to hit him with a pointer. The professor about Chun's is a little scared by the guy's emotions, not understanding that with him, he said to choose one thing, or cry or laugh, changing the emotions of fear of shock. The teacher thought and said that this is another returning. The main character was surprised and scared by the professor's words, because he realized that all adventures were not a dream. The main character is at home, watching something on his phone with great interest. He looked through an article about the returning. It wrote that when two dimensions are connected, a crack between the worlds is formed. And the people who fell to the ground through this break are called reborn. The hero begins to understand that he was in Murim because of the crack between the worlds. Continuing to calmly read the article, Cole described that the reborn has unique abilities, a high amount of mana or the ability to connect substances. And in the case of an awakening there is a high probability of obtaining a unique class. The hero is joyfully surprised by the read, because you expect such words to see only in some kind of video game. Trivia for the above reasons directed special attention to some clans and course. If the class has fallen reading this article, the hero laid the phone. The main character decided to watch television news to understand what they say there. The news said that today, about 3 hours at an auction in one of the hotels of Geneva, Switzerland, a crystal elixir was sold at the highest price in history, at the highest in history. The hero was surprised at this elixir of fantasy faces. Giving Eternal News added that the head of this drug Pangea was the head of Ilsen Group Lee Kanjo. It seemed to the hero that in Murim this guy would die if not today, then in the real world. He will live a long life thanks to this elixir. From the TV, a proposal was made to throw your school, especially in the formalizer. A special academy of knights and magicians has been created for was said by a certain ideal Lee Yubin. The hero still did not realize that in the 21st century knights and magicians appeared on Earth. From the TV, it was heard that thanks to the new technology, future heroes would be able to reveal their us right now came from advertising. Earrings were also advertised by which you can understand any language. Pills of grace. They allow you to instantly improve their figure beyond recognition. The hero was not interested in watching advertising, so he decided to turn off the TV. The hero went back to his bed in order to try to accept and collect all the new facts in a common pile. Hearing the sonorous voice of the goddess Pangea above the globe, the inhabitants were excited and this Pangea offered them a mutually beneficial exchange and existence. The goddess Pangaea for the victory over the monsters from her native measurement. The goddess will allow the Ignic mining and military trophies to pick up the prey, and judging because they showed a lot of people on of especially strong monsters in the body hat. Stones of mana that accumulate energy. These stones with the goddess transformed by the mana converter made a real energy revolution on Earth, and the materials that can be obtained after the battle with the monster are amazing artifacts scattered throughout Tanj. Healing potions, healing all the wounds in a moment, a magical weapon of all types, elixirs that can put on the feet of anyone else who still breathes, and so on. All of the above meant the beginning of the era of great heroes. In mixed feelings, the protagonist realized that he was glad to his return, but also misunderstood why everything had changed so much. The hero tried to take advantage of the acquired abilities in Muri, taking a pose and concentrating. Nothing was expected. The hero so wanted to break out of Marima that having returned and losing military skills, he felt a huge feeling of emptiness. His sadness was interrupted by a phone call and postponing thoughts about what was happening. He took the phone. Taking the phone in his hands, the hero saw that his old friend Pak Sunshin was calling, which caused the smile of the protagonist. The conversation of the old friends after 4 years of the hero's loss smiled that Sunshkin was certainly happy to return his friend Kim Il-yeon, and was in a hurry to tell all the news. Realizing that time was flowing differently on Earth, a friend immediately explained that this is a frequent practice. It happened to a person in another world for 10 years and returned only a year later. Sunshkin had already reached the lead about the cry of Kim in the lesson and about the request to hit himself with a pointer. The news of the returning people fly quickly because if one of them wakes up, he will receive a unique his probably a commotion in the university chat. Sunshkin immediately decided to ask when Kim was going to take a test for awakening, about which our hero did not hear at all. A friend spoke out loudly that Kimu definitely needs to take a test and become a hero is like a lottery ticket capable of turning his whole life. Kim finds out that his friend has already become pleased him that the heroes have great earnings. The next day, Kim went to the Union of Heroes. It was a huge multi-story building. The weather was beautiful on the day for great results. There was a bunch of fans at the building who shouted wishes and good luck. Kim was pleasantly surprised by what was happening. Fans admired around their heroes, shouting the words of support and good luck. Knocking in drums raised posters with photographs and wishes for them. Escorts are some with caution and experiences. He is confident in himself and his abilities. Because the lecturer from the Academy of Knights and Mages said that he first sees such a hard-faced guy. Mom escorted her daughter named Gio, who wanted to become a magician like her father and asked to be more modest from the god of magic. Pride because of his high status. That the fans forgot to support our hero. The sad Kim had to wish for good luck. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted that he had noticed that the protagonist, reporters and photographers, began to poke a finger towards Kim and be surprised at the appearance of the could not be confused and will move away from his place. Photographers began to flee to same one, in turn, was only able to joke, saying that he did not come up with a signature for autographs. A crowd of fans noticed their idol in dolly crowds, shouting Kim Il-yeon to move away and let them go. Kim, in misunderstanding, thought that fans were running to him, but he heard only requests to move away and leave the middle of the row, giving place to fans. The crowd ran to the red-haired, bewildered girl Hun Dryon, shouting questions and requests to tell about their brother returning home. Kim managed to understand that he was not at all interesting to the crowd, from which he became ashamed and insulting. People were very interested in questions about the brother of Madame Han Drenyan. The bewildered girl did not know what the answer to the whole crowd to their questions. Kima wondered what kind of hero's family. 2 guys noticed that it was said about the return of 2, but only one the conversation of the guys. Kim realized that we were talking about him. Kim went to the examination center, where being in a heavy atmosphere, is same as they were sitting and expected the dough. An emergency starts have been announced with a request to everyone to gather in the test is carried out using a spiritual stone and checks the possibility of awakening. Everyone briskly ran into the queue except Kim, who has nothing to do with such a test has begun. 3 came forward. The same spiritual stone was shown in front of them and asked to drop it with their blood. The head man was the first to come up, who was recently mentioned with a confident look, having dropped his blood to the stone. Suddenly the big man grabbed his ears and, not hiding his joy, shouted what God himself said to him. It meant that he was a test. The class of warrior avant-garde, the god of power with the nickname hard-faced, with great force, but small intelligence, the characteristic of Kim Pyokshul, which surprised Kim. A joyful event for Kana, get into a high-rank class, into which he promised to go to his mother and goodbye and become a hero. The members of the jury wrote something into their notebooks and were happy for the hero of the highest rank, although not a very smart, but talented newcomers. The judges counted warriors, armed people, Star Military Association. Ilsen 5 main clans here is not counting those that are smaller. Kim Sanji got the lowest class of the porter. He was very upset, because it is better to return to ordinary life and abandon the activity inside Pangaea than to know that the hero never become. The next hero was Lee Jia. She got a class of magicians, thereby realized her dream to become a magician like her are the middle class, but their mana is very highly evaluated. Kim learned in advance the features of Pangaea in advance. He learned that mana is impossible to pump with training, unlike physical abilities. The turn came and Madame Han Dryon. The guy asked her to drop a drop of blood onto a sacred spiritual caution. The red-haired girl made instructions. Pangaea's divine and beautiful world, the highest old palace with an outstanding column, will flash against the background of a fantastic sky. The foot of the palace had a fight between those who did not share among themselves. A low-class gods suddenly from nowhere appear in a black mantle with the scythe god fire, frightening all other gods, and took on Conan. Conan received a class of witches with beautiful mana and intelligence. In the hall no one had even heard about such a class before. The judges were shocked and excitedly wrote something into their notebooks, with the desire to recruit it. Kim was immediately understanding her that he was already disgraced on the street, and there will now be the same. All the judges did not understand how they could miss Kim when he was right under their nose. Kim called to pass the long-awaited test. Dropping his blood onto the spiritual second chapter ends on this. Kim faced the gods who discussed his merits and the fact that he returned from a little-known dimension. A fight between the gods began for Kim, which was watched by a little girl with turquoise hair. Drinking wine, passing by the guys, Hildegard became interested in words about battles and adventures. Passing by the guys, Hildegard heard a conversation between the gods and became interested in the words about battles and adventures. In the crowd, she saw Kim, the perfect ward for her, and decided to run up, but in the way she was stopped by the gods of low class, who were negatively configured. In response to aggressive questions from the angry gods, Hildegard introduced herself as the mother of all the heroes, the goddess of the highest rank. However, the gods did not like the self-confidence and perseverance of a little thinking for a long time. They decided to join the battle with Hildegard. Hildegard is not upset, confident in himself and in her victories in battles. With a grin on her face, she would have taken a fight and enjoyed the taste of the battle that she was so longing. In bewilderment, trying to recover, Kim tried to understand what happened and why his head was so front of him. He was able to make out only a little Hildegard. The goddess told Kim that he is in a place created by the mother Bogodal, which exists only today. Hildegard introduced herself to the future hero and wanted to know his dream. Kim was confused by this question, but remembering that the patron gods could not be deceived, admitted that he only dreamed of highly high. Kim proudly shouted that he wanted to buy a building on a military salary and rent it out in order to regularly receive income in this, and his high is made from life. The one whom the goddess of the heroes wants to spend life in this way, disappointedly thought. Hildegard thought, but he returned from the world of fighting and adventures, she thought. Kim was in a hurry to upset her, saying that there were really a lot of fights, but there wasn't much adventure, and he was not an invader, but a tramp at night. He was generally rattled. Hildegard was very interested in the new word rat from Kim and began to ask with curiosity. Kim told Hildegard that he penetrated into other people's houses and stole important things for the which she angrily replied that this is called theft. The girl was angry with the fact that he was so openly and with a smile tells what terrible acts he did. Proud of them, since they have already met the contract. If it so happened, I'll make a hero out of you, even if you have to start with your upbringing. Nervously Hildegard said, outraged that they will be educated, and that he will not be highly grinned by the yes. You can say just a fool. The same thing was not so, angrily shouted Kim, even more angry the goddess. Kim was outraged and against Hildegard, became his mentor, because instead of a little girl, he wanted a laughing gear, or god of martial arts. Hildegard very angry the guy's reaction, and his words rejection of the did not endure humiliation towards the goddess of the highest rank and told him to fail, hitting her student. People were shocked by the fact that Kim returning fell as if someone hit. Cruel are the gods, the future hero thought. The awakening of Kim ended. He got to his feet to find out what class he had. Kim saw that his class is a mercenary vagabond, and the nickname is an impudent earthly dumbass. Those who were on the test were surprised by the second unique class, but the characteristic showed that Kim had 0 mana. Is it possible to use skills without mana? Others asked, "This a pearl necklace on the neck of a pig. What is the use of such a unique class?" People said. Hundwon overheard that was covered by thoughts of experience and sadness for Kim Il-yeon and his successes. The girl was covered by thoughts, lowering her head. She was a little shameful behind Kim, because he received the class of mana from his zero. The devastation of the future hero left the audience hoping that this was just a mistake. Kim headed out into the street. Kim decided to check the characteristics window in the hope of at least there was no miracle. On main there was also 0. But suddenly, a hero noticed that his inner energy is 10 points. The hero, although weak, felt this energy, thinking that maybe he had appeared now. Kim, in the hope of Manu, opened a window of characteristics. Opening the characteristics, Kim saw many powerful combat techniques. Of the highest were all the techniques for which Kim grew up eagerly around the world. Kim could not believe his luck. He all thought that now he would not have to sit on his knees to be top martial arts. After all, he knew the power of his war technicians best. He was covered with a wave of joy that all his efforts, knowledge and 7 years of experience were not in vain. "Now I can earn a living with a weapon again," Kim said eagerly for joy. In the waiting room, Kim decided to pap it and improve the speed of training of the spiritual technique of 3 talents. And while the main character increased internal energy, people around were perplexed, and the lab different versions of his was not satisfied with the technique, because or needed a higher. But still, Kim needs a higher spiritual technique of internal. You should start raising the level. Kim the desire to get all the combat equipment, the hero began his new path. The professors asked the girls with successes on a difficult test, and as support, the Tekhen clan prepared drinks for them. Kim felt the envy of Han Drano, because the 5 best clans want to recruit her. And the future heroine of the S rank, which is also called the Princess Ulsan group of the skin, is climbing to lure Kwan. Kim envied the combat chips, which only the owners of unique classes have. Kim continued to inspect the room at the entrance and thought, "My fishets and I have something like that." Even the smallest clans did not come to Kim. No one paid attention to him from his appearance. This was already a habit. The rest time has come to an end. All future heroes went to the competition, because only the past harsh training will be able to get into Pangea. This competition will also allow the clan's representatives will be convinced of the abilities of future heroes. Whether Doyen, invited by the Union of Heroes, appeared on the stage to control this competition. Everyone was surprised by the appearance of a representative of the Union. Lee crowd was violently discussing the moment of the appearance of the hero and the rank. Kemal was very hooked by the words of Lee Donnet that no one could get into the training room except they're awakened. The hero said before the start of training to put on everyone a bracelet that they received earlier, as evidence that all those present are heroes. Bracelet, with the help of which you can translate the language of Panji and exchange information with colleagues. Having warned in advance, heroes without a bracelet can be either an outsider or the arch killer of another country, and he warned that, in deserted places, it was better to beware of such people, so as not to be abused. The outsiders kill for the sake of profit and glory, and the arch killers get rid of foreign heroes for the good of the country, informing the gods that spiritual stones are placed in the bracelet, with the help of which you can contact the patrons. The heroes immediately decided to talk with their patron gods to understand how it works. Kim is trying to get through to Hildegren, but after a while only silence. The hero causes experiences and excitement, because he thinks that she was offended. Lee announced the beginning of the training condition, saying to approach the instructors and take a suitable weapon. The instructor explained that the weapon should be chosen wisely, because it will be a faithful ally, and after choosing, approach them. Kim tried to choose a convenient and stable sword for himself, but the suitable did not come across. In disappointments, I decided to reconsider everything. The choice of Kim stopped in a sword, in which the weight was distributed evenly and comfortably, and his also took several daggers. The instructors recorded the numbers of weapons, which took Kim advised not to lose their weapons, because now it is a single hole, like a chewing gum, not to take off. The hero announced the first task, run, and all eagerly rushed for success. The hero shouted the words of motivation and hopes that no one would collapse to earth from weakness, because such andrites have no heroes. Ligia began to reduce the pace and complained that the run is not her. Other future heroes joined her. Lee Doyen motivated the tired heroes, mentioning that the great S-rank heroes took place. This drop of sweat will become a contribution to your future. Hearing about the heroes of S-rank, Everyone opened a second wind and future heroes, busting of themselves, rushed further behind the victory. Why it's so hard to live in High Kim, but the hero could not lose his way from the tramp to the master of martial arts. The future hero Kim saw in the window of the characteristics that he had and desire. At this moment, the chapter ends. Kim in the characteristics window saw a new task of the minimum complexity, that it was necessary to increase endurance, push-ups, squats. For this his strength will increase by 1. Kim did not see the point in these stupid tasks. But there will be nowhere to go to do what Hildegren asked. Kim decided to contact Mrs. Hildegren and find out the meaning of such a task. The goddess never noticed that she was as stubborn as he was. The next day, Kim began with a run. After that race, the future hero decided not to give up and continue independent training, and even having completed his first task did not allow himself minutes of rest. I would like to saw Ban pray for mercy. The feeling that the body of Kim had lost all kinds of feelings. I will die now, positively said Kim, but he did not give up. Having completed the run, Kim recalled that in Morim the system of transmission of military equipment was quite closed for a narrow circle of people. But here martial arts, or equipment, are available to. If you think about this, is a great chance to prove that he is not a weak. There are no training, there is no talk of rest, and cannot the run. Kim immediately began push-ups, because there is more sweat, more power. Passers-by did not understand Kim's training, because it is impossible to use abilities without pumping the body. He so comforts himself. People said. The hero did not stop the words of passers-by. He continued to push up and thereby go to his goal. So far, you can't fight monsters in training, so all future heroes are stuck at the first level. And Kim continues to move forward. After completing the assignment, the hero saw that his level increased to the 4th. The joyful hero thanked Hildegren and admitted that she was really a cool goddess. Kim decided to contact his patron goddess to find out if she is still in response. The expected silence. In the dining room, future heroes criticized his food, not understanding what the taxes of civilians are spent on. Kim, tired after training, did not understand how they could complain about food. He does not fall from hunger. Now it doesn't matter what his food will be, if only it was. Since it was too late to join the company, Kim decided to remain a loner. Wishing himself a pleasant appetite, he continued to eat. Suddenly Kim was written by his friend in order to find out what was there with the test, interrupting him from eating. The future hero replied that he forgot to write as he was busy with training. A friend had already imagined himself a mentor, although he just shared the necessary information. Kim managed to boast he had a unique class. His friend instantly began to joke that he did not have enough money to eat, and only the great hero would save him. Kim also spoke about the absence of mana, which was difficult to believe his friend. The red-haired girl Supernova Kun Kwon interrupted the correspondence with a friend, forcing Kim to embarrass and think that she needs to be from him. Having placed the priorities, Kim said goodbye to his friend in order to talk to the protagonist. Such a chance is won by a million, and you can't lose it in any way. Kim was interested in Han Dvuyan, an attractive girl who broke many male hearts on his opinion. Embarrassed the guy. The girl was interested in Kim's well-being after a hard workout, and she decided to speak with him. But Kim did not understand why she was addressing him like hero. Was sure that he was not familiar with Kim Brayan, already having time to inflate that she was following him. Kim Kwon explained that they are studying at one faculty of materials sciences, which now study the materials created from specified this she was the first returned or not. Kim Swan was embarrassed from the fact that Kim remembers her. Since Kim through the university 7 years ago, his most vivid memories are from Marima. Nevertheless, Kim did not remember Han Heen. The hero was interested in how she found out about girl explained that everyone was discussing about his return. It is amazing that two heroes were at once at one faculty. With a little mockery, Han Dvuyan said that Kimo was often called the 8th grader with the syndrome, not forgetting about the dance that he performed for dedication. Kim was covered by the upbringing of 7 years ago, trying to remember what was then. Han is surprised that he was in another dimension for so long. Han Heen realized that Kim did not remember her, as he spent 7 years in Mori, and she returned only a year. Asked why she was not going to get useful ties, like everyone else. The girl allowed to call herself just bummed, and she is more interested in communicating with Son. Suddenly, another new one arrogantly approached them, who hoped that Kwon knew him. To his chagrin, he was not interesting to her. The new one tried to remind the bump that they saw at the meeting of clans with her brother. He was sitting at the next table. The girl was spitting on the new one. The student asked whether Kim and Hun were talking about so naturally, to which Hun replied that they were from one faculty. The student called others with a smile, when he thought that they would not interfere with them with his conversations. His friends quickly came to the table of Kim and began to introduce themselves to the bum. The girl was awkwardly with them, since they were not at all interesting. A message was made for future heroes. The lunch break is over. The whole hero gather in the 11th hall, for the next quickly ran away from a conversation with eccentrics. Kim also went to the next task, without any reason, having had time to chat with his main goal is training to become stronger. Lee Downst explained the new task for the students, sending them to the training hall, which imitated the dungeon. Inside, future heroes had to cope with slugs and goblins. Although the goblin damage is not large, the level of protection is quite high due to the magic of strength on the skin. Kim-woo already liked this test, as he had long wanted to experience his combat skills. Lee Dunji said that future heroes need to share the teams, explaining the surprised students that the heroes who are in Panja are often combined into groups, or remain with their clan. Also adding that this is a test for the time, the results of which will see representatives of the clans. Kim, having realized that he was only familiar with bumps, decided to offer her a slightly dissatisfied face. She agreed, offering him to assemble the team. Thanks to the bumps to assemble the team, it turned out to be easy. Those guys from the dining room immediately escaped. The heroes distributed positions. In the center there was a bummed and red-haired guy, Kim-in. His friends took the position of closing, and Kim-son with Kim Bi-hul joined them. The guys were disgusted with the hero without mana. In the dungeon, one of the guys felt that a huge number of goblins were heading for them. The crowd of goblins surrounded the heroes, and they took this understood that his team had no experience in battles, so he would have to do most. It looks like Woz also had no experience, and close bewilderment was felt. The guys were angry with the union of heroes because of the overly large number of goblins. Excitement prevents the heroes from prove themselves and gradually push them away. Kim was delighted with the assignment of the hero, because he wanted and was waiting for the moment when he could prove himself in battle. Kima covered the excitement of the battle. The harsh hand-to-hand combat is as felt the energy slowly spreading through the body with the blood. Goblin was swept by fear, because they saw Kim's mockery. At the moment he concentrated on strength, feeling a quick reaction of muscles, since there is no time to activate skills. You will have to two-hand combat is always conducted instinctively. Remembering the beginning of the technique of the sword, Kim chopped off his hand to the goblin, thereby laying the beginning of their victory. Brand is insanely surprised by the capabilities of the loser without mana. Kim was seriously configured. The chapter ends on this. Cutting the goblins into pieces. Kim felt the very feeling on the tips of the fingers that he felt in Marima Raya of enemies. Of course, the whole team was in a stupor, since they could not defeat one goblin, and then he alone without mana killed all even reinforced goblins. The angry Kim warned that they could escape if they want, but only on condition that their heads would leave him. Hun Bryan, with a drop of fear, recalled the words of the older brother and tried to move forward. But as soon as she saw goblins, she was covered by fear and disorder in her head. Kim-in was shocked by Kim's, the first level, and without magic, he managed to cut the goblin into three equal of all. Was surprised by his calmness. Kim Ming was no less surprised by Kim's abilities and perseverance, and Lee Jin-ho considered this injustice. I did not see bumps and drops of dexterity or window dressing in his movements. He is like a car. With several precise blows he deprives his enemies of life. What did he have to go through these 7 years of absence? I thought Swan. He compared the technique of Kim with the technique of her brother, who is a master of the sword. Son has a worse technique. But if we accept the fact that he only a few days ago became a future hero, Brash took the Son team only because he was a friend of her friend Sunshin, and did not expect any help from him. The god Jnian contacted the bummed, explaining that Hildegren could only seem completely innocent in appearance, but in reality it is very prudent and is well versed in people. Perhaps this guy has some more hidden talents. The girl wondered how cool his patron goddess is, because he is a warrior with excellent potential. Such a weight-in of the clans can get him. Brother of Swan always complained that among the members of the clans, there are only girl immediately thought about how to lure the promising dream to her clan. God Jnitz decided to joke, saying to lure the son with the attractiveness of his body. Unexpectedly for him, a joke was embarrassed by the girl. Ion Hall of the office. Members of the clan found out from Lee Dong whether it was worth expecting new records. He replied that this time they set the maximum difficulty of this test, so it is unlikely. Now in Pangae, more than ever, the Cold War, outsiders have become many times more. So, starting from this generation, it is worth holding future heroes in hedgehogs. Real heroes must have persistence to overcome any difficulties, said Weather. Clan members believed that the Kanquan group would cope the faster than anyone. The older brother taught his sister a lot. Besides, you can't deceive blood. But is the inheritance talent transmitted? Clan members asked this question. There is evidence. In example, children in a family of magicians have innate magical judgments, encourage many to create families. With heroes, inheritance of talents. How strange our world has, members thought. The wounded team members left the dungeon, where they were immediately met by the happy clan's members, who thought that they were all the merits of Hun Quan. The clan member said to record the results of the Battle of the Heroes, in order to then send a report to the main office. The members of the clan violently discussed the abilities of the heroes who have met. Less than 10 of the members invited the director to hire the girl, at all costs. The director agreed and decided that she would contact the financial department and ask the budget, because she needed that girl in the clan. The appearance of Kim did not like the clans. In the appearance they thought that it was just some ragged. During training, Kim made strange sounds that enraged Brian. Noticed this, so she told Kim everything as it is, why people are shunning him. Kim developed more, and during the test in the dungeon his level increased sharply as soon as he began to kill the goblins. The hero did not stop testing and checking his abilities, concluding that the best test is a real battle. He wanted to check his basic, that he has significant progress. This did not leave him without emotions. Kim realized that at such a pace, he would quickly achieve his past result, but he was more interested in going further and achieve a huge power that he could only dream of. For the future hero, Imorim, the increase in the level became like a drug. Ironically, that he was able to get what he wanted only when he returned to the ground. How great I return and decided to become a hero, Sun thought. Hun Kwan came up to Kim Som with the desire to find out what training he was in. Paying attention to his corns in his, when she replied that they began to return to their former state. Sun noted that the bums were constantly with him, since they returned from other future heroes simply dismisses. Hun Kwan asked to pay a little attention to her after his training. She had to seriously talk to. He decided to refuse, although he wanted. But still, now the main thing for him is training. The saddled Han of the Swan left, but said that if the Sun will find time, then she will wait for to say that this girl did not hook him, but he cannot miss the chance presented to him. Sun decided to deal with throwing daggers, fist techniques and all. Only fools from the noble families of Yon concentrate on only one technique. Kim praised his patroness and mentor Hildegren for the results of his training and skills. A nice voice was heard on Kim's bracelet. He was surprised that she finally answered. Conversation seemed funny to him. The fault was too small in the spiritual stone. The goddess of heroes Hildegren said that he was not offended at all, and the hero had a question regarding the tasks that he periodically appeared. Hildegren said that only partly her desire affects the tasks. Kim was surprised by the words only a part, afraid to imagine what tasks would be of her desires. The protagonist was very interested in the question about the easy way of tasks, where without making efforts you can get many points of characteristics. But Hildegren disappointed him, explaining that tasks do not work in this way and heroes should not run away from is necessary to overcome many difficulties to become stronger. Kim wondered why he was a hero if the hero's path is so terrible and thorny, and fate is filled with that villains in this world feel better than anyone else. The guy boasts that power rules for him, and for him personally, strength is martial law. In the world everything is decided by force, and it does not matter the hero or not. Having considered it necessary, he asked to fill him up with tasks so that he could properly pump faster. The patron goddess Hildegren has not yet been able to put up with her too annoying ward. The action switches to the last earthly training of future heroes, even sad to part with you. Very soon you will leave the earth, and here is the last barrier in your path, Lee Dovi said. The one who decided to conquer Pangea must certainly go through the dungeon, is where the head ends. The proof of the evidence is in the measurement between the earth and Pangea, and does not belong to any of the goddess mother created this special dungeon, as well known as the tutorial. to protect insufficiently prepared heroes. In the dungeon are not only goblins, but also real monsters who want to kill and gobble up future heroes. If you are scared, turn around and leave right now. The hero is a profession in which you need to be prepared for survival. Li Dan said. Those who have already become heroes will not be able to enter the dungeon. This place is intended only for future. The opportunity to follow them will still be. Clan's representatives will be able to observe the actions of future heroes in real time. Also, everyone will be given a magic armor, but this is a minimum security measure. Future heroes breathed a sigh of relief whether Dalian hastened to warn that they were not given armor, and if they lose it, they would test has begun. Kim began the search for the equipment he needed, rummaging in the gland. Having moved all the options, he tried to find the right. After asking the instructor if there is something from the tissue armor so that the movement does not constrain, he simply advised him to take what is. Choosing an armor, the heroes went to the dungeon of evidence. The bewildered heroes could not believe that they were going there alone without the help of the instructor, and were slightly scared, because monsters were waiting for them there. Except Kim. For him, that Morim, that Pangea is just a change of scenery. Kim was confident in his abilities and is sure that he would prove them to how he spent 7 years in Morim, trying to get out of the bottom. Once on the other end of the battle, Kim grabbed his head, hearing a third-party noise. He thought that there were monsters. Sonbi hearing the familiar voice of Hun Dubian. He saw her and Li Jia. Kim said that all the heroes were scattered in different places after the intersection of the Dryan was delighted that they found him, because according to her, success awaits them together. But Li Jia doubted this venture, because Kim did not have mana, and without her he could not use. She asked Hun whether she was sure that he was needed in the team. Kim Pyokchul intervened in the conversation, saying that the hero had a brilliant power that he saw with his own eyes. Kim was surprised that Kim called him Hunim. A strange conversation about age arose between the guys. Kim did not believe that Ken was only 21 because of his appearance, noting that he even had his head bald. Not a small group of 10 people gathered, and Ken Dubian offered Li Jia further to maintain light magic, to which she replied that she agreed, because she was calm for the amount of her mana. Hun recalled that the teams were watching all the actions of the teams. Jia immediately thought that nagging was unacceptable and did not understand how to be. Having ordered everyone, Hun told Kim Pyokchul and Kima to go ahead, and other heroes take a convenient position for themselves. Tekhul was delighted that they would be together with Kim, and Kim, on the contrary, realized that he could not see the silence today. Seeing something strange in Dolly, Hun asked Ji to shine forward. A huge invasion of spiders appeared behind the rays of the light. The team was a little scared by the abomination on its row. Only Kim said with a mockery that Tangia was surprising him more and more. The first Hun entered the battle. Overcoming half the evil with a sewing protagonist was upset that he missed the honorary write-off. The first attack, the insects slowed down sharply, which surprised Dran showed herself with dignity, as is supposed to the hero of the unique class. During the battle, Kim came a new task getting rid of pests, the hero's duties, which mentioned that it was impossible for all the laurels to go to the Godnets. Then he could not lose. This was the first thing he thought before the attack. Concentrated on energy, Kim went on the matter how quickly he attacks. He still has 11 technicians left to cope with these bugs. Pyokchul was amazed at the battle. Like the whole Dryan, used all her knowledge and skills in attempts to deal with this abomination. Han Dryan said that she always knew that they would fight side by side. The guy strained the words, because this is not the first time he hears this. Li Jia did not understand in surprise how this guy could fight at the same level with Hun Dryan if he has 0 mana. With his success in battle, perseverance and fearlessness, he overcame insects, thereby raised his level and completed the task. "Do you ridicule?" asked the heroes. "Are they going to show off before the clan's representatives and raise the level?" But Han Dryan noted that he did not leave the children of the monsters in order to do it. Seeing a crowd of angry goblins, Kim chose to give them to the other guys. But he was most interested in Liao. With her mood, she knew that they were on her shoulder. Li Jia was joined by their physically strong comrade Kang Bai-hao. An incredible attack of future heroes of a unique class motivated the rest of the guys from their detachment. Kim Son, having seen again a new task, was surprised at the possibility of their soon appearance, and changed his mind to concede monsters, who did not manage to prove himself to the heroes. This is where the head is ending. Kim eagerly and dependent continued to rub the monsters, leaving Weatherjni and Kim Bihal, to which they had already managed to express their misunderstanding to Kim. He simply replied that it just happened, and all the monsters and experience from them will go to him. Kim-san began to realize his pleasant dependence, obtained in 7 difficult years in Marima. Not letting go of the future hero of the course, he liked it. Lee Jia, along with Kan, was still indignant at Kim's violated promise to give in to the goblin to them. Kim was obsessed with the murders. For him there is a factor that sharply increases his desire. It becomes better. At the headquarters of the Union, on the top floor, in the observation room, S. mother took care of observing the dungeon of evidence, because before it was impossible to observe something that was happening in any way, and the drones were not provided for observation in Pangeo. Members of the clans fell into the unfamiliar Kim-san Kim with a unique class of a mercenary, vagabond, from which nothing could be expected because he did not have mana necessary for the use of skills. Of course, the members of the clans did not forget to follow Hun Quan, but the unexpected Kim-san made to think about his combat capacity, which was not known to them. Kim immediately wished to sign several members of the clans. Lee Jia continued to wonder about the promise of Kim-san. Perhaps this is due to the fact that at first they did not notice him. The offended future heroine asked. Kim-san replied that he simply could not resist at the sight of blood, but still feeling his guilt, again promised to give in to a couple of monsters. He builds himself dick. Understand what? The angry Lee Jia said. Future heroes went further. Kim-san heard a strange sound from the cave, which the rest of the heroes did not sound repeated, alerting the tramp mercenary. The future hero Kim-san was right. A crowd of slugs unexpectedly attacked his team. Sun thought whether his sword could hurt this jelly-like substance. Well, he thought. Can Pekol advance the attack? In order to prove his value to the team and members of the clans watching them, the proud Kan of Pekol cut the slugs with one blow, for which he received compliments from the entire team. The class of the avant-garde warrior is quite useful, Kim-san thought. Kan Quan decided to keep up with the team. Using a sickle attacked the slugs in order to show her strength of a promising unique class. Not to miss the chance to prove herself, Weatherjia also joined the battle using her spell. The ice spear should be more elegant than the abilities of Cancun and Kan Baikal, Weatherjia said. Charged to the victory of Kim-san, also decided to join the battle, but Lee Jia stopped him, saying that if he has a conscience, let him remain in his place. But since half of the slugs was defeated, and Kim promised to give in to the whole couple of monsters, he did not violate his promise. Kim attacked the slugs, but in order not to miss at least something, Jia and Kan Pekal decided not to stand still, and also joined the battle. Having dealt with the jelly-like essence, future heroes noticed a significant increase in level. In Kim-san, the level jumped up to 12, and his characteristics changed markedly. Comparing with the beginning of his path, the motivated future heroes headed for the last were surprised that they were the first, but Kim-san considered it completely his merit. Suddenly, another team of heroes came out. Surprised heroes did not understand how the San and Brand team got here so quickly, thinking that they found a secret path. Kim-san was upset by the loss of another chance to chop the monsters. Kan Quan said that there will now be a final boss, often calling 1 or 2 simple hobgoblins. But sometimes monsters appear like dark orcs, in which case the number of victims increases quite much. Unknown news reached the heroes. They could not understand what it was, but they were ready. A heavy step, heavy breathing. These are dark orcs. The team of the heroes strained, because there were already 3 of his, or the head ants. Seeing the whole 3 dark orcs, many future heroes were scared to retreat. The dark orcs began to decisively interrupt one after another, even more frightening the heroes. Dark orcs killed helpless heroes of losers. Kim-san understood that there was no point in expecting a miracle, and we must take everything into their own hands. Kim-san entered the battle with one of the dark orcs, realizing that it was hopeless and too risky to attack one. Not understanding what the headquarters of the Heroes Union hopes for, because it is almost impossible to expect newcomers to expect a successful joint attack. Kim Sanmi said. Kan Pekal joined Kim-san, delighting the almost desperate San. Frightened by the life of her comrades, Hun Quan entered the battle, telling Kan Baikal to retreat, but Kan, confident in his team, did not listen to Swan. One of the dark orcs attacked Hun Quan, almost giving her a chance to win. Kim-san was experiencing his partner, Vel, having to retreat to her. The future hero of Kim-san came the task from the hero goddess about the salvation of his partner Hun Kwan. The reward is promised quite a few experience, a good improvement in skills, and most importantly, praise from allies for 5 minutes. Kim Il-yeon thought about his fear and realized that he had no right to fear. Since Hun Slan could hero was not the first time in the complete hell, trembling with horror and survived each time. The hour has come to prove that for 7 years in Murim they were not in vain. Kim heroically attacked the Dark Orc in order to protect the girl, having wounded the Dark Orc kunai and delivering several blows. The future hero of the unique class realized that his opponent had not only huge power, but also excellent technique, having risked Kim Il-yeon several more blows. Seeing that the Dark Orc trembles with a weapon, the hero was getting closer to victory. In the battle not for life, and the most cold-blooded always wins death. Having doubted, the Dark Orc received a dagger in the shoulder. Kim-san then inflicted 6 fists on the face of the Orc. He, in turn, continued to quickly wipe the Dark Orc, inflicting a large number of powerful blows to him, managing to mock that a miserable little man had driven a great Dark Orc into a dead end. Suddenly for Kim-san, the Dark Orc unexpectedly increased its strength, pushing Kim-san, who had almost defeated him, putting him in an unprofitable position. The Dark Orc was able to injure the future hero, forcing more and more doubtful of his abilities and the chance of victory. Kim Penchul appeared, who decided to help the almost defeated Kim-san, delighted with his strength, and, in general, by the fact that he could survive collapsed his powerful abilities on a Dark Orc. This is where the head dance. Kim, delighted with endurance Hun, is proudly fought with a joint attack. Hun Nankin Pyokchul slowed the caught the moment. Kim realized that this was enough to kill the Orc. Joint efforts, they overcame what they considered invincible. The level of Kim increased at the end of the team was glad that she was able to win what they wanted to run and give up. Kim received the hero's praise and strength. The values of the characteristics. Internal energy rose by 250. Strange sensations swept the main character. The sensations of filling forces. Active boiling of blood. A condition that he could not describe in words. He felt confidence in victory, as real heroes feel like. Kim Il-yeon realized that it was too early to celebrate the victory, and there were 2 more Dark Orcs. Without killing the bosses, not to get out of the dungeon, the future hero was ready to risk his life in order to save everyone else. The heart was beating like crazy. It was extremely dangerous, but you can't get anywhere from the alien rushed into the battlefield, even if he would have to put his life on the con. The future hero began to quickly apply his various techniques on his dark enemies. Ikli fought off his enemies with his techniques, realizing that due to the length of their swords, he needs to reduce the distance a lot. The outcome of the battle depends on the speed of his attacks. In an incredibly fast blow, the future hero deprived the Dark Orc that he would be incredibly difficult alone against the 2 Dark D rank Orcs. Given that the buff lasts only 5 minutes, if his action ends Kim Il-yeon, he would die. Without proved his capabilities, Kim Il-yeon delivered a powerful blow to the shoulder of the Dark Orc, but this turned out to be few, and there was no confidence that he had touched the bone. Dark Orcs applied the strengthening, forcing the future hero to think about whether he will have time to kill them until the end of the buff of his abilities. Kim heard the voice of Hun Dryon, while she was used the sickle of harvest, Li Jia lightning. The battle developed so rapidly and quickly, the feeling of real hell. This is where the head dance. Not realizing that with the body, Kim did not know what to goddess of the heroes hinted to him that, do not stand and just look, to leave the battlefield only because it was a little tired, the weak. Even if there is no Kim had no plans to run away, because he wanted to fight to the end. The words of the teacher did not come out of the head of the all. A person who does not let out weapons out of hand once is in a distress. At such a moment, no technique will help, only their skills and abilities, without hesitation, confidently step by step by step by step. It was these words that reminded Kim that the main thing is the belief in itself. Only one up over a strong enemy. You overcome your limit and become Il-yeon and his team confidently, and to victory over the remaining Dark Orcs. A person whose spirit eats victories and whose skills become better every day, and is called a warrior. Kim Il-yeon, thanks to his team, had a chance for 1 million, and he chopped the remaining Dark Orc with 1 blow, increasing the level after victory, receiving the nickname Second Grade Warrior. The skills of martial arts of the 2nd rank are what he was waiting for. Murim was coming out. Victory with the help of faith in oneself and the strength of the team. The team of the heroes was struck by the forces, perseverance and skills of Kim. Han Draen said that he was born for the battles. Lee Jia was shocked that with one blow 20 mana, he killed the Dark Orc. Kim Dwan realized that she was not right to Kim's account. Her brother in battle was confident and cold as an icy wind. And Kim is Yarostan and merciless as an awakened volcano. And what was happening were also shocked by the way Kim Ilian cut the Dark Orc in half, not understanding where such a huge force was from the awakened one, which became the future hero just a week ago. One of the clan members recognized his word about this awakened, and found out that his recruiter did not even try to speak with Kim Ilian. However, like the rest of the clans, two members from different clans ordered their recruiters so that it should not be recruited by Kim Ilian. The director of Ilsen Group's Lihani noticed Kim Ilian at the time of the battle with goblins and slugs. Lihani is sure that Kim Ilian will be evaluated even above Hun Quan, since she did not rebuke the heads of the orcs. With the order to offer Kim Ilian a tidy sum, the director sent his recruiter after him so that he would recruit the future hero to not stand. Li Dun discussed what happened in the dungeon with a woman, because they lost a huge number of possible heroes. Li Downs decided to send a letter to the government about the request to increase the budget for the purchase of a protective structure. The woman doubts that the government will allocate money to them since nothing happened. In their opinion, S-Union would also like to recruit Kim Ilian, but is not sure that he would agree, because the current generation has lost the spirit of adventurism. Only money is driven by everyone, the woman said. Suddenly, a portal suddenly opened, from which wounded heroes came out to help other heroes. Kim Ilian was surprised how many things were in Pangea when he listened to stories of Sunchkin. Did not delve a lot, but now he felt everything on himself. With such drugs, the doctors will soon be needed soon, but it tasted disgusting. The general director of the Council of Heroes, Kim Mian, introduced herself to Kim, saying that she was pleased to meet a person who everyone was talking about, to which he reacted with a mockery, redrawing her words. Not even with respect to even just say hello. Having abandoned the proposal to work for the state, Kim offended and outraged the story simply that recently he has only troubles from attempts to become a real hero. Having reviewed different options, why so many difficulties in Kim on the way? He did not even listen to the general director, although Kim Mian was further interested in Kim's desires, but in response he heard only denial. Having decided for himself that he would become a loner better, he further sat silently. Lee Dunji said that he understood the desire to get a reward and suggested that Kim would put out his conditions to them, to which he was very surprised. With such a care and the desire to find out what they liked him so much. Maybe they liked him with a victory over Dark Orcs or an opinion about joining the clan, but he considered it not to think for a long time, and not to show off if they give something for free. This was taught by a long life in the poverty of Murim. Kim Ilian decided to put the only condition to the Union of Heroes to give him his magic armor. Li Dun agreed to this condition, deciding to pay the armor on his own, not including the unique hero in the list of eternal debtors. From the director of the Union of Heroes, a single request came: no one to talk about such generous gifts. Clan members burst into the hall, looking forward to signing a contract with a unique hero who defeated the 3 Dark Orcs at all costs. Lee Doyan and director of the Heroes Union Kim Min decided to leave the hall, wishing the hero of good luck, because he will not be sweet now, to fight off the group of wild fans. Kim Ilian recalled the case when he felt too early that photographers and fans had fled, and his hero decided to immediately look back to understand whether it was or he was mistaken again. Clan's recruiters began to shout out requests to join their clan and tell what bonuses he would receive. The unique hero first encountered so many attention, especially from those who from the very beginning did not even look in his direction. Kim Ilian received a task from Hildegren: refuse all clan's members. Their eyes were burning, and there was a feeling that they would now tear the main character, because more recently, they did not pay attention to him at all. Breaking through the crowd, the director of the clan Ilsen Lihani, who extended his hand to Kim Ilian, who decided to ignore this gesture, came out. After Kim Ilian's refusal, the director of the clan Ilsen, other clans began to be added to the unique hero and lure him with money. Kim answered them that he could not talk to everyone at once, so he speaks only with those who agreed with him about the meeting in advance. All recruiters did not understand which clan managed to agree on, or replied that since there were no such ones, he leaves the hall. Kim Ilian went to the gates, and until they opened, He decided to test his notice that he had reached the second stage, and he opened more combat skills. Kim Il-yeon decided to discard unnecessary skills to leave only those that are really useful in battle. In Morim, to achieve this level, it took him a year and a half, but here, in Tanja, he was able to achieve this in a week. The goddess of the heroes told Kim Il-yeon that if someone is cool, then only, thanks to her, he received his unique class. However, Hildegren did not engage in modesty. Suddenly the gates opened, and unexpectedly Kim Swol went to his savior, saying that they would go to the out. Kim Kwon embarrassed Kim Il-yeon, mentioning that he was her hero, who at a critical moment cut 3 dark orcs. Kim Swon praised the level of fencing Kim Il-yeon and asked the question of his 7-year absence, and memories of how he was at the very bottom immediately flooded him. A person whose sword serves only for the sake of receiving money and benefit cannot be called a hero. Kim Kwon noted that Kim Il-yeon behaves coldly, but if someone is in trouble, he would risk his life and do everything to save a person dear to him. Kim Kwon suggested Kim Il-yeon to join her family clan, which Kim resolutely Kwon, with the help of physical contact, was able to put up the hero. And still, his answer was strongly Il-yeon hates when someone controls. Kwon decided to ask why he pays so much attention to the one who is over his head. Kim Il-yeon's answer was decisive and recalled that he constantly bowed his head in as better to be the head of a snake than the tail of the dragon. Kim Kwon suggested Kim Il-yeon to create his own clan in order to be. Il-yeon decided to think about such a proposal, and if he still decides, he invites Hunswan to join his clan. Kim Kwon decided that she would have to think in any case. The portal in Panji opened, a place in which there is danger and poverty, but you should deal with them. You will get great wealth and glory. All the fighters who were able to show their abilities, which even the Dark Orcs could not stop, became heroes, and ahead of them will definitely expect success. The hero must do great actions. So Sunchkin once answered the question of what it means to be for heroism to get wealth and glory. Kim Il-yeon went to the portal. This is where the head dance. The movement between the worlds is similar to immersion in the depths of the feeling that causes goosebumps throughout the body made Kim Il-yeon open his eyes. He saw a new world full of fantastic landscapes. Not having time to enjoy the landscapes, Kim Il-yeon heard the voice of Hun Kwon, who, only opening his eyes, decided to find out whether Son is in order or not. Kim Kwon told Kim that his brother warned her that at the first transition to Pangea, terrible nausea could occur. Since everything was in order with Kim Il-yeon, he asked the bumps not to worry, but it was better to think about himself. Kim Il-yeon, showing his support, knocked Hun Bran on the back, which is why she began to feel scared. Il-yeon thought that this was not what she wanted to see. Only opening his eyes, Kim Kwon asked why he was the only one, forcing Kim Il-yeon to round. He saw that all the heroes who arrived with him suffer from nausea, and Son had a little headache. The goddess of heroes Hildegren contacted Kim Il-yeon, asking to recall her characteristics and level to understand why he was alone. It seems that high physical characteristics were able to smooth out an unpleasant you think about it. Hun Blussy has terrible physical preparation. However, only those characteristics that heroes most often use are usually turns out that there is nothing to do with the magic classes. Apparently, in the end, luck decides everything, although the witch class is pretty good. Kim Il-yeon, someone greeted the heroes with the arrival of Orlit in the City of Prosperity. It is a great honor for us to meet you, Earthlings, and we already know in advance what awaits you. There are many things, so I advise you to come into consciousness, said an unknown man who appeared before the heroes. One of the heroes decided to find out the name of an unknown was the main butler of the local lord. Odello Waterman, our owner knows what difficult path you had to do. He has prepared a welcome party for you and really wants to chat with you. Would you agree to honor us with your presence? Asked Odello Waterman. The invitation of the lord, as if from the middle, only arrived in Pangea, and our level is not high. But even such newcomers as we, here, meet in this way. Or do they hope to smack us in order to use it in the future? Thought Kim Il-yeon. The heroes immediately rejoiced that they could spend time with the nobility of place is a fantasy world where an unfair class society still exists. But for the hero it is not the origin, but the. Such rules do not particularly apply to our heroes, and if so, then I can enjoy the reception in the top of the world, Kim Il-yeon said joyful. Odello Waterman immediately disappointed Kim Il-yeon, saying that the heroes who did not conclude an agreement with any clan are not invited and can go about their business. So, with losers who failed to conclude an agreement with the clan. They do not want to communicate. If the hero did not join the clan, he is immediately mistaken for a loser who has neither talent nor a good class. For local, this means that he has neither abilities nor prospects. So future heroes with such zeal are trying to conclude a contract with large clans. Such large clubs brazenly take the profits of their participants, the heroes who are in them. On the one hand, for Kim, this seems symbiosis, but also on the other with too much pressure and extortion with people who, with their knowledge, skills, make the club good glory. For the money received from the heroes, they try to gain the location of the powerful world of Pangea. The clans that do so are essentially seized power, preventing others from developing and rising to others in order to become successful. Kim did not like that popular clans, so successful, only because of dirty tricks. Kim thought that there was no matter for him how much they ruin fate, and how many more there would. Main thing is that he will lead. After all, he has internal energy and knowledge of martial arts, so he can jump over all these stairs with one jump, without making his efforts. BS who thought about Kim were not so, or did not want to take it, they would bite the elbows, realizing what talent they lost, and everyone will regret that such a wonderful hero is not in their clan. Kandwan asked Kim what he thought so, because he just stood still like a replied that everything was in order, and he is not worth her. Interested the question of Mr. Odello whether it was possible to take with him only one hero who did not conclude a contract with the clan. The master forbade, saying that this was the order of the Lord himself, and he wished to invite only those who are in the clan. Kim was interested in where to go if they did not enter into any clan. Head off the losers, the professor said with a mockery. Let them understand themselves, because they are not needed anywhere, but nevertheless recommended for a start to visit the heroes of the heroes. Kim was angry with the words of the professor, because he knew his talents and skills, and knew that he was more talented than many of those who are in large clans. The first impression of Pangea, as Kim expected, was in this city are eager only to profit and live among each other's discrimination. The city was originally for Kim a big mystery, which every time solving it, he was surprised, hated, and loved this place. But after so many times spent in Pangea, he can finally draw a conclusion for himself. Hun said that she would go to the guild with Kim, but he said that they would only meet at the university. The main character thought that he was not used to, because in Morim with the like he came across many times. Instead of resentment, anger and idleness, he decided that he would better take up himself, develop and increase his level, than to show all his abilities. The students supported the departure of Kim, who still continued to be indignant. What is the city of heroes if they treat him like that? Unfinished heroes, expressing discontent and insults, were indignant at each in their direction. Kim understood what to do next, but was so angry with the rules that all the thoughts in his head were confused. Nevertheless, Kim decided to hit the road, but did not know where the hero guild was. Fortunately, unlike the restless consciousness of the hero, the bracelet on his hand worked properly. Kim found the path and rode to the Guild of Heroes without much. The entrance, there was a marvelous sign, let the glory of the Bogini Mother accompany everyone who follows the hero's path. He went to the guild. Kim saw the full room of the heroes who spoke bows violently, rustled and had fun. Someone asked why there are so many people in the guild today, to which they answered, fool. Today the newcomers arrived. Kim was surprised by the news, because he was not previously in such places. Sounded on the threshold. The protagonist did not understand why he brought him here and how to find what the professor was talking about. Kim heard a conversation between the guys about the battle in the dungeon against 3 dark orcs, and they were so surprised by the victory. Other guys shared experiences. Suddenly, this time few newcomers, but someone answered him that he had seen a whole crowd in the square. One of the guys maliciously said that the news came to them too late. His interlocutors asked if he owed another information and asked to tell. He said that something was dry in his throat and wished the cool mead to his long story. The interlocutors laughed out loud, but with great interest waited for him to know about the battle in the dungeon and these newcomers. After he drank meads, the interlocutors asked a million questions in anticipation of answers. The guy began the story that among young heroes there are 2 with unique classes, and one of them, using only a sword, cut the throat at once to 3 dark orcs. The interlocutors were so surprised by a story, such a magnificent hero who, at first glance, was generally froze his breath. Someone simply was petrified from the story. One of the guys from the next table asked the name of this hero, but alas, the guy did not know him. The hero tried to recall what was the name of the very hero who so mercilessly destroyed 3 dark orcs with 1 sword. The mercenary vagabond was heard from the mouth of the guy. Interlocutors and those present surprised such a name. They thought that he was definitely unique. One of the heroes even felt envy. Kim said that only a unique class is capable of such actions that others agreed all. A unique class is so cool. Kim walked and only heard gossip and news stories about the arrivals of the new ones. He was surprised by the speed with which rumors spilled about him, because they reached the guild faster than the hero himself, as he thought. In the city of young heroes, the majority have AF or a rank, but sometimes they come across a rank. This did not surprise him, but he also felt a drop of his strength when he realized that his rank was higher, and the act that he committed was scattered at a great speed in every corner of the city. Kim approached the long-haired blonde who was sitting aside. Dolly from girl was very disappointed, but Kim disturbed her. "Who are you?" quietly, with a drop of sadness in words. The girl did not understand why she would disturb her and pester her when they saw that she was sitting alone. Kim thought that with a warm reception he would not be met here. He understood this still standing in the square in front of the professors. Kim introduced himself to the young hero, said that he was here. Behind the message of an impudent old girl immediately realized who we were talking about, and by whose will the guy is here. She said that this vile old man, who loves to hide behind her. She realized that Kim was one of those whom he humiliated and sent to the Guild of Heroes. The guy who told the news about the secret hero was interested in this young hero. His interlocutors said that he was owned by that butler. The other made fun that Kim had arrived at this world with huge thirst, asked about his successes and a meeting with reality. The company of heroes suggested a drink, to what Kim was strangely responding. After all the gossip, the guys decided to raise the glass, imagining what shame he went through, saying that gossip was their snack. Attention to them. Constant battles with monsters ruined their character, but she also noticed that he should make friends with them, and then he would understand that they were not such a bad company. Kim asked whether such a nose in the guild always asked. The girl said yes. The guy from the crowd began to tell Kim that now the influx of monsters, and each time at the beginning of the year, they become more active. Another noticed that at each arrival of beginners, monsters are more and more attacked, but the heroes deftly cope with this. But, according to the informants, the current wave will be year their number is gradually increasing. It seems that in the demonic world, monsters breed faster and faster. One of the heroes, idiot, what a reproduction may have, said. Another hero sitting at the table, Dubina, what? You were not taught at all before sending to Pangaea? Yes, if I had an education, I would become a judge or a lawyer, and not a miserable hero-y rank. The heroes argued violently among themselves, managing to mention that they envy Kim Il-yan, thinking that he was now in turn, stands and listens to their conversation. The girl suggested registering, asking the name and class of the hero, to which the rest of the heroes began to bet on his class. Kim Il-yan introduced himself, mentioning that he was named in honor of the dragon who escaped from the abyss of chaos. Mother was afraid for him, because that dragon did not have a pearl that would help him rise. Il-yan proudly said that his pearl is a unique class of a mercenary vagabond. The girl and everyone else was shocked by the hero's fair-haired girl asked the class of Kim Il-yan, thinking that she was just mistaken, but that was not so. One of the heroes could not believe that this is the hero who chopped off the heads of 3 dark girl asked to show a window of characteristics to make sure what she heard. After confirming the personality, the heroes realized that they were chatting about him when he was right in front of them. Began to ask Kim Il-yan about that battle with 3 dark orcs. The heroes immediately had questions why Kim Il-yan was not at the reception of the Lord, but hangs here. The hero of the unique class explained that the Lord invited only those who joined any of the clans, but he did not join anyone at all. All the heroes were surprised that the hero with the unique class, who killed 3 dark orcs, still could not conclude a contract with the clan, and no one was interested in them. Kim Il-yan hurt that they think that no one called him, and not he refused. There is one thing that Kim Il-yan realized. While he led the life of A and allies can change places in just one night, it all depends on the tenant, and that is their fate. It is not necessary to make friends and establish connections. The main thing is that there are no real enemies. Heroes discuss their opinion on the Il-yan decided to find out from a girl about the dungeon with the monsters of the rank. Her and the rest of the heroes scared that Kim Il-yan was going to the dungeon alone. All representatives of the worst classes called Kim Il-yeon to their small groups, promising to take care of him, but still Kim Il-yeon is not interested in such proposals. All skillful beginners are disassembled by large clans like miserable classes are combined into groups and go into no less miserable dungeons. But today, for some reason, a tramp with excellent prospects turned out to be a mon does not belong to anyone, so everyone wants to become his master. Kim Il-yeon did not understand what they were counting on. If he refused to cooperate with large clans, then why should he even think in order to join them? Kim Il-yeon decided to find out from the girl whether there are dungeons to which they go to. The girl replied that there were dungeons in the stone mountains that are full of gnolls. The girl doubted that he would cope, which Kim Il-yeon specified that there is no rule forbidding to go there alone. The girl replied that the rules are really not. But another question arises whether he could. Il-yeon is sure that he will go beyond the 6, so there are no problems. The girl did not understand his stubbornness, and the rest of the heroes believed that he was working out. Continuing to call Kim Il-yeon into their Il-yeon promised to return to sunset. Kim Il-yeon headed for the high-ranking gentleman have fun at a welcoming party with chosen heroes. Kim Il-yeon will increase his level with lightning speed. Suddenly, Kim Il-yeon noticed traces heading to the dungeon, well-plugged traces, a clear sign that well-armed heroes went there, and more pale traces belonged to people in lighter armor. Kim Il-yeon understood that he was ahead of him. Kim Il-yeon went in the footsteps in the dungeon. A little later, he saw 5 heroes discussing that there was no time to look for another dungeon. Kim Il-yeon went to them. The heroes asked Kim Il-yeon why he came, replied that he was going to get this. Heroes did not understand and considered suicide that Kim Il-yeon was going to the dungeon alone. One of the heroes noticed that Kim Il-yeon's sword and leather armor are clearly belonging to the Union of Heroes. The girl thought that in front of her a newcomer F rank, and that the test in the dungeon was so easy that he believed so much. Kim Il-yeon understood that it seems that the news did not reach them, because his generation was the most difficult test of all possible. The girl mentioned and that it was an E-rank dungeon, and he should not corrupt his eyes and go downstairs from where he came. One of the heroes began to reassure the girl, who was angry from the fact that Kim did not invited the girl to listen to Kim. Kim Il-yeon understood that the one who reassured the girl was the leader of their small group. Another girl approached Kim Il-yeon and kindly asked if he was a beginner of the F rank, and advised to find the dungeon. Il-yeon was still sure that he would cope alone. The girl continued to laugh, saying that newcomers know nothing about life, so their mortality. His commander continued to stop her. The team commander stopped reassuring the girl and decided to approach Kim Il-yeon, realizing that he did not intend to retreat. The incredulous Kim Il-yeon thought that they wanted to drive him by force, and put his hand on his sword, waiting for the attack of the team commander. The team commander invited Kim Il-yeon to go down together. Of his allies supported the idea of the commander, waiting for the answer of Kim Il-yeon. Kim Il-yeon thought about the idea to go with them, but also thought about putting them all and go down one. Kim Il-yeon received a task from the goddess of heroes Hildegard to make friends with them, and for this he will receive a good reward. The reward also included a mighty potion, in search of which Kim Il-yeon was almost chopped off. Kim Il-yeon is infuriated by the ranting of Hildegard about heroism, but for the sake of this drug you can tolerate. Kim Il-yeon understood that he could get other things from Marima, and agreed to join the group of heroes. The team of heroes, along with Kim Il-yeon, went to the dungeon, where there was a terrible smell of was quite spacious. Outside it seemed completely different. The girl continued to be angry with Kim Il-yeon for the fact that now all the prey would have to be divided into. Girl apologized for her in front of Kim Il-yeon. The girl told the secret of their team to Kim. All could not find a team for various reasons, but the commander spared them and took them into the team. Kim Il-yeon recalled that they did not introduce themselves to each. Girl said that her name is Lee Jaso. Her class is a healer, and a flower age is 29 years old. Kim Il-yeon was interested in why each of them could not find a girl. Explained that this is all because of rumors, even more forcing Kim Il-yeon to think. The girl said that, for example, hear Kim say that her past group lost a rare artifact which contains light thought on her, because she has a robber class. And this archer also killed all his team members, only he was left. Everything is adjusted, or he was damn out of lucky, Kim Il-yeon thought. As for the commander, the girl did not know anything, as she recently joined the group, and considers the commander a good person. Kim Il-yeon could not miss the option that he was hiding his dark secrets. The girl indignantly told Kim to behave quieter if they do not want the monsters to notice them. She was very inferior, that she already had a shallow after the exaltation of magical characteristics, and now also share profit. The girl wanted to recognize Kim better, so she asked him to tell a little about herself. He introduced himself as Kim Il-yeon. The class of a girl was surprised that such a class exists. Tosk said that the enemy in front, picking up a weapon and shouted to prepare the whole team. The commander was tuned to the battle right away and asked how many of them were, replied that about 12, judging by quiet sounds, most in light armor. He ordered Das to be for support, Tesoka to protect them at a distance, and to get the sword and stand next to him. The new Kima ordered to protect Das-an was disappointed because he did not like the role of the shield. Among the dark cave, intelligence gnomes appeared and the evil monsters were completely readiness for battle. Their eyes blazed the desire of victory. The first strokes were from the bow of Tesuk. Mercilessly he first climbed into battle without a drop of fear. The arrow behind the arrow was struck by the gnome, who decided to first attack the archer. The vile monster flew off. The arrows of gnomes saw the defeat of their comrade, which angered them much more. The eyes of the monsters blushed and filled with blood in the desire for revenge, for there were visited by a feeling of a rush of strength due to hatred. Joanne's smile appeared on the archers was more and more configured for further battle because he was able to defeat one of the terrible monsters. The commander decided not to stand aside, just took a sword, which was not the first to help him in battle, and entered the attack against monsters. The commander had much more strengths than the Tesuk. One blow, he cut the enemy, an arrogant monster, who was the first to attack him. The girl saw that the commander was surprising. She said a couple of affectionate words in his direction and mentioned that it was necessary to put on the armor tightly. The hero viciously said that he has no more money on the armor and better, so he uses everything that he has. Dasus tilted her head a little. She brought her hands to her face and began to ask for mercy from the mother goddess, so that she would send them a blessing and help to heal the wounded team commander. The goddess heard the requests, prayers and words of Dr. Das and sent healing to the commander in this battle, so that he could continue that heroic battle. The hero smiled and thanked Dasa and the goddess for the help shown. His wounded shoulder began to heal in the moment and became the same. Only the scar now decorated his shoulder. Kim realized that the level of this team is higher than the future heroes from his thoughts. Indicates that this is the battle of Iraq veterans. Kim saw that his progress was a little improved. Although he just stands, wondered whether he should do something or just stand still and wait, because to increase him nothing needs to be done. For himself, the hero concluded that it is better to stand and idle, because progress is already increasing, and he can just relax and watch what is happening. The fight of those who in front became more and more serious. The dwarves flew more and more on. The commander said not to miss them and that everyone should be defended. The plans of wild monsters change. They were going to attack the healer, but she was not alone, because before the battle it was thought out in advance. Kim saw their intentions, said that he was defending the healer with misfortune, and they simply have no chance to harm the girl, and began to protect her in front of her. He was sure that Das was safe with him. The monsters rushed to the frightened kisser girl, eager to kill her with Kim Il-yeon, whom you can't scare. Kim Il-yeon with a smile on his face took out his sword and waited for the monster's attack, about to stop the frantic dogs with a blow to the head. Kim Il-yeon easily dealt with the was more and more pleased that he still had a chance of battle, and he was able to cope with the monsters even with his bare hands, surprising his team. The team of the heroes was glad and surprised that Kim Il-yeon was able to cope with all the monsters alone, forcing him to think whether he was really a beginner or not. The girl thanked Kim Il-yeon for her, was delighted by the good manners of the girl, and he replied that this was just a work entrusted to him. The team commander was insanely pleasantly surprised by Kim talking with the hero. The commander mentioned the name of Kim Il-yeon, although the mercenary himself did not tell his commander. It turned out that the leader of the team simply overheard the conversation of Kim Il-yeon and Das, reassuring Kim Il-yeon. The commander admitted that at first he thought that this was only a show-off by virtue of his age, because how to go to the dungeon with E rank alone. The commander praised Kim, saying that he was a rather capable hero, apologizing for a neglect and rude attitude, because they thought that he was an inexperienced newcomer. Kim said that he was an inexperienced newcomer because he literally just arrived, and commander was very surprised. The girl asked how the beginner so cleverly coped with 6 other guy was also surprised that on the first day this is possible. The girl was more than interested in who Kim really is, where he got such skills. The archer expressed the idea that this could be an very amazing talents for a beginner. Dasus reminded that the Kima class is a tramp mercenary. I asked if this is a unique class. After all, then everything becomes clear, where he has so much power. The guy was surprised that Kim is from a unique hull. It turns out that he is returning. From this it is clear where such workshops from the possessions of weapons. The archer said that it was very all. Kim, a man from a unique class, has not yet acquired either a clan or a team. Kim did not know what to answer, and he had to think out on the go, saying that some circumstances simply arose. The commander stopped the discussion of the it turned out they still have people with a similar situation. In addition, Ilian probably does not want to talk about this topic, so he suggested finishing. With a smile, the commander noticed that they were very all. Their team is now such a talented fighter. The team agreed with the words of its was glad to replenish an experienced person in the team. The commander proposed to finish his acquaintance at this moment and asked the porters to finally engage in cleaning. Kim had not previously seen purges and had no idea what it was and what was needed for. He thought that this brought some income, to which the commander replied to him that this was not entirely true, but their equipment contains manu. The commander said that in the main manu there is very little, but in this case they turned to the masters who were able to remake objects into good weapons or protection. Kim also has the question of what they are doing with it turned out. They are used for rituals or conspiracies, or used for drugs and potions. Kim realized what cleaning is and why it is parallel with the thoughts of the hero. The commander explained that the whole thing is in the purity of mana and in the ability to transfer it. The dungeon is appreciated by materials that can be assembled from defeated main character was surprised by the story, because most he did not know. Kim asked how the equipment created on the ground was different from what is in commander reply, that the earthly looks better and easier to use, but there is one but. But the earth's weapon is too expensive and Pangea most simply does not have money for it. The commander admitted that from equipment from Pangea it often smells of mice, and the local equipment causes itching throughout the body, and it is quite difficult to remove it. The memories of Murim were enveloped in Kim. He recalled how he wears a cloak from the rain, which stuck a rot, and the hat was a natural sieve. The water just streams flowed down his face. However, the commander noted that high-ranking equipment is carried out only in Panga, because on Earth they are not yet able to do this. The porters noticed something very interesting among one of the monsters. Really, the commander and the group were very surprised, because the porters found the mana stone. The heroes were delighted with the mana stone they received. Someone even saw such a stone for the first archer asked the commander what rank this mana stone. Having examined the stone of mana a bit, the commander said that he was not yet sure, but most likely he is the lowest rank. Two other heroes did not understand why they had so much regret in their vows, because even if the mana stone turned out to be the lowest rank, it can still be sold for 10 million won. The archer thought where the mana stone came from, because such appear only in the dungeons of the rank D and higher, and only registered mobs or bosses possess them. The girl asked the archer to just enjoy and think about money on her account. Like all other joyful heroes, a stone mana found in Danji rank may indicate a breakthrough of the dungeon, and I, as a representative of his class, should take care of the well-being of the group, said the archer. The girl asked him to stop, because he was so worried only because his whole past team your sad experience to yourself. The girl said. Kim Ilian asked Dasaso about the breakthrough of the dungeon. The girl replied that periodically the god of demons becomes stronger. Then demonic energy penetrates into the dungeon, under the influence of which the power and number of monsters increase sharply. As soon as their number reaches a critical point, the monsters quickly break their gatherings, pose a threat to the nearest cities. Kim Ilian suggested simply destroying the porter was able to convince the hero, saying that there is no sense in this, because the dungeons are created by the god of demons. Having destroyed the old somewhere a new one will appear, it's better to let their locations be known. Kim Ilian realized that instead of destruction, they were trying to control the dungeons by the guilt. Everything is as the porter said, then this is really the best option. The archer asked Kim Ilian if he noticed something strange, because it happens that monsters with mana stones evolve in monsters of high ranks. The hero did not notice anything, because he instantly chopped off. Their archer said that nothing is afraid, and he may not pay attention. Kim Ilian recognized the information useful for himself from the commander told everyone to line up in a combat position and move forward. The heroes heard the clatter of the knolls, presumably about 20, and someone was huge with them. The commander immediately realized that this was 100th commander of gnolls, but he could live a little longer if he had to wait for the heroes in the boss hall. The commander announced a strategy. It has not changed. The Dachin distracts the boss, and the rest destroy the mobs. Then we unite again. The heroes hoped to get another so hard to reach mana dreams were interrupted by the loud cry out. The boss. The commander, having heard the scream of the boss, was worried about whether it was definitely 100th commander of gnolls, at least not 1,000th. Seeing the crowd of gnolls, the heroes did not notice the boss of these commander could not understand where then such a loud scream came from. The archer tensed. Because there was no sound from the monsters, he was more interested in the battle now. Because he was determined. To begin with, the team decided to deal with the gnomes who were already ready to attack and told Ilian to help, and not just stand still. The guy said that he was pleasure to break through the crowd of these monsters. In a tense battle, the girl was very interested in the level of the group commander because he fought with such force. In the battle, the commander and other participants received minor injuries. The commander for his old attack, as always, went the most. Dasis again turned to the mother goddess for help and mercy, so that she would send them her blessing and help to heal the team. The goddess mother sent her help, a blessing in battle, in order to heal the wounded. Kim with a smirk said that there was too much was not in the first such battle, because in previous attacks he constantly won. And this raised his fighting spirit more and more. At the moment, something happened. The team did not understand. I heard only a strange loud girl turned, saying he is only, and the team turned to the trace after her. The commander was unconscious, sitting near the sword and shield lay aside, and the commander himself tried to come into consciousness on his own. The guy saw the commander, thinking that it was 100th, but in fact a girl was surprised where he came from in the E-rank dungeon. That the archer dispelled all the thoughts and questions where he was here, because yesterday they found a stone mana, which is a huge rarity. A huge monster appeared in front of them, with predatory eyes, looked at the team. Knowing his superiority and confidence in his victory, the girl was shocked by the gnoll commander seen by the 1,000th commander, and could not understand where such a giant could hide. The archer explained to the scared girl that Captain Knowles appear after some outbreak, perhaps use the skill of invisibility. Captain Knowles made it clear that one of his exact blow could kill the heroes with a powerful blow. Two of the heroes did not waste time talking and was ready to fight. Kim Ilian saw that the neck of Captain Knowles was not completely protected. Captain Knowles crushed everything around. Kim Ilian thought out his battle tactics. Captain Knowles quickly fled to the archer and was about to strike his crushing blow, as other heroes of the team stopped him. Captain Knowles wounded the archer and well repulsed the rest of the heroes, and unexpectedly for her she did not notice how the captain of Knowles moved and was already ready to kill her, but at the last moment he was holding a sword in her hand. The confident Kim Ilian jumped. Kim Ilian struck the blow, not understanding the confidence of the commander of the Knowles, because he attacks with his neck open to strikes. Kim Ilian inflicted many quick blows, surprising Captain Knowles by his power. Suddenly, for the heroes, all the gnolls interrupted by them were revived, as if they were Ilian never came across this, but was ready for battle. More experienced heroes understood that perhaps somewhere there is a girl asked Das to bless their weapons to cope with the newness with the gnolls. Kim Ilian noticed that his and heroes' weapons began to him. This was a great surprise, and all the heroes rushed into battle to finally finish off the gnolls. Suddenly for everyone, the captain of the heroes' team woke up in anger and attacked the revived gnolls and their invincible captain. Kim Ilian attacked Captain Knowles with the hope of breaking the flesh and cutting the enemy's bones. The captain of the team of the heroes immediately threw back the commander of Knowles, but Kim Ilian struck an open wound of the enemy. Kim Ilian completed the task of Hildegren and killed. The commander of it is the unique warrior Muri. Kim Ilian. After the victory over the enemies, Kim said that the consequences after the battle were a familiar picture, for only difference in them is that the heads are not human. The girl was in shock and misunderstanding. The guy coped so quickly with all enemies, but she remembered that this technique of a sword of pleasure helped him to overcome everyone so quickly, and there is nothing surprising in this. Monsters of the gnomes began to collapse. Their huge bodies simply dissolved. The team was in shock, including Kim, because he sees this for the first time. The commander said that the main gnomes was explained that such curses are losing power if they kill the one who put them. The commander thanked him for the assistance provided in battle, and his heroic victory over was delighted with the strength and skills of the guy. Kim was glad of the commander's words. He was pleased. But still he noticed that they were all one group, and helping each other is their duty. The archer was slightly offended by the fact that Kim was so much attention, and said that this time the 1000th commander was somehow weak. Although he may have become recently, the protagonist thought that really victory was given to them. Somehow team's expectations were not at all like that, especially with Kim, because this is his first fight with a new team. The girl went to Kim, trying to say something. She became to said openly if she was interested in something, then let him say so. The guy said that she wants to express gratitude for the salvation, but experiences too much shame, and she has enough spirit only for incoherent muttering. The girl shouted at the guy for saying her words, although she was straining her excitement, which even became embarrassed. The hero said that the girl would not be worried, because everyone would do that in his are still one team. Kim thought about the team, a little thought that their team is certainly not united, where everyone trusts each other. He cannot say anything positive about the suspicious temporary group at all. The girl said that she simply thanked him out of politeness, no more. The commander proposed to consider the prey after the victory, because this time they got a lot, and the list was huge. Kim never saw this and asked the commander what a chief replied that this was an appraisal scroll of a middle level, where you can see everything that got after the battle. Dasa said that one such scorer costs experiences. He said that it is really too expensive. All the booty was written on the rank stone mana. The second is the same manned rare ring of invisibility of a crazy only good find. The commander thought. The archer said that most likely the 100th commander was increased to 1000th and, due to inexperience, he is not as strong as previous 1000 commanders. The girl was surprised that the stones are not the lowest, that just a low was interested in what their price, which the commander replied that usually their price is about 30 million. Kim thought that for ordinary little mana stone it is too expensive, because this is the price of a middle class. This is not comparable to the usual stone. The commander said that, in the extraction they still have a ring, not the most common artifact, and his rank is rare. The price of it will be about 60 or 70 million. The team was very delighted with prey. The guy even joked that he had the feeling that they had won the lottery. Joe of the team had no balance. The chief said that they should calm down and stop rejoicing in order to think about how they will share all this with each other. The commander began the counting and said, if you count a trifle, it will turn out about 120 million, which may well be enough for the whole team. Kim was surprised that such an amount managed to earn in just a day. But how much can be earned over the cost, his smile, and the desire of such battles more often? The archer said that it was too strange even that they would receive so much money. At the girl said that this is not the usual dungeon. Looking at the heads of the monsters whom they won, Kim said that they were really very capable if they could clean up this dungeon, claiming that they would also be killed by the other group. The archer hoped that the situation is so difficult in all dungeons, or otherwise this wave would be very dangerous. To begin with, the girl suggested deciding how much each of them would receive, but for some reason the commander did not quite like this idea. To begin with, they had to calculate the fee for the services of porters, as well as postpone 20 on taxes in Ildel and on Earth, and then the rest should be divided into 6. The girl expressed indignation why they should give the state as many as 20. The archer laughed at her and said, if it annoy it, let it become the hero of a rank, and she will be exempted from paying taxes. Each turned out 16 million, which quite satisfied everyone. Especially a smile appeared on Kim's face. Kim thought that 16 million won is an impressive amount, but compared to 120 million it looks extremely sorry, and he would like more. Kim asked why such a nondescript steel ring has such a value, and why they give so much money for all. There are objects that look many times more. The commander said that, unlike armor, which is only on the body, artifacts like rings can be used in large quantities and put them on all 10 fingers. As it turned out, this is a nondescript silver invisibility became too interesting, and he wanted this ring to himself. Having announced a moment of attention, the commander praised everyone for his efforts and excellent work today. Despite the sudden appearance of a 1000th commander who arranged a commotion, the team was not at a loss and won the attack. In gratitude for such a fight and a date, the commander decided to treat the team with a potion, saying that healing cures only visible wounds, and the potion will help from everything. He explained that no one can be sure that they have no internal wounds, so everyone should drink one at all in case. The team thanked him, and the guy noticed that he was just itching to wound from a spear, and he would accept the gift with pleasure. Kim decided that he should not give up a thought that it was with a taste of ginseng and a kind of medicine for oriental medicine, but at the moment his face crouched. He began to wipe his lips with his hand, saying that all the useful products are bitter, and maybe this is so. At the moment, the taste of bitterness, like Kim's face, said that the liquid changed its taste and became sweet. In the moment, all the heroes became ill. They began to wriggle, complain about pain inside themselves. Kim asked what was happening, what he had given the last forces. The girl also tried to find out what she drank and why she had such pain and strange sensations. The commander's eyes were filled with some kind of rejoice and asked how the team is the effect of this healing potion. From the last forces, the team began to understand what they had appeared on them. There were strange feelings inside them, and the pain only improved. The commander said that this is a potion sending Manu, and no matter how strong the hero is, in any case he would act on him. With an unpleasant sensation in the throat, Kim said that the commander was trying uselessly. He himself thought how Manu could be sent and what would be now. With impudence, confidence and anger in his eyes, the commander laughed and said that everyone who drank this potion was waiting for one end. The commander honestly admitted that in small bottles there was a gift in the form of poison. Soon, Mana will cease her movement. She will be in the same way. Even breathing will become difficult. Hands and other parts of the body will not be felt, because this is the action of the poison. With a grin and mockery of his team, the commander continued his story. Kim was covered by thoughts how this potion works, whether it affects the hero's internal energy. The main character was worried about what would happen to him and how this poison would affect him. Without feeling any reaction of his body, Kim sat in anticipation of a couple of minutes of waiting. He felt some transformations and incomprehensible sensations within himself. According to the bracelet, which on the hand of the protagonist, a call from the patroness, the goddess of the heroes, received a call. She only wanted to report and recall that the protagonist does not have mana, and no poison will help destroy what is not. Kim laughed at himself and his precious time of his life. He was waiting for something, forgetting the most important thing. He smiled, and the words of the goddess of the heroes were constantly repeated in his head. Not noticing Kim, the commander continued to rejoice at his little unsuccessful victory over the team. He continued to tell that they were only a bunch of losers, whom he gathered for the sake of his benefit and achieved it. But, fortunately, then he did not know everything. The archer, like other team members, tried to find out why he did this with them, for what. Indeed, from the very beginning, he made friends with everyone so believably and joined the trust of the heroes. The commander did not look for excuses for himself. He said, "Do you want to survive to old age? Do not make mistakes. Do not get into trouble. Do not create problems." Words that did not justify his act to the team, to which he was so merged into confidence. Changing his calm face to a grin and mockery, he said that in his carelessness you can run into an outsider like him. In an unknown team was anger, but exhausted. They did not understand why they got such at the beginning of the attack. They were more confident in him than in Kim, and in the end, due to miserable prey, he wanted to get rid of them. Kim thought and asked why. Then the commander took the newcomer to his team. Not knowing anything about all, Kim is now the only one who has not become a victim of his gift. The commander said that he was very impressed with such tramps as the main character. After all, no one needs them, and in the case of the loss of them, even no one will look for them, and it is too convenient for him. There will be no demand from him, and everything that he will receive will remain only to him. Kim did not understand and directly asked how for some 120 million there you could kill 7 innocent people who helped him, who saved him and wounded. In response, he heard only the loud laughter of the main thing. With a laugh, he asked what it means for some. If it is whole 120 million, the commander said that their lives are no longer standing, even if they don't think about this. Most likely, he thought that he would continue to have benefits from the same ordinary heroes who each time appear in the dungeon with the desire to raise the level and improve abilities. There was a misunderstanding in Kim's. Did not understand what the commander had a distorted perception of death. If for him to kill 7 innocent as a common thing, he was not even worried about the feelings of the team, not to mention everything else. Das turned to the commander, asking why and how he could relate to human with all her strength, told him a couple of offensive words and simply fell silent, falling to his feet. The guy also supported the insults towards the commander, grabbing his felt that piercing pain again and again, which slowly killed the team. The commander became angry with the words and accusations of the team. that said that he would consider this their dying, was ready to take revenge on them for all the words he heard. His eyes were poured with blood, and there was more and more anger on his face. In time, Kim came a new task in which it was mentioned that he should triumph, for the task was about a biomuser born behind the ground and the nurtured Pangea. Kim's task was to chop off the head of the commander. Only then it would be considered completely fulfilled. With a surge of strength and energy, Kim thought how this task came to him in time. And the level will raise, and will take revenge on all the bad actions that the commander performed in relation to the team. From surprise and misunderstanding, the commander froze and did not understand how Kim could move. After all, after the poison, which he gave the team in the form of a gift, he should not even speak. And Kim got up, taking his sword in his hands, smiled at the commander, knowing that he would take revenge on everything now. Kim, with the mockery of the commander, asked if he heard about people who did not have mana. Of course, the commander did not understand and did not believe how this could happen, that Kim generally speaks for nonsense. With pride and self-confidence, Kim said that the commander deserved everything. After all, for what he fought, he ran into it, and for such dishonest actions, an honest and fair reckoning awaits him now. Left without a hand, the commander tried to find out why such a strong potion did not work, on which he replied that he did not have mana, and his plan failed with him, no matter how he tried. The commander was angry with such nonsense. He did not understand how the hero could fight this way without mana, because in battle Kim showed himself a very worthy hero and fighter, who was able to overcome all the set goals easily. The commander decided to put pressure on Pity that he could kill his fellow countrymen with his own, asked him to stop and just talk. He was afraid for his life, although before that he was determined to deprive the lives of innocent 7 people without even giving them a word, or he begged for mercy. Kim only laughed with the conversation of the biomuser, but decided not to regret this scoundrel. Therefore, he gave him the opportunity to say the last words before punishment for all his nightmarish actions. Not having time to say anything, Kim chopped off his head, raising the level and taking revenge on his entire team. He remembered that in Morim, he also did not leave alive those who stuck his knife into his back, but certainly one could not regret it. They returned to the Guild of the Heroes. Again, seeing the sign, "Let the glory of the mother's mother accompany everyone who follows the hero's path." The familiar place where the path of the protagonist began, and without which the whole situation in this dungeon would not happen. The girl in the League of Heroes thought about Kim he alive at all. It will be completely unpleasant if he died in the dungeon, which the girl experiencing for the fate of the hero spoke about. But suddenly the door to the League of the Heroes opened, and the whole Kimillion went inside, the lively and completely whole. The girl thought that since he had returned so quickly, then surrendered half the way, and advised me not to be all. When he collects the team, he will be able to cope with such dungeons. Kimillion simply silently put the bag on the table, surprising that the bag lay the head of the outsider commander. The heroes asked Kimillion about the fact that the hero's receptionist had answered him, and found out that as a whole 100 million, the outsider's head was given to the outsider. The heroes realized how dangerous the team betrayed their team. Kimillion joyfully said that in the end everyone will be in the all. Since the team has become less, each profit will increase. The team members proudly said that they had already managed to decide to leave all the award of Kim Illion. The team said that this is a sign of gratitude for the salvation of their to share and equipment of the outsider, who betrayed them, can leave Kim Illion. The girl supplemented that if he was indifferent to money, then, not having time to finish the phrase, Kimillion said that he could spend his reward on a good matter. And still, the heroes could not come to terms with the fact that their commander was an outsider, but it seemed that he was just a good person. The archer tasks replied that there are no good people here, everyone acts for selfish purposes. The heroes discussed that all sorts of rumors are already going on, so in addition they contacted an outsider. The girl was angry with the outsider commander and said that although he was a terrible person, he had good skills. The archer told her not to worry, because now they have a strong warrior who demolished his head to an outsider with one blow. Kim Illion understood that the work in the team was very useful, that the responsibility was so burdened, and for some reason there is a feeling that they would surely draw Kim Illion into any troubles. The girl thought that Kim Illion could throw them, even after they generously lost his. Illion nervously said, "How can I do that?" Thinking that friendship is friendship, and money apart. The goddess of heroes Hildegrin did not understand why Kim Il-yeon sees the negative everywhere. Kim Il-yeon was sure that all people are greedy, but he was not a mush here, where you can grab everything and escape. Kim Il-yeon considered Hildegrin too stubborn and did not understand how he and the heroes would share the amount. The archer said that he would do it to everyone when he returned to the ground, and send everyone money to the Il-yeon understood that he finally had something to pay for housing. The hero asked where Kim Il-yeon would spend his 100 million. Thinking a unique hero replied that he would buy an invisibility ring. The archer doubted the decision of Kim Il-yeon to buy an invisibility ring, so he asked him if he was confident in his decision. But Kim Il-yeon was sure that the ring of invisibility would be useful to him. According to Safa members, the most important thing in the battle is to be able to escape. To be a hero means to constantly risk life, and therefore it is necessary to calculate the retreat paths. And for this you will need a ring of invisibility of Kim Il-yeon. With a formidable grin, Kim Il-yeon began to think about how he could use the ring of invisibility in the battle. I will use invisibility, and then I will run away with the help of some rapid technology, and no one can catch it, and such a wonderful ring will come in handy in theft. Ursula reminded the hours of communication with the heroes of the noticeable Kim Il-yeon that he was the future great hero, and he cannot even think about this, especially about the low theft for heroes. Wide grin. The archer's tasks offered the unique hero of Kim Il-yeon to buy an invisibility ring right now, because it would be more convenient for them to make a calculation of the profit of the heroes. Kim Il-yeon considered the idea of a TSEC archer go and asked the cost of an invisibility ring in gold coins. The archer task said that for him an invisibility ring will go into 7 gold coins, which was quite expensive for the surprised Kim Il-yeon. Kim Il-yeon recalled that even the commander outsider said that it costs about 60 to 70 million. Why did Kim Il-yeon understand the price of the price? And asked for a discount for a member of a group of heroes. With a smile, the archer's task said that the calculations should be accurate so that there are no unnecessary questions. Kim Il-yeon continued to convince Taesuk Archer to throw off the price of up to 6, because they fought together, even seemed to be close. The archer test still set the price on the invisibility of 7 gold coins, but Kim Il-yeon insisted at least 6.5 gold coins to save at least something. Kim Il-yeon already understood that he was talking with a parrot, and Taesuk Archer was so stubborn that he did not throw off the price absolutely in any way. Suddenly, Kim Il-yeon grabbed the attack, thereby scaring the archer TSSOK, who always worried about his team. Kim Il-yeon said that this is a consequence of the adoption of the poison. He was not immediately naked. He went into a mortal fight with the head of the team, who turned out to be an outsider, and won. The archer Tesku remembered that Kim Il-yeon does not have mana at all, and the action of the poison does not apply to him. Kim Il-yeon continued to insist on his own. After so many failures, trying to convince Taesuk's archer, Kim Il-yeon began to put pressure on pity. They say he saved their life, but they cannot even make a discount. The confused archer Tasks politely asked Kim Il-yeon to stop asking for all other heroes and so unflattering about the team of aggravate the situation. From the archer Taesuk began to drip sweat, and he began to understand how hard it is to be the commander of his team. Kim Il-yeon checked the window of his characteristics and noticed that after the murder of the outsider commander, his indicators grew up. It is very cruel that even after the murder of their own characteristics, the characteristics are still growing. Kim Il-yeon swallowed two magic drugs that he received after completing the alien noted that the characteristics of the internal energy did not really grow, but still became 2 units higher. Kim Il-yeon put on an invisibility ring and saw that his strength grew by only 1 unit, but he did not buy a ring for this. Kim Il-yeon thought about how good his technique of pleasure will be if you add invisibility from this ring to it. The archer's task interrupted the dreams of Kim Il-yeon, asking what he wants to spend the remaining earned gold. Kim Il-yeon began to realize that the hero's income was quite good, and was going to invest his gold. Archers TPC advised to save gold, since their income is unstable. The archer Tesku advised Kim Il-yeon to buy equipment picked up in Panga. It recommends a forge nearby, where the master copes with steel perfectly. The archer's tyke also promised to send the first calculation today. Kim Il-yeon was delighted with the news and was going to enjoy a warm chicken in the archer's tasks. Said goodbye to Kim Il-yeon, saying that tomorrow it would gather in the Guild of Heroes, to which Kim Il-yeon thought that he would come only if he wanted. Archer recalled that the second part of Kim Il-yeon's money is still with him, so it is better to do without meanness. Kim Il-yeon went to the blacksmith, who, at the sight of the hero, said that he had not seen earthly equipment for a long time, and added that he could choose what he was in his heart. The choice of Kim Il-yeon stopped in a rare sword, similar to the one that can be found, and Il-yeon asked if this sword was a blacksmith or someone else, to which the blacksmith replied that he simply bought this sword from someone, and it seems to customers some kind of not you like, you can take, added a blacksmith. The blacksmith said that he liked this. Il-yeon asked the blacksmith the price of this sword. Oh, throw off the price, and he managed to throw off to 3 gold. But the hero did not give up and wanted to throw off to 2 gold, saying that this sword would rust up rather than someone would buy it. The blacksmith stopped Il-yeon's trade, saying that at least this sword is not popular. He is still rare. In this case, Kim Il-yeon asked for repairs and equipment from above, to which the blacksmith agreed, saying that it would be easier for him to be easier. Kim Il-yeon noticed that you can't say it in appearance, but this sword is definitely made of good materials with the hands of a skilled master, which is ideal for the hero. The blacksmith could not understand why Kim Il-yeon loves such weapons, and that he generally has strange tastes. The blacksmith took the sword for processing, and promised that tomorrow he would be as new. The next day, Kim Il-yeon with great expectations returned to the shop. To the blacksmith extended the prepared sword of Kim Il-yeon, which greatly pleased him. The blacksmith added that the sword had no scabbard, so he made temporary specifically for him. Kim Il-yeon asked the price that he should pay for the scabbard, and was very surprised that they were free, for I thought why the blacksmith was not so much interested in money. A joke sounded from the blacksmith that he seemed to marry his own Kim Il-yeon. An absurd answer sounded about whether he could now call the blacksmith test him. Interrupting their conversation, the sound of the bell blacksmith told Kim Il-yeon that someone was trying to capture the fortress. The big, beautiful castle on the background of the pink-purple sky. Near the throne stands a young lad, a clerk in a blue outfit, with beautiful white hair. The head of the Fisher Risers. What did you just say? Said Lita. Very news seems to have shocked it. Lady, we failed to stop the wave of monsters. The heroes of D and E rank went to the attack, said the head of Rickers Fisher to Letter, dressed in sign cherry armor with a cloak on his back. That their fiends suffered great died, and surviving should retreat, said the head of the Rickarians. And how is it possible? Why, I don't think it's just a looks more like a plan we're waiting for us, Fisher said. And if you believe the information, they still have bales with they prepare for the storm of the fortress, Lady said. Is someone planning to capture a Lidl? Lady said. Was also reported that these monsters march slim rows. As if real they resemble dried corpses outside, said Fisher. Lord, so, there is a high-level spell among enemies, Lady. Yes, we assume, Fisher. There are so many worries from monsters only, and there is also evil here, Lady thought. Immortal army that does not know the defeat, Lady thought, drying corpses with bright green eyes and full mouth of sharp teeth. The uncleanness appear in the imagination. If you do not stop it, what happens to Illidil, who protected several generations of my family with such diligence, Lady thought. The whole city will be absorbed by a fire, chaos and death. A terrible picture, imagined Lady. Imagine that her people could expect, and her city became very sad. We were preparing for the usual wave of monsters, Lady thought. A Boretsky. You, by chance, have no ideas? Lady turned to the butler standing. Proceed, such a phrase skeptical, broken old man, Fisher thought, casting his gaze on the butler stood, crossing his hands, dressed in classic clothes, with well-groomed hair, beard and mustache. He made a pleasant impression. Lady, can some old man understand the strategy? Quite rightly, said the butler. And there are no news from friendly clans yet? Lydia was asked hopefully. New, other lords now also expressed the attack, so they will not be able to help instantly, said the Noretsky, thinking. Why did you stutter in front of everyone? Not for the sake of support, Lady said. Of course. But, said Butretsky. Now everyone for themselves. Contact them immediately and tell them that Elidel wants him to be paid for his kindness. Lady said, in a confident pose. I will try. Do what you want. But make them cooperate, cried ladies. Otherwise, I will have to doubt your abilities. The chief, you understand what that means, Lady said, looking threateningly at the butler. Yes, said stood humbly, lowering his head, thinking about what to do next. The soul rejoices, Fisher thought, looking at the Bugretsky. Heroes are just mercenaries who work for money. Fisher, his imagination. Images of mercenaries dressed in different clothing, different bodies and coats of arms of clans were eaten. The clans were simply offered the amount more, so they will not rush with if you think about what means go to their absorbed into reflections. Lady, I offered you, said Fisher strongly. It was necessary to spend their resources in defense of Alidel and the preparation of soldiers. Fisher continued. And he, I thought with anger of a nozzle, clenching his teeth and looking closely at Fisher. A good remark, the head of the rags, but now is not the time for many military forces are left in the reserve, said Lita, turning to Fisher and raising her right hand. She stood in a decisive pose as if it were time to act, and every minute on the account. About 100 can mobilize, then another 400 healthy bows will be gathered. There are their heroes who did not participate in the battle with the wave of monsters. Fisher replied. How difficult will the characters respond to our lawsuit? Lady said thoughtfully, plunging into her thoughts. Lady probably does not know that all these people have not been able to get an invitation to the castle. Fisher Butler stood thoughtfully. Since the chief butterfish just kicked them, he thought that heroes who did not enter the clan were not worthy of communicating with Lady. He came up with a good excuse for his lowness. Continued to think Fisher, looking at the butter. It is unlikely that they will agree, Fisher said, thinking that unlike the clans, Alidel gave them nothing. Hot. First, close the gate as soon as possible. I take dissatisfaction with persuade them. Whatever it we will have to spend all our savings, Lady Fisher ordered. Listen to, Fisher said, putting his right hand to the heart as a sign of allegiance. Taverna on the background of pink, evening sky. What? The monsters broke into Alidel, and what became with the heroes who went to suppress the attack? Various voices from the tavern come. A loud blow to the table with a loud blow. Quietly silence a little. I will make such an offer now that you are pumping, said a man with white mohawk on his head and clothing that looks like a mercenary. The shopping center. We have already sifted in which the situation, if you do not have a truly costly solution, then it's better not to start, said the man with a scar on his face. A man with white Iroquois put his hands and said with a serious expression, Croche, you are already aware that many left attempts will not lead to anything good. After dripping his eyebrows, he continued, and all because there is a problem of invasion now. True. In the areas helped by high rank classes, the situation is a little different, he thought. In addition, it is rumored that the monsters of the rank C continued to speak. A man with white Iroquois. What? And in other places. See Rang, it looks like this news has been quite embarrassed and frightened by two men sitting at one table. But we all have relatively calm, and so I want to offer you something. A man with white Iroquois continued to speak to the crowd in tavern. Then, with the frozen eyebrows and the insidious smile, he showed two fingers and said to Gold, I will give them just for agreeing to go with me in battle. Taking his chin and thinking, he said, and to those who will break to the end, then I will add 2 more gold. Head of the spell. Yes, the case is that his personality is unknown. Hence the nose. It seems that the speech of a man with white Iroquois has made a lively discussion among the crowd in Taverna. Maybe my head will take my head, the guy thought, in black dress and unbearable hair from the crowd. Well, yes, probably they're serious how to punch him. Someone in the crowd, newcomer, and how do you do, turned to the boy in a black girl in top and bandages on her stomach. How to know ... Thanks to the recent unexpected reward of money. I have no money, he replied. What? The girl shouted in a. Armed mercenaries were alerted to her, hearing his application. Hey, isn't it better to work as long as possible? You have gone, of course, she continued. After such words, the guy was discontinuing. He did not know Zoan covered with sweat. Words of the girl were not like MDA expected, he thought. Immediately 20, he is given only for 1 fighting. Give up, his girl continued to guy began not to joke. He squeezed his teeth so as not to sprinkle his dissatisfaction. MDA expected, he thought. In the end, he smiled and said, I think everything will not be so the way. They do not have enough money for investment. And what happened to the clans that are so excited here? Continued the guy, smiling ironically. That's about that. I suggest joining them temporarily and then dump. The girl answered him no less. The what to do if Alidel falls? The girl began to think of a serious voice and expression. Not everyone gets to their possessions of the Iran heroes, she continued. Maybe it could become a problem on the Paradise Peninsula, but not here. Spread out she's hands, smiled cunningly. Still, there is a way to get her out of balance, he thought. And of Guy appears a blue holographic screen with a new turn of events caught the woe by. Assignment appears. Smiling, The guy watches that new details have appeared on the task named at average. Information where can the hero show himself? Of course, it battle progress destruction of the lounge 01 units reward for execution. Blue holographic screen that says the following, task named at average. He hero show himself. Of course, it battle progress destruction of the Bayer 01 units for the performance experience. Points 325. Millennial Mountaineers 1 unit. Boasting of the hero 10 minutes. The message on the screen was quite surprised by the looks like even shocked. Highlands. In the imagination of the guy appears a plant with large roots and a small number of stems with leaves on the top. A plant that emits light, the same that grows in the mountains filled with wonderful energy, and for millennia absorbs the forces of nature thoughtfully thought the guy. Fully favorable agreement, Hildenrin. The guy and interested eyes showed great interest and excitement, which the bow took place. That the complexity is with dark orcs are evaluated as light, but I almost died there. In the imagination of the boy, scenes floated from the previous task and battle with the orcs, where he was gave rise to doubts about the guy's mind. And here the protection of the fortress from monsters, the guy imagined hundreds of horrible creatures with red-black dead eyes that looked directly at him, opening his mouth full of teeth. Although everything is honest, the higher the risk, the more the reward. The guy began to think and weigh everyone for and against. Blue shimmering on the bracelet, and it is unknown where the female voice came from. The buzz. Reflection. What do you think about the goddess of heroes? Yes. Wait. I think the guy is annoyed. Already made a decision. The heroes are on the battlefield, so that the risk will have to be risked. I think that a real hero. Arch again her reflection. The guy became angry anymore. Wait, but the guy looked at the ring. And I don't need to destroy thousands of monsters and win in the war. Taking his hand behind his head, he said with a mad look, it is decided. From the side he looked like a real crazy, and therefore the mercenaries who stood glowing with him were interested in his condition. Hey, what did you go crazy? You talk to yourself. Maybe, he says with the patron. Raising his right hand high, the guy said loudly, our group will take part in the battle, which surprised the mercenaries. Hey, are you doing? Said the girl. Oh, already changed your mind. They just so carefully persuaded me, the guy said with a decisive look. Fist. He continued the speech to the mercenaries. City and its inhabitants in danger, and we, heroes, are quietly sitting. The mind is incomprehensible. Agree. The mercenaries near him were embarrassed. True. Oh, accurately agreed with the words of the other, more decisive mercenaries. Toruto, let's take part forward. The guy's words were interested, mounted and raised by other mercenaries. Hey. When did it become a fighter for justice? The girl asked, and members of the team also looked at the guy as well, or suspicious. What are you about? Isn't there a person more selfless in the world than I am? The guy asked. The voice of the goddess of heroes, HMM, you will say too. The guy walked his finger in his nose and proved the truth of the words to the goddess with all his species. Hot. Sympathy in our society is unpopular, the guy thought. After such statements, team members began to think about what to do next. We will have to take part, asked the other team members. Thought out silently, casting a look at the guy who walked in his nose sarcastically. The girl, well, we will probably not die with him. Son Penem. The voice of the crowd attracted the attention of the guy. They immediately recognized you. You could agree to such an adventure. The red-haired girl turned to Henem. You are the only one who will not turn away in a difficult moment, said the people appeared in. The woman is slender, with red hair, black pants and a red cloak. The man is tall, broad-shouldered, in armor with blue, gold, gray and black in armor and gray cloak. Triple people are getting bigger, Henem thought. Why do you go together? The guy turned to two newcomers. The warrior smiled wide, hit himself with his fist in his chest and proudly said, I am now part of a reliable family of Hong. A bright red coat of arms of the Hong family was visible on the blue bib. I could not lure you, son, but I could not miss the warrior of the avant-garde, the girl said, pointing to the stood proudly with his hands on his belt, and smiled wide. The coat of arms flashed on his chest. He was not already bought on the magic of Han Grazen. Son thought. Chan Kon smiles soap, putting his hands on his neck, and says, ah, you say that you would participate in the battle. You have neither guilds nor a group. Can you go with us? Kankanen continued. A strong and reputable Hong family is caught about you, they said together. Pose a glitter of each other. It seems that they consider me a full loser who has no friends, and what is disgusting, that they are right in some way. With sadness such a conclusion was thought. Skulls emphasized his big hands and said, Henemai, can peck all. Cover your rear, I will be as reliable as usual. Why did he become so active? What did she do with him? He thought in a blowful Henham. You just look, are you going to take someone? He already has a group that was caught about him, so we visited the edge of death. So that's not even open your mouth, said the girl, smiling ironically. What is she at all? Thought Henham. Son, are you familiar? We anger, said Kangravine. Newcomer, who are they? The girl said with girls looked irritatedly at Son, who felt awkward. The meeting of two arrogant girls only doubles their annoyance, he thought. We are allies of Son, who shared grief and joy with him, said Chon Javin. And we are his comrades who, along with him, escaped from the paws of death, said the girl. What other comrades? Said Chon, with such a strong altercation between the girls that they seemed to be red and blue. Don't insult the future member of my clan, Chon Kyan shouted. What clan? And who said it? The girl answered her. I said no one is like Han. Von Son has almost agreed, so everything is solved, Chon Kan said, seemed between their eyes beating lightning. Who are you about at all? The girl shouted. What are stubborn, thought Son, who stood in the background and which this quarrel had tired. He nice when girls quarrel for you. The goddess of heroes asked Son. They do not fight for a loved one, but for a talented accomplice. I like it, Son answered mentally. Take the hero adorns modesty, so be restrained, said the goddess. What was the question then? Son thought. Son, so with whom will you stay with? Asked Hong Hun. New, are you with us? True, asked the girl. Girls looked closely at Henham, waiting for his answer. Henham, I still clearly remember your battle call in the dungeon of proof, please. Let's go with us. Kan Spakal broke into the conversation loudly, showing his fist. How uncomfortable, and why it seems to me that with every replica, his hair is getting smaller and smaller, he thought awkwardly. Mr. Ilian, don't you throw us, she said shy to some girl with black blonde hair. Well, any of my solution will be perceived in the bayonets, Son thought. I can't choose, only one, need to combine efforts to save us. Go together, Son said, extending his hand to the sign of consent. Perfectly. I was very cool, I thought myself. Son knew which option you would choose, and still the ass on the body ran. Cute, said Chon Kyan. Damn. Why you continue to behave like that? The girl asked. Work together, the team members shook. If we have already dealt with this, let's go for a minute, said Han Hoduan and took Som's hand. And where? Son asked in a blowful one. You will understand, in the city in love, said Chon Kyan. How tired, Son thought. The castle is on the background of the night. Windows are bright light. The spacious carpets are spread on the hall. On the edges of the carpets are concrete vases in which the fire burns. From the high ceiling hang long, red flags with yellow arms in the form of a sword on our Son Penam Man Chon Guanan on the hall. Everything was closer in the hall of the castle. Red curtains were visible. Something attracted the attention of Son. The column hung a beautiful, shiny portrait of a butter. Under the walls there was a beautiful gray armor, with closed helmets and halberds. They were all the same size and growth. Lord Castle is a completely different level, Son thought in amazement. Son, here, said Chon Kyan, opening a high gate with a gold ornament. Son Ban Chon Guanan entered. The royal was even more spacious than the previous. Tall ceiling formed the arch, high, a large, golden coat of arms above the gate. Miss Hong Gravine, did you come with a response from Hong family? If your brother, a sword wizard, will help us, said Bagretsky to Kangravine. Lady Oriano, I apologize, it didn't work, said Han Hun. He is like. Lady answered upset. Yes, is she, Lord? Chon Kangon thought thoughtfully and at the same time. But I managed to find a special detachment of the best warrior in a little, said Chon Kan, and stood on the side shocked, because he did not expect such a turn of events. Son observes and awkward the words of Chon Gravine. Everyone who was in the hall, namely mercenaries from the team, laid it on the throne and butler. Is it? Said Lady, looking at Son. The words of Hong Gran were not surprised at a joke. Lady cannot be taken to a special detachment, the nobleman said, his finger on Son, who stood in his thoughts. Ah, this is the same butler who met us at the exit from the gate. Son thought. And why? Lady said. Lady Chon Grazen lies to you, continued the butterfly. What? What did you take? Kankonan answered suspiciously. She calls him the strongest in Illideli, but he really doesn't even have a clan. And he arrived from the ground just a few days ago. MDA. I'm shocked, I thought, understanding in what any situation he found himself. Here are not the merits from the past place of work, Son thought. He is right. I have not appeared in Tangia for a long time, thought Son, and remembered himself in the grey kimono with katana against the background of defeated enemies. Well, the word, Mrs. Han Gravine, said the butter. Son Ban indeed here is a beginner, said Chan Khan. Here listen. Lad, I do not know why she brought her friend, but he needs to be expelled immediately. Nervously turned to Leto Bagretsky, pointing his finger on Han Quain. Lady, Han Gravine, why do you want us to take it in a special detachment? Lady said. Lady, I told you about a person who saved my life, said Chan Javin. Is it? Lady answered. So, is the one who immediately after the awakening dealt with the monsters of the rank F and cut into pieces of dark orcs, Lady said with great words like Chan Gravine looked. Yes, that's how she described me. Son thought no less in light. And Son, the one who returned, like crawled on the dirty day of the other world for 7 years. So he had a lot of combat experience. Cancun continued to describe Son vividly. Please, enough, Son thought. Crawled on the bottom. Yes, no, Son thought annoyed. Cannot be. Why was he still unable to join the clan? Nervously, Anger said with anger, taking his teeth and a fist. He does not like the organization. He likes to act alone. Hong Quain answered calmly, crossing his hands. No, that, he continued to know the but. Lady Oriana, happy to meet, Son said modestly, leaning forward. Lifting his head, he continued with a smile. Whatever they say, but I, Kim Il-sung, will enter a special detachment. I didn't see you at a welcoming party. Maybe something with memory, said Lady. Were many people in the hall? Chan Grazin looked with a smile at a butterfold, who just bowled emotions. Lady, I did not conclude a contract with the clan because I was not invited to the reception, Son said. Lady bored her eyebrows and said the butterfly. It seems, I will need explanations. What does he talk about? If I am not mistaken, communicating with the newcomers and trusted you. She didn't know, Son thought. Lady, you understand that heroes who have not been able to enter the clan are simply not a balance. We cannot spend resources of our lands on them. In a humble tone, a nobleman said. I gave you to invite heroes and take care of them, not to choose worthy, Lady said. Lady, I just wanted to ease your position. For what are you? My dedication. Lady, how can you? Said the butter to the lad. Quietly, do you think I do not know about all the rumors going on the castle? According to rumors, you thought of playing Lord using my authority, shouted Ladies for anger. Lord, everything is not so. Fish was behind him. I didn't want to believe the last. I hoped that it was all nonsense, but now it is clear that I was in vain. I justified you. Lady continued to speak angrily. The butter, understanding in what disadvantageous position he was, stood quietly and looked into the floor. Resources for them have regretted. It is sad that the money spent on them not go into your pocket, isn't it? Lady continued to speak threateningly, pointing her finger on the butler. How many more did you go to swear me? 10 years, or maybe for the rest of your life, Lady said. I'm 16, I'm no longer a child. To Chief Butterfly, Lady said calmly, looking at the floor. Thank you for the guidance and study, but you will not need it anymore, said sadly. Lady, you didn't understand everything. Give me a chance and I'll explain. Don't. I don't want to see you. Knight Fisher, Lady said. Yes, lad, answered Fisher. Remove his titles and property and drive. Give him silver so that he does not. He performed his duties skillfully. Lady ordered. I obey your order, Fisher said. How is it possible, Lady? It's me, Odella Waterman. I took care of you when you were still kids, said. Guards approached him. Ha, said Fisher, contemplating the latest attempts by the butterfly to return the mercy of Lady. Knights, remove this old man immediately, said Fisher as a guard. Yes, said the guards. Lady, shouted a butter. You can't do so, Lady, he continued to shout. The butter, approaching the door. Ha, said Lady. What a stupid performance, Son thought. Chan Guanan wasted with the eye of Son. Yes, everything is adjusted. Lady came off the throne. Lady approached Chan Khan and Son Ban said you didn't have to see it. Han Gravine and Son were surprised. Chan Honan hugged Ladies and said, Lady, do not be greeted. I understand. It hurts that the traitors need to get rid of when the life of the whole city is at stake. In addition, the removal of pests brings relief. Kankanen continued. Han Honan is not just terrible. I have answers from her. I thought. Chan Honan took a lad and said, well, if they deal with it, I suggest to return to the rescue of the city. Now, enemies are approaching. Lido. Lady said. They both smiled and looked into each other's them. The air seemed closer. Fisher, managed to find out where the burst is, said ladies. I apologize, but all the monsters look exactly the same, so we take some more time. However, in the report of one of the surviving it was said that some surprising were noticed among the invaders. Fisher replied. Someone who stands out? Asked the lads excitedly. Yes, he has a stone on his forehead, and in his eyes a yellow shine, Fisher replied. Probably this is the one we are looking for. I have already seen how a similar monster managed the unclean, Son Kim said with a smile. Kim Il-yeon's hero, you said that only recently came to Pangeo, lady said, and I was lucky to meet him and was also an outsider. I had to deal with him, Kim replied. Wait it. Yes, everything is, Kim answered smiling. Son, what else did you manage to do in such a short time? Chonkin whispered. Do you match you? I am only surprised that you got to make friends with a lad in a day, said Kim aboard. Kim Il-yeon's hero. It turns out, we can define a monster with Amana stones as a cursor, lady asked. Sure. Kim replied. Good. Then it is worth discussing how to get to him and defeat him, lady said. I have a way, Kim said. Indeed, son. Kim's words were shocked by Chon Gravine and lady. Raising his hand, putting his finger with the ring and smiling cunning, Kim said a rare ring with the effect of invisibility. With his help, I will confuse to the spell and destroy it with one blow, Kim said. Said ladies. H was tormented by doubts. Therefore, the participation of a special detachment is required, lady said. As soon as I manage to kill the curtain, you should come to my. You are late. I will die, said Kim. 10 minutes, I can hold so much, Kim said confidently. Why do you sacrifice for the sake of a Lidl? Because of the main butler. You were not even allowed to visit the castle. You were humiliated and ignored. And do you still help us? Said ladies. Lowered her look down. Although you know that your life is at stake, lady looked confidently. Why? Because of the task. Of as a millennial mountaineer, he thought with delight. You see, ladies, everything is the way I said Chon Gonan with her smile, pointing her hand on Kim. And what did she tell her? Thought she. You were right, Mrs. Hong Ravine. He is really unique, said lady excitedly. In general, the more warriors will be in the rows of a special detachment, the higher my chances of surviving. Therefore, I would like to pose you several heroes, said Kim. Kim's words lifted the mood of Lady Ant. She said smiling, of course. I will be glad to greet everyone you will invite. Did they call me an integral part of the group? You will have to be responsible for your words. Smiling with a treacherous expression, thought Kim. Taverna on the background of the dark blue night sky. What? Out loud from there. Did you advise us as soldiers for a special detachment? A mercenary with a bow and black armor asked, scared. Yes, Kim replied. I can go crazy, but you are definitely not in yourself, cried the girl, shaking Kim. Again this girl, Kim thought. 5, Kim said, showing his palm. Someone asked. 5 much pay for those who will enter a special detachment, and there will be an additional reward for feats on the battlefield. Do you still take part in the battle? So maybe it is better to get 5 gold for it, Kim said cunningly, holding his hand in the air. Yes, it is so, said the girl speaker. In addition, all the difficulties will get to me, said Kim. And what it means? Asked the speaker. Mercenaries thought about Kim's proposal. Kim lifted his finger with a shiny ring and said, with the help of the invisibility ring I am going to escape from the monsters, and then cut the throat of the spell. Hey? Nu. Why are you going for it? You did not owe anything to Il-yeon. Why did you agree to such a dangerous work? Asked the girl in a red cape restlessly. Kim corrected his hair and proudly said, because no one but me will handle. You need to deal with the monsters who join the unclean and save me. Well, quite simple, isn't it? Kim said proudly. I want to try a potion from a millennial mountaineer, he thought seductively. Probably not bad. 5 gold. A group of mercenaries tormented doubts. Kim put his hands, smiled proudly and said, well, now you can thank me. The mercenaries looked at him. Well, smiling cunningly, said the speaker girl. So, our task is to save you, said the arc. Yes. My life is in your hands. As soon as the uncleanness begins to retreat, immediately rush to me, Kim replied. Honestly, I would like to look at how you shit, but with an additional reward you will have to try, said the arc. Here's a brazen, Kim thought. Still, human souls are moving, not friendship and love, but money. Kim has been funny. The bracelet of the goddess of heroes began to make sounds. TC. Then see you the twilight of the northern gate of the fortress, said Kim, waved his hand and went to the door. Okay, I wish you good luck, said one of the mercenaries. I'm also time to prepare for battle, Kim thought firmly. The majestic city of beautiful houses, white castle with towers are surrounded by a white stone wall. On the clean field in front of the city, there is a huge green-violet horde of monsters in the distance. The heroes are a horde of monsters, which is rapidly approaching them. A huge horde of dark blue and black monsters, like werewolves, quickly runs to the city of Aladdin. The loud sounds of dead light green scary eyes and full teeth are the mouth, that's what heroes see in front of them. Seeing such a picture, the mercenaries covered horror and look like not knowing what to do next. In general, they can win them. They came to 2 gold. Mercenaries began to talk to each other, seeing the horde of monsters. Maybe it's not too late to escape, said one of the mercenaries. Deserting is punishable by an immediate death, the knight said, and instructing him on mercenaries who began to doubt their mercenary was. Embarrassed by such a step of the knight, their discussion was interrupted by the loud phrase, "Get ready." The mercenaries looked at the sound source. Fisher shouted that stood twilight of the archers and gave them stood strongly towards the horde. While the archers pulled the meadows, Plea formidably and loudly shouted Fisher and archers made a volley. The whole hail of arrows overshadows the sun and flies to the horde of monsters. A bunch of arrows involves monsters who only make the sound of KAH. Many arrows were kissed by monsters, they were injured, however. Are not green eyes still look towards the city. Unclean such attacks do not win, Fisher thought, looking at the horde. Lady, we will need ... Without finishing the phrase Fisher receives the answer from Lad Allah. Cherry fiery arrows commanded Fisher to began to prepare. Get ready the order for the arches, which sent charged meadows to the horde of the monsters. Came to the arches. Plea a team for a shot and a hail of fire arrows illuminated everything around. Fire arrows hit and light the bodies of monsters. Burn monsters with arrows and bodies still stand and make sounds K. Arrow attacks only grew even more. Scenes like arrows do not cause any damage to the horde. Continued to shoot the head of the knights, Fisher shouted. Arcade attacks continue, but the horde monsters are closed by shields. Under the sounds of Ko-on game on monsters start the attack rapidly. Commander monsters are already storming the walls of the fortress, the knight of the Fisher said, anxiously. The head of the knight's Fisher stands on the wall, evaluating the situation. On ropes in the form of ladders, the monster began to climb on the walls. Pour their ladders with fuel, Fisher Nietzsche anxiously. Yes, the knight's order confirmed. Please, Fisher thought, hoping for the fuel to help stop the onset of monsters. From large barrels, knights began to pour fuel ladders of monsters. Some of them fell. The fuel attack damaged the body of monsters and looks like the strength to stay on ladders. Gaddy, how is you? Oh, Trips, but do you know who you decided to attack? Said the knight with superficiality, looking at the bottom from the wall. At the same time, the knight who stood twice of him heard the sound on the wall and saw that the monster was already standing twice. Gama shouted. The monster woke. The enemy climbed on the wall, the knight shouted. Instantly after the phrase of knight, Monstra Wakulik destroy it. We poured them fuel, how? Even the fire did not stop them, said the knights. Seeing the monsters on the wall, who had already killed many soldiers. Hold them, the warrior battles have already begun on the walls. Die phrases that emerged on the warriors of Aladdin resisted the monsters of the horde. Lady, it becomes dangerous, is better for you to hide inside the fortress. I will take the command. And you need, said Fisher Lida, the head of the knights. There is no point in this. If the outer wall falls, then the inside does not last long, said Fisher Lida. Oh. What will the soldiers think about and the heroes see how their ladies run away? Fisher thought. Here are some generations. My family is protecting our fortress. So I need to divide the fate of a little, lady said. Good, said Fisher. But in any case, do not leave me, Fisher said, and getting ready for battle. Fine, not lady answered. Fisher entered the battle, protecting the ladies. Kinalian's hero, where are you? But the merciful goddess mother will bless you. Ladies thought at the battlefield that covered the fiery arrows. The horde of monsters is absorbed by black smoke from fuel and fire arrows. The monsters continued to shout GRRR. The battlefield continues to be fired by the battlefield. You can see the hero Kim. The arrows fall twice of Kim's feet. Oh, and hot Kim thought in the midst of the battle. NTA, the past is mentioned, Kim thought, smiling. Kim recalls the past, in Morim, The life of the wanderer no meaning, and this is true. Because the employer is a good death of the performer no one has to pay. We had to save their skin, making their way through the defend themselves without understanding where the enemies and where the allies. Remembers Kim. But fiery arrows are something new, he thought during shelling. It is clear that they are not targeting me, Kim thought, seeing the arrows piercing the bodies of monsters. I hid too well, Kim thought, because using the magic of the ring and invisible, pull out a swallowing battle between people and monsters continued on the walls. Most likely, there should be a puppet somewhere, Kim thought, looking for him throughout the battlefield. Kima holographic screen shows that the invisibility action will end in 1 minute 58 seconds. He justifies his price in 6 gold, Kim thought, although the hero would have already spent all 3 minutes without combat experience. He continued to think. Monsters do not interfere with Kimo looking for a puppet. Too much the review, Kim thought, looking at the nasty horde of disgusting monsters. Where is he? Kim horde was so great that it was not visible. Kurik Utah from nowhere, a familiar shout, Kim thought. Kim saw the lord who managed the monsters and shouted Kurik rebellion Kurik the riot. Found Kim smiled cunningly. Under the screams Garak Hanka, the horde continues the attack on the city. Forward we push them, the warriors shouted at the battlefield, fighting with a huge horde. The height of the battle, but who wins to speak is very horde continues the offensive. Ah you, scum, we will defeat you, one of the soldiers shouted and continued the fight. Monsters are rapidly attacking. There is no end to this Gatum, one of the warriors said, beating another wolf. Blush lift up a vanguard destroy, we lose the grip, the warriors shouted during a fight. Kim's hero continues to run to the puppet loop. We continue, one of the soldiers shouted. Well, where are you? The curtain, Kim thought, running around the battlefield. With a decisive look, Kim ran to the sound of Garoyurak rebellion. Kurik rebellion, Kim's familiar words heard. Omemina barracks continued to shout, the bear with a staff that emitted the green energy that controlled the horde of the monsters. And here he, Kim thought, and rushed in his direction. And this time the curtain is not a gnome, but an orc, on which, interestingly, do they become the speakers. Kim saw a green orca with a magical staff and in a white mantle. Although what is the case to me, I just finish it, Kim thought, taking his sword. The distance to him, about 20 steps, continued to think Kim. Fout. In this case, Kim thought, holding the sword in his hand. The 7-star walk magic with purple mania was activated. There are 10 steps 5, Kim thought. How does it be at a millennial mountainous will be my. Hildegren continued to think Kim. He swung on the spell Orca Kim, already dreaming of how he will receive the reward. However, something went wrong. Orc laughing his palm in front of him, and from there the rhymal flow of green man. What? Said the godfather, not understanding what happened. The orc lounge with the help of his magic lifted Kim in the air. Kim could not move, only with anger looked at his enemy, clenching his teeth. The orc clowner just smiled eagerly, looking at Kim's efforts to do something. Kim got into the magic of the cursor and can do nothing about it. Squeezing his teeth, he considers how it could happen and what to do next. The bald orc lad continued to manipulate magic. He lowered the exhausted Kim to the ground. Oh, you are stinking, what is the technique? Kim said, in a weak voice. Damn fantasy, Kim thought, lying on the ground. The orc of the lounge again sent a magical staff with a skull at the end of Kim in order to take control over it again. Kim said to his feet, and holding his end purple are flying around it. An unknown dark voice began to speak to Kim Chuaman. Kim's skin and eyes change. Drink meat with blood. Kill. Eat continued, his ass skin continued to deform. It's a transformation technique. You need to take your hands immediately. Kima skin on the arm was covered with cracks. To break bones. To taste the viscera, a dark voice continued. 2 eyes became completely white and the skin on the face was covered with cracks. Grr. Warm human whispered through his face has changed, almost hair and individual features resembled Kima. Grr. Shoo. What? Said was transformed into a eyes were like 2 flashlights that glow through the darkness of the whole body has changed. Only armor and hairstyle resembled Kima. Koea is the last thing the warrior said before he killed his monster. Fierce battles, monsters are not set to retreat. Lady defenders on the south side do not withstand the pressure of the unclean, said the knight to lad. There are still locals who have not had time to hide. I understand that it is not easy, but you need to hold on to every effort. Lady answered. Lady, the arrows were over, said the warrior before he hit the enemy spear. Fisher continues to reflect with the horde of monsters. Suddenly, in the direction of Lita ran out a monster with a few meters between saw him. Damn, Fisher thought, also saw that in the direction of Lady the armed monster runs. With one mighty blow, Fisher cut off the monster's head, thus saving ladies from danger. Lady, hi, inside, Fisher shouted to her. Fisher, how do we do now? Lady, Fisher shouted to her, keeping in mind that she would hide in the fortress. Run rather, said Fisher to Lita. We are already on the verge, we are no longer, he thought at the same moment. Lady, rather in sigh. Fisher continued to shout, fighting in parallel. Lady was silent and watched a picture of the battle. Lady, Fisher addressed, did not understand why she did not answer him, and does not even leave the battlefield. He cast a concerned look at her. Lady stared at the was tormented by doubts. Fisher was embarrassed by the sound monsters were rapidly approaching Fisher. The powerful blow of the sword Fisher struck there were many more. A large crowd of monsters was approaching Fisher, who looked at them. A crowd of armed monsters approached Fisher with shouts. Fisher's wicked powerlessly, and he did not intend to give up. The monsters began to be pressed on Fisher's tired battle, but he clenched his teeth withstanding the pressure. Lady, Fisher did not see the full picture of what happened, because a huge pile of monsters climbed on. The monster was approaching the fixed lad. Fisher realized that without his help, Lady would suffer or perish with his forces. He rejected all the monsters from dagger was stuck in his left shoulder. The monsters were scattered in different directions. The sweat drops drained from Fisher's azor. He impressed the monsters on by his teeth. He continued his struggle as he understood that he had no other way out. He destroyed the monsters who only fell in farmed. After reflecting the pressure of the monsters, Fisher approached the lad. Lady, come in yourself, Fisher said to her, taking her shoulders. Perhaps Kim Il-sung's hero is already died somewhere in battle. Lady flowed across her hat, upset. Looked like a victory in this battle. The monsters' attack battlefield was monsters were carving on ladders on the knights watered them with fire from huge barrels. Grandpa, father. Excuse me, said lads mentally. Everything was burning. Battlefield was littered with black smoke, was rising into the sky. It looks like I will not be able to protect Elida. She continued to think of ladies, watching the picture of the sediment of the city. Green, purple and black magic flew around Stowe in an insignificant sore. In his white eyes glowed from a dark face. He was a wheezing to wheeze surrounded by the magic of dead eyes. Looked skin has crackled, and teeth became nothing like human. The sudden blue glow covered the Kims was illuminated with energy similar to the one emitted by the goddess of the heroes. Activated mirror surface of water. There was an inscription on a holographic blue equipment was activated. The sudden blue glow covered the enemies around Kim. The huge flow of blue energy came out of Kim. Curled up, the strong energy dazzle began to close his face. The flow of blue energy was overtaken by Kim, who stood motionless. Kim's face began to acquire human accounting. Kim came to previous appearance, returned to him. I'm alive, Kim thought, not fully understanding what happened to spoke on his face. Activated mirror surface, that's why this effect, Kim thought. How did you manage to resist my technique? Man, said the orc of the bishop, taking up his black eyes. Not your business, you have learned what I was nearby. Kim smiled cunningly. The smell of food. It feels immediately, smiled insidiously the orc of the lounge. He is like, so you are a sniff. That's the matter, Kim understood. I think the next method should work, Kim thought, smiling. Get, said Kim loudly and put a sword in front of his face. The bright yellow light covered the handle of the light plunged from the ring. The orc shouted, covering his face with a bright yellow light. The bright light plunged into monsters. Kira shouted, the bright light operated on them. Activated bright flash. It remains for times. There was an inscription on the blue holographic screen. The day before, night homes burns light. Kim walked through the night city. Hey, beginner, wait, shouted to him a dark figure behind him, which was rapidly approaching him. Can you in a few words, said the girl speakers to Kim. Kim Daejeon, Kim Il-sung thought. I listen, Kim said. Felt awkward. What? Kim said, laying her hands on his chest and looked at the girl with his eyebrows. Well, in general, such a matter. The girl speakers continued to speak, wounding the curl of hair on her finger. Do you really want to break into the heart of the battle to finish the spell? Dare you can really die, said the speaker girl. I decided that I was ready for such danger, said Kim. All for the sake of the millennial mountaineer, he thought in parallel. Do you know that you are very strange, said the speaker girl. Yes, I know well. It is not necessary to repeat me again, Kim replying. Oh. Remember my promise, the girl speaker continued. What? Said Kim, scratching her head in trying to remember her promise. Not so long ago. I said that I will save you from death, the speech girl replied. Ah, it was a matter. Kim mentioned. Here, said the girl and extended her hand where the magical ring was lying from which blue energy emerged. Is it? Kim thought. A rare artifact that has like magic. Did you still stole it? Kim said in a blowful and at the same time enthusiastically. Oh, damn it. It got it, he thought, looking at the ring in the girl's hand. Shut up, there was nothing to put my life in danger. I think the fair price, said the girl strictly, griming the fist. Kim put a magical ring on his. Bright energy emerged from the ring. And you are talented, Taft. Kimjin Kim Alien thought enthusiastically. The bright yellow light was badly blinded by the folder, Kyle the orc shouted, trying to close his hand with the stand from the light. Bright magical light plunged into a horde of has a negative effect on monsters. The warrior defeated the monster's magical light. The great effect, the warrior thought. That's what a rare artifact means, Kim Alien thought. The magical light was severely damaged by the eyes of the stood by opening his mouth. Dark blood flowed from his eyes. Gurar, said the orc of pain. Can you see already? You are probably like a boss, said Kim Alien. So get again, said Kim decisively and sent his hand to the orco with a magical ring and a sword. Hearing this orc, the burst was prepared for damage. He closed his hands and staff. However, nothing light did not come. Alien looked at the ring with surprise. Time before use of 24 hours was written on a blue holographic screen. So, several times, Nero, you cannot use it, Kim Alien thought. Then just die, said Kim Alien with a threatening face expression and swung his sword into the orca. Kurik Tarak Godfather, the spell of orc magic began to emerge from magical staff. It doesn't work on me anymore, Kim Alien shouted. Is blue energy housed? Activated mirror surface of water. There was an inscription on the blue screen. The first position is the first brilliant wind, Kim Alien said. In a battle, energy emerged from his body. Cow, shouted the orc. Group Rakha, Torka Rakha, the orc began shouting. Is he? Cuz's reinforcement? Kim Alien thought. With the sounds of Garari to healthy orcs appear, and that, it turns out, his guards. Kim Alien thought. To the side, cannon meet, said Kim Alien, and destroyed the orcs of the guards with one powerful blow. After the impact, Kim Alien began to look for his eyes where the orc escaped. The orc lad began to flee through a crowd of monsters. Do you think you can escape? Kim Alien thought. Kim Alien uses the 10 wine and rain frames and with a powerful force throws a dagger into the orca. Group, the orc rolled after the dagger hit him in his back. Grar Ra. The orc rolled to the ground. Save the wounded orc. To stand, said Kim Alien. Go in with the sword to the orca. Save, said orc. I can't miss such a chance, said Kim Alien and pierced his neck. After the impact, the orca head flew away from the holographic screen. Began to appear tasks completed. Raising the level. Award, you received the nickname Hero, who won the enemy commander. The praise of the hero. The inscription appeared on the screen. Kim Alien's body appears heavy light. The same feeling, did not feel it for a long time, Kim Alien thought, smiling. The monsters shouted and split into very small particles. Similar murder of the burst has launched the process of replacement of monsters. They continued to shout, the monsters, dying. He knew it was enough to simply kill the burst, said Kim Alien smiling. And what? The warriors were monsters, began to disappear and the entire battlefield overturned. The black powder that remained from their bodies. Kim Alien was really able to get rid of him, one of the warriors asked in a blown one. Near the walls of the city, the monsters began to scatter on around, was dragged in black smoke. The spectacle, as the monsters break into powder, surprised the soldiers. What is it? Suddenly, Kimjin asked with surprise. It looks like he's still managed, said the arcade from the detachment of the names. Well done, Alien, I believed in you, the girl in the red cape thought happily. Well, now, our turn, said a mercenary with a greatsword, smiling cunningly. Isn't it? The head of the Knights Fisher thought, seeing how the monsters are destroyed. We hoped. It turned out they began to shout, the warriors joyfully. Lord, The commander have you seen? He really coped. Chameleon's hero really won. The lounge lady shouted in a stoat and looked strictly towards the battlefield. Lady, send a special detachment immediately. He was probably already surrounded. Fisher addressed her. Chameleon stood in the middle of the battle surrounded by a crowd of huge orcs. Grar. Orcs approached Chameleon with a loud gun. How many of them remained? Chameleon thought tired. Praise the hero. Time remained 9 minutes 54 seconds. Inscription on the holographic. This Chameleon thought, but I have a buff. 9 minutes. So, Chameleon took a sword in his hand. Just enough to deal with you, said Chameleon, and confidently took the sword in his hand. A yellow mana flies around Chameleon. Attack, Chameleon said strongly to orcs. Grr, only the orcs were growing. Don't you want? Chameleon asked. Then I'm myself, Chameleon shouted decisively and stood in a fighting posture, preparing for the attack. Then I'm myself, Chameleon shouted, wrapped in the yellow man. Chameleon made a mighty magical blow. Chameleon started a battle with orcs. With one blow, Chameleon cuts orcs into two. Only heard from orcs. Chameleon stands in a battle pose. Magical energy flies around him everywhere. They were scared. Chameleon asked, smiling trickly into orcs. Not time, Chameleon shouted and rushed to the orcs sharply. Kim began to destroy orcs strong. Magical blows. Ka-ay! Screaming orcs scream. After successful attacks, Chameleon proudly looks into the frightened orcs. Grow, human attacks are too fast, said the great frightened orc. Have you been indulged? Said Chameleon. Attack the same, the terrifying Chameleon shouted. A series of steep blows with a blue mana. Chameleon destroys orcs. The praise of the hero. The remaining time is 2 minutes 40 seconds written on the holographic screen. However, I have only 2 minutes and 40 seconds, Chameleon thought. Chameleon looks at the orcs. And what I will do next, Chameleon thought. In general, without a concept, Chameleon thought, smiling treacherously. Try ho-ho attack, man, the evil orc shouted. Okay, I go, Chameleon shouted formally and, using the technique of walking 7 stars, began the attack. Rapid attacks cut orcs into pieces. Those who cannot even direct their internal energy to enhancement of vision are unable to resist my blade. In addition, Baff helps me. Chameleon continues to apply magical attacks, destroying orcs. To great internal energy. Of course, this is only a temporary effect, that as soon as I get a millennial mountainous, so much energy will become constant. Chameleon thought. Many rays of energy breaks out of it and destroys is so strong that Chameleon is able to vertically cut orcs. The praise of the hero. The remaining time is 1 minute 12 seconds written on the holographic. Ilian smiles cunningly and thinks, of course, if I survive. Grow, man, dangerous, said one of the orcs, which still have a lot. They said to attack now. You want to blame? Chameleon shouted maliciously and struck a mighty blow. It is necessary to deal with at least one more, he thought. The large, green orcs look at the attacks of Chameleon. I will try to break their morale, Kim thought, and said, hey. Gades, they issued themselves for the great commanders, and when you see what you lose, they decided to escape. Cocktail orc said, picking up his eyebrows. Under the sounds of Kurik, the orcs are in the protective system. A crowd of orcs tries to kill one hero of the F rang. Should I rejoice? The holographic screen appears the action of the praise of the hero. Seeing this message, Chameleon looks confused. Damn, the situation of pain is familiar. Kim energy dispelled. That the orcs know. Kim began to think about what to do next. Hey, tremble with fear, the kind of real cliffs, and in fact, the fears are frightened. Ilian orc began to provoke Kim. Damn Earthman, you think the whole world is spinning around you. But now the god of demons was angry. Said, orc evil. The orc showed his finger on Kin, and continued, and soon his servants, the kings of demons, they will rise into our world. And therefore very soon you, and all humanity, will plunge into the abyss of pain and suffering. Hey, I do not have the idea who you talk about at all, said Chameleon indifferent, scratching his head. How can you not know about the gods of demons, said the evil orc. And what is it? I'm just a few days here, Chameleon continued to say, indifferently. The mind is incomprehensible. Where did the beginner come from? Shouted an evil orc. And I know that my progress is amazed, Chameleon thought. Of demons ordered to upset the roots of the heroes. Now it is clear to me what he meant, continued the dialogue of the orc. Hey, what did he start to uproot there? Kim Il-yeon asked ironically. You can't leave alive. Such as you, similar to you, is a threat to the great descent of God the demons, said the big Simason Kima. Holidays we will put our heads on the battlefield, but let's not let him go alive. All agree. The orc addressed the horde. Go-Okutra began to shout and tap the hordes. Kim Il-yeon looked anxiously toward the crowd of evil orcs, and instantly the thought flashed through his mind that something had gone wrong. The horde of orcs began to make loud noises, looking angrily at Kim Il-yeon. The orcs of enormous size, with large swords, were grinding their teeth in anger. The whole crowd of orcs was surrounded by red energy. Kim Il-yeon saw this and thought that it looked like they were mentally preparing themselves before engaging in a deadly battle. Kim Il-yeon stared intently at the horde of orcs. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. He thought that as soon as they stopped screaming, a fierce attack would begin. A crowd of fearsome orcs stands against a red and black background. They are preparing to attack. Kim Il-yeon thought he was completely fucked. Kim Il-yeon looked up at the bright blue, pink, and yellow sky. The battlefield was shining on him. The thought flashed through his mind that it was not too harsh on him. The main orc made a loud sound. He opened his mouth with huge canines and opened his eyes wide. He was filled with anger. Red energy was in the air. The crowd of orcs began to attack with a thunderous cry. The horde of huge, armed orcs resembled a wall of meat rushing straight at you, knocking down everything in its path. Kim Il-yeon clutched his sword in his hand, ready for the coming battle. Teeth clenched, he looked menacingly at the approaching horde. Sweat beaded on his face, and the uncertainty of the future added to the tension. Even without knowing what awaited him next, he decided to accept the situation and move forward. Suddenly, two purple blobs of energy appear in the midst of the red and black energy surrounding the orc horde. They seemed to be heading toward Kim Il-yeon, creating a new element of surprise in this battle. Suddenly, bolts of energy, incredibly powerful and filled with mysterious lights, flew past Kim Il-sung's head. He was greatly disturbed by this unexpected turn of events, feeling as if the very essence of his existence was trembling before this unprecedented mysterious phenomenon. He didn't even have time to think, overwhelmed by an experience that was difficult to put into words. The energy that flew past Kim Il-yeon's head struck the two orcs standing next to him, giving them unprecedented strength and majesty. The orc horde's attack continued. But this unexpected gift of power from everywhere changed the course of the battle. Kim Il-yeon looked confusedly in the direction where the energy came from, comprehending the incredible possibilities of this unexpected event. He wondered if he was getting help from someone, or if it was just a random act of great fate. The fearsome orc, carrying a deadly threat, was approaching him. But now Kim Il-yeon felt a new level of confidence. A team of warriors was approaching Kim Il-yeon, their silhouettes visible in the background, with Hong Hwan, Kang Baek-chul, and a group of mercenaries ahead of the others, sympathizing with him in this difficult moment. And in the background of their movement was the majestic Iliaden castle, illuminated by light energy, giving the picture an unearthly beauty and magic. A group of friends surrounded Kim Il-jeon, giving him support at this important moment. Their words reflected their gratitude and solidarity, comforting his heart in this difficult time. They stood together, ready to face any darkness that might come, united by a common goal and faith in victory. Kim Il-yeon looked sternly ahead, his gaze filled with determination. Now that the balance of power has changed, the hideous orcs should prepare for the unexpected. It seems that this unexpected turn of events had a positive effect on Kim Il-yeon's morale, giving him strength and confidence in his abilities. A glowing energy magically illuminated the girl in the red cape. Her gaze was stern, filled with determination, as she looked forward and crossed her fingers, reflecting her determination in her expression. She signaled her readiness to use her martial arts technique. It seems that her determination carries with it a mysterious potential that could determine the course of events in this epic story. A girl in a red cloak began to address the merciful mother goddess, asking her to give them a piece of her power. Her eyes were closed, her face was concentrated, her hands were folded in the shape of a seal, and her hair was blowing around from the fiery energy that came from her hands. The girl in the red cape used a technique called enchanted weapon. Suddenly a huge, golden image of a cross appeared. Tails of light energy emanated from it, illuminating everything around. Hong Hwan and Kang Baek-chul continued to run quickly to Kim Il-yeon to help. Kim Il-jeon shouted at the orcs, unfolding a map of the balance of power and emphasizing that the game had changed. He called them disgusting orcs, filling his words with confidence. Kim Il-yeon looked confidently at the crowd of orcs, smiling slyly as he realized that the chances of victory are now high and his team was ready to take over. An archer from the mercenary team stepped forward, taking aim at the orc horde, and shot 2 arrows from his magic bow at once. The magical arrows that crawled out of the darkness of the bow flew swiftly through the air, aiming straight for the heart of the orc crowd. Despite everything, the crowd of orcs continued to attack, and their numbers created the impression of a moving black mountain. 2 magical, glowing arrows were coming right at them, breaking through the darkness of the huge conflict. One of the orcs decided to test his strength and courage by throwing something with great force directly at Kim Il-yun's team. This object flew, tearing through the air with its cross-section, illuminated by the light of battlefield lights. The orc who threw the weapon growled and looked angrily, clenching his teeth in anticipation of his weapon hitting the target. His gaze reflected the hope of a successful strike and the emotion of an expected hit. Han Huan, using her magical powers, deftly caught the spear that the orc had thrown in midair. The spear in her hand began to radiate pink energy, which gave it extraordinary power and magical essence. Glaring menacingly at the crowd of enemies and gritting her teeth, Han Huan resolutely swung her enchanted spear, ready to launch a magical attack. A red, magical energy developed around her, vibrating with determination and discontent, ready to explode in an act of immense magic. Sewing San, Han Huan shouted the name of the magic attack. She pointed the enchanted spear at the orc horde and many tails of light energy emerged from it, striking the orcs. After Han Huan's attack, the orcs could only stand and growl nervously. It seems that the seed song technique paralyzes everyone who falls within its range. An incredible scene unfolded before them, where their bodies succumbed to the power of magic, leading to powerlessness and fear. Kang Bekal looked angrily at the horde of orcs and said that he was now like a truck that weighed 8 tons. He was holding a huge, rectangular, blue shield, which he promised to use for impressive defense. Kang Bekal continued his phrase about the truck, adding that this truck had broken brakes. With the force of a mighty shield strike, he moved toward the orcs. He was enveloped in blue energy, and the orcs only flew in different directions, succumbing to the incredible force of his strike. Kim Il-yun looked at Kang Bekal indifferently and a little surprised, wondering if he had contracted the 8th grader syndrome from him. His impression was momentary, but in the midst of the battle, he couldn't help but smile as he recalled incredible moments from his school days. A mercenary girl who had once given him a magic ring appeared behind Kim Il-yun. She asked him why he had become a pillar and then urged him to deal with his enemies. Kim Il-yun looked at her resolutely, feeling supported and inspired in her presence. The mercenary girl continued to attack the orcs, one by one. They turned into a pile of pieces of meat. With her dagger, she struck her enemies quickly and forcefully, embodying skill and efficiency in every movement. A mercenary with a huge sword was approaching the orcs. He looked angry and determined. His teeth were clenched and his eyebrows were furrowed, creating the image of a deadly fighter ready to deal with any enemy in his path. Cross-cut, the mercenary with the big sword shouted and cut the orc into pieces. This combat technique is so called because, when used, the sword strikes the enemy in the shape of a cross, which cuts him into 4 pieces. The battle between the allies and the orcs continues. Each of the heroes uses his own military equipment. Magic is visible all over the battlefield. Han Huan shouted that she could handle the other orcs. Red mana flew around her. She was preparing to strike the enemies with a powerful blow. Han Huan struck the crowd of orcs with a great magical blow. Magical pink tongues radiated from her. Waves of mana enveloped her. Red blood flowed from the bodies of the orcs that had been cut into pieces. Kim Il-yun looked at everything that was happening with a furrowed brow. His eyes reflected seriousness and reflection. He thought that now was a real massacre, and his world had undergone significant changes as a result of this epic battle. The sky over Il-yun is shining white and pink. Loud, joyful shouts are heard everywhere. Black smoke rises into the sky in some places. After the victory, a merry carnival of colors and sounds envelops the land, and the joy of victory strikes everyone who participated in this great story. The warriors on the walls shouted joyfully and enthusiastically celebrated their victory over the evil forces. Their voices echoed around them, and their spirit was reflected in the shout of triumph that pierced the air. The warriors on the walls welcomed a special unit with loud shouts. The castle opened the gates and waited for the heroes to return, who were already approaching. Hope and greatness lurked in their eyes, because the victory was not only theirs, but also the victory of the whole of Il-yun. The heroes entered the gates. The warriors on the walls continued to shout out to greet the company and call them the heroes of Elidel. The walls of the castle were battered by the battle, but it was a testament to the greatness and endurance they had shown during this incredible confrontation. The city welcomes its rescuers by joyfully throwing something at them. Not understanding what's going on, the mercenary archer says that he thinks they're just throwing garbage at them. Hong Huan replies that they're probably just greeting them in this way, smiling and waving. The mercenary with the big sword and Kang Baekchul smile at this turn of events and say that they are embarrassed. Kim Il-yeon is surprised to see Kang Baekchul standing there smiling proudly. Kim Il-yeon thought that he had done the most important part of the job and did not understand why the mercenaries were so happy. A bright blue light lit up on Kim Il-yeon's black bracelet. The goddess of heroes asked him how it felt to be a hero. Kim Il-yeon smiled proudly and told her that it was very nice and asked if she would throw him something else like a 1,000-year-old Highlander. The goddess of heroes replied that Kim was still far from being a hero. Not expecting such a response, Kim excitedly replied that a hero can chase two birds with one stone. He scratched his head shyly. The goddess of heroes replied that she thought he was only interested in personal gain. Kim Il-yeon smiled broadly and agreed with the goddess of heroes' argument. A mercenary girl approached Kim Il-yeon and told him to return her artifact. M was blown away by this request, and he thought that perhaps, even at the moment of their appearance on the battlefield, she was only concerned about her ring, which she had handed over to him before. Kim raised his index finger, pointed to the ring and asked me if she meant the stolen treasure and that he had tried it in action. Nan was pleased with it. Kim Dae-jong was very surprised by this statement by Kim Il-jong. She started shaking him nervously and shouting that he was crazy for not telling her that it was stolen. A mercenary with a large sword who was passing by did not understand what was happening. Kim Il-yeon smiled then said that, in the end, her talent for stealing was saved by Elidel and that the mother goddess Osus would also see her as a good thief. Kim Dae-jong nervously clenched her fist and looked angrily at Kim Il-jong, who stood there smiling slyly and spreading his arms. The mercenary with the big sword asked Kim Dae-jong what they were doing here. She replied that it was nothing. Kim Dae-jong continued to insist that Kim Il-yeon return what he had borrowed from her. He asked her if they might want to sell the ring. Kim held out his hand with the ring in it and said that apparently it would get a good reward and he could buy the ring with the nude. Kim Dae-jong stood there in astonishment. Kim Dae-jong smiled, then said that she also needed a thing that could save her life, and that she would make a lot of money. Kim Il-yeon thought he had failed. The archer stood with his hand on his chin and said that however his skill, as an F-ranked hero, managed to defeat a group of orcs. Archer continued his thoughts and said that it would be difficult to pull off something like this with a D rank, and you wouldn't even know he was a beginner by Kim Il-yeon. Kim Il-yeon smiled mysteriously and told the archer that he had received an interesting buff and was just lucky. The archer continued to say that the hero is a unique class that has a unique artifact and some unknown enhancement is obtained and can use skills despite the lack of mana. Kim Il-yeon smiled slyly and thought about what he couldn't tell him. Kim Dae-jong replied with envy that if you listen to Kim, you would think that he has everything in the world. Kim Il-yeon replied that the world is unfair. Kim Dae-jong said that it was just modesty that he hadn't hurt anything. Kim Il-yeon looked at Kim Dae-jong seriously and thought that everything was actually fair and he had finally received compensation for 7 years of unbearable suffering. Kim Il-yeon recalled the events of 7 years ago. He looked younger, dressed in a classic style, and there was a little girl with blue hair and a pink dress next to him. He continued to think that at the time he wondered whether it was a lucky break or a test. But now he can say for sure. Kim went on to recall how contact with the girl was his lucky ticket and asked if Miss Hildegreen was the same way. Kim Il-yeon recalled how the girl with blue hair hit him in the face with incredible force. The blue light on Kim Il-yeon's bracelet glowed. The goddess of heroes said that it looks like Kim is grateful, after all. Kim Il-yeon only smiled in response. A loud shout was heard on the square in Iliiden, which was filled with people, demanding that the road be clear. The head of the knights, Fisher, and two guards appeared on the square. Kim Il-yeon did not understand what was wrong with Fisher, and then he saw a lady in his shadow, smiling modestly. The lady, dressed in royal clothes, not armor, turned to Kim Il-yeon, who in turn realized that she was Lady Oriana. The arrival of Lady Oriana caught Kim Il-sung in the act. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. He looked nervous. With a smile, Lady Oriana turned to Kim Il-yeon again and began to move toward him. She was filled with tender, pleasant feelings for him. Lady Oriana said that Kim Il-yeon was really charming and continued to smile in love. She walked up to him and, in a couple of steps, threw her arms around his neck and began to hug him tightly, her eyes glazing over. Kim Il-yeon was surprised by Lady Oriana's actions and stood frozen. When Kim Dajian and Hong Hwan saw this picture, they were unpleasantly surprised. They seemed to have feelings for Kim Il-il. The shining castle of Iliiden against the backdrop of a clear, shining blue sky. A spacious hall, the floor is covered with red carpets along the entire hall. On the edges of the carpets, there are concrete vases with fire burning in them. Long, red flags with yellow sword-shaped coats of arms hang from the high ceiling. Kim Il-yeon, Han Hwan, Kim Dajian, Kang Baekchul, and an archer from their team are walking around the hall. Han Hwan asked Kim Il-yeon if he liked it, and he opened his mouth in delight. Kim Il-yeon asked Han Hwan what she meant. Kim Dajong said that Kim Il-yeon's smile stretched to his ears. There was a girl in a red cape standing to the side, and she was also jealous of Kim Il-il. Kim Il-yeon tried to explain to them that they had misunderstood. However, Han Hwan continued to speak ironically. She asked if Kim Il-yeon knew that Lady Oriana was underage by earthly standards. Kim Il-yeon showed by his appearance that this conversation was unpleasant for him. Han Hwan put her hands together and said that such highs can land you in jail. And asked Han Hwan, no less ironically, that in Pangaea their laws don't work, do they? She, in turn, continued to laugh and said that there might not be any punishment, but the rumors would spread. Then she asked Kim Il-yeon if he had any idea what would happen if she told the university about how he had hugged a 16-year-old girl. Kim Il-yeon off balance and he began to shout that she had stopped, that he had done his best to make his authority fall below the baseboard, and that he had not hugged her, but she had attacked him. Suddenly, the goddess of heroes interrupted the conversation and told Kim that he could not deny that he had hugged her. Kim Il-yeon thought that she should definitely believe her war. Kim Il-yeon continued to make excuses, saying that he had heard for sure that she was considered an adult here. He looked angry and tense. Han Hwan kept laughing and kept talking, saying that Kim Il-yeon had a very funny reaction and that it was fun to make fun of them. Kim Il-yeon thought how dare Han Hwan make fun of him, since he was her great sunbae. He continued to look at her with an irritated expression. Han Hwan replied that Kim Il-yeon shouldn't worry, because when they returned to Earth, he would be famous without this news. After Han Hwang's phrase, Kim Il-jin's expression turned from angry to inquisitive. He asked her what she was talking about and how he would get fame if there were no smartphones or social media. Han Hwan smiled and told him that rumors are spreading. Of course, it takes some time, but eventually the rumors will reach the ground, and asked if Kim Il thinks he has accomplished a great feat. Suddenly, Kim Dajian interrupted the conversation. She addressed him with the words that everyone who stood on the walls of the fortress saw him deal with the crowd of orcs. Kim Il-yeon looked at her intently. Kim Il-yeon focused on his thoughts. He began to think about how he doubted that he would get into any trouble because of this and perhaps not return to Earth for a while. However, as he opened the door to the throne room, all he could think about was the pile of awards he was about to receive. When the company of heroes entered the throne room, there were many people who greeted them with enthusiastic shouts. The warriors whispered among themselves that Kim Il-yeon was so young and yet so talented, and that for the sake of Lady Oriana's well-being, they should make an alliance with him. Everyone in the throne room turned their gazes toward the throne where Lady Oriana sat, with huge, decorated display cases on the sides of the throne. She addressed Kim Il-yeon, calling him a hero. Kim Il-yeon was only thinking that she shouldn't start hugging him again, because then she would put him in an awkward position. As always, the stern head of the knights, Fisher, addressed Lady Oriana, saying that they were at an official event and that she should not lose her temper. Obviously, Lady Oriana did not like these words and she told Fisher that the butler had been disposed of. So now Fisher behaves exactly like him. Fisher did not know what to say, so he only said that someone needed to fulfill this role. Lady Oriana raised her right hand and called to Kim Il-yeon to come and stand in front of her. Then Lady Oriana turned to Fisher and ordered him to bring something. A wooden chest appeared, with a metal frame and shine. When the chest was opened, everyone noticed that it was full of jewelry that radiated a golden luster. Lady Oriana said that it was Kim Il-yeon's must-have reward. The mercenaries behind Kim Il-sung were surprised and so delighted that they opened their mouths. Kim Dajian and the mercenary with the big sword began to divide the treasure. Everyone was delighted. Kim Dajian said that the adventures in Pangaea were exciting, and the mercenary with the big sword said that now he could buy himself a chainmail, and a rare one at that. The archer from the mercenary team took the gold in his hands and said with a smile that if he used the money to buy higher level equipment, even D-rank dungeons would be easy. Kim Dajian and the mercenary swordsman couldn't stop rejoicing at the award. Kim Dajian said that for such an award, they could do it again, and the mercenary swordsman wondered if it was true. After a while, there was almost nothing left in the chest, only 3 coins were at the very bottom. Lion turned to Lady Oriana in a serious tone and said that he had heard about her family's wealth, that it had been accumulated over many generations, and whether it was worth spending money so easily. Lady Oriana smiled and answered Kim Il-yin that as long as there are dungeons in Elidhel, the treasury will not be empty. Finances are not a problem, that the faith and love of the people are priceless. The lands that lose them will never get off their knees again. Hearing this, Kim Il-yin thought that with such a ruler, Elidhel would be in for a prosperous future. Lady Oriana asked Kim Il-sun to come to her. Kim Il-yin approached Lady Oriana. The head of the Knights, Fisher, held a kind of magical mantle in his hands and told Kim Il-sun to accept it from the bottom of his heart. Kim Il-yin looked at this strange object in Fisher's hands and said modestly that he shouldn't have. Kim Il-yin wondered if it might be gold. He did not hide his surprise. He was so surprised that his mouth dropped open, sweat broke out, and his eyes opened wide. Lady Oriana said that it was her family heirloom. Her ancestors used to put on that cloak can go into battle. Lady Oriana said that she hoped the cloak would always protect Kim Il-yin. A blue holographic screen showed the characteristics of the Twilight Cloak. It read as follows: Rank Rare, Protection 2, Durability 87,100, Effect 1 through Ice and Fire, Protects against Ice and Fire, Effect 2 absorbs attacks. There is a small chance that due to its strength, the cloak will absorb the damage inflicted by the enemy. Kim Il-yin realized that this was a rare armor. Kim Il-yin told Lady Oriana that he would use it wisely, keeping his eyes on the new gear. He thought the cloak smelled damp and felt a little rough, but it was still a great piece of equipment. Lady Oriana said, in a serious tone, that she was glad that Kim Il-yin liked the equipment and that she had a small request. Lady Oriana said that she would like to give Kim Il-sun the title of Honorary Knight, and asked him if he would accept it. Her big blue eyes looked at him carefully. Kim Il-yin stammered and asked her about the title and thought it was very unexpected. His face was covered with sweat, and his mouth was open again in surprise. He clearly did not expect such an honor. Smiling slyly, Kim Il-yin thought only that this post did not require any responsibility, but gave him many privileges and that he would be only too happy to take it. In the end, he was only thinking about his own benefit. Lady Oriana raised her right hand and began the initiation ceremony. She said that Kim Il-yin was a simple hero, and yet she had never met anyone more valiant than him. And that is why she, the Countess Oriana, bestows upon him the most honorable title, the title of Knight. Lady Oriana held out a golden, shiny brooch in the shape of a sword. She told him to take it, because this brooch confirms the status of an honorary knight. Lady Oriana continued to speak and said that she hoped that Kim Il-sun would wear her on his chest. Kim Il-yin smiled proudly. Lady Oriana said guiltily to Kim Il-yin that her play had delayed him too much, that such things were not forgivable to a lady, and that time was money for heroes. Kim Il-yin, in turn, continued to smile slyly and asked Lady Oriana if the same rule was not followed by everyone else. Lady Oriana smiled at Kim Il-yin and continued the conversation. She said that she was really very grateful to him, and that he could always count on Elidhel's support, no matter what happened. Kim Il-yin bent forward, bent his right arm as a sign of respect, and told her that it was time for him to leave. Kim Il-yin left the throne room. Lady Oriana watched him go. Lady Oriana said quietly that she hoped they would meet again someday. She called Kim Il-yin her knight. She folded her arms and looked down sadly. A large mercenary house, a tavern against a bright blue sky. Kim Il-yin sits on a spacious bed with his legs folded and sniffs something. He smells the 1,000-year-old Highlander he received for completing the task. Kim Il-yin says to himself that the root is very fragrant and he will not waste a single root. He took a bite and began to chew intently. Kim Il-yin begins to feel the effect. A stream of magical energy bursts out of Kim Il-yin. He thinks he is just bubbling over. The root has a negative effect on Kim Il-sun. He seems to be very uncomfortable. Energy continues to flow from Kim Il-sung. Due to the flow of powerful energy, Kim Il-sung's eyes change, and he tries to endure the magical effects by clenching his teeth. Kim Il-sung's condition is deteriorating. His teeth and nose are bleeding. He thinks he can't even absorb its power. He feels like he's going to explode from the internal energy that overwhelms him. Kim Il-sung feels even worse in his mind. He recalls the wise words about not wading into water without knowing the ford. He thinks about the fact that he had never tasted anything like this before, and therefore he could not predict the effect. Kim Il-sung is already thinking that at this rate, his internal energy is sure to run out, and before he can finish the thought, the energy from the sword appears. On the blue holographic screen, it says that the mirror water surface technique is activated, the same technique that saved him last time from the orc spellcaster's magic. Kim Il-sung mentally thanked the sword. The sword began to dispel the energy that had nearly killed Kim Il-sung. Kim Il-sung thought that he could not die from some root. Such strong energy had seriously damaged him. While the sword's magic was working, Kim Il-sung kept thinking that, in general, while the buff was in effect, he felt his inner energy bursting out and getting out of control several times. Trying to control the magic, Kim Il-sung thought that he needed to slowly move into energy channels. Overcoming magic, Kim Il-sung decided to fight to the last drop. After a while, he succeeded. The blue holographic said that the energy of the lower abdomen was completely unlocked. Kim Il-sung had achieved his goal. New messages began to appear on the holographic screen with the text about the improvement of internal energy characteristics. Kim Il-sung smiled through a bloody smile. His plan had succeeded. The Department for the Development of the Hero Industry is a large building against a blue sky. People in business suits are watching a presentation by a colleague. The man speaking says that unfortunately, Korea has lost contact with one of the regions. This news disappoints the audience. The man speaking says that they assume that Korea's influence in Pangeo will decline in the future. He looks nervous. The man with folded arms who had been listening attentively to the report turned to the head of the research department. Chonbo, he answered. The man asked the head what region had been lost and what the situation was there now. The head of the research department replied that they had lost the media region. The man replied that it was a place where the best heroes were trained. The main man asks if it can be considered lucky that they did not lose a Lidl, the city of newcomers. His colleague replies that they were lucky and that without a Lidl, there would be no places for the newcomers to improve. The main man asks the head of Ochambo about the situation in other countries. The head of Ochambo replied that other states also failed to foresee the invasion, disguised as a wave of monsters, and lost quite a few regions. The main man, in turn, asked which ones. Chairman Ochambo replied that the United States lost one region, and Japan and China lost two. What is unusual is that both regions lost by China are newcomer cities. The main man was surprised and said that he thought they had only two such cities. My colleague replied that China is in complete chaos right now because their newcomers have nowhere else to go. The main man concluded that they would go to a Lidl. A colleague asked if they were coming. The man in charge replied that they should think for themselves which city had the most favorable position. Looking at the map, they conclude that for China, this is their little. The main man said that this is a great opportunity for newcomers from China who want to develop. There is no choice but to go to the dungeons of a little, because it is the closest. A colleague pointed out that their country had not signed a contract with a little, so tears on the screen explaining that if you are operating in a city with which your country has not signed a contract, you must pay taxes set by the state that already has an agreement with the region. The main man told his men to tell the lady that she had a great chance to revive a little. A colleague who was making a report quite rightly said that China might not accept such conditions. People might play down and just break into our city. The main man replied that if they had any common sense, they would not do that. The main man went on to say that what's more, they'll probably start sending their heroes to C-rank dungeons to pay off their debts. In any case, let Chief Kim Il-sung handle this tax explosion. The ward responded favorably. The main man folded his arms and said proudly that their agency now deserved to be called a ministry, and that they could not be on the run from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Security forever. The Union of Heroes, nothing like this would have happened to them, and that he had once hoped that those three orcs in the Dungeon of Evidence would remain a bright spot on their impeccable reputation. The headman asked if the ward was referring to a mercenary rogue, the name of the unique class of the guy who had beheaded all the orcs. The ward replied positively. The word excitedly continued that the whole internet is now making noise and that people are discussing the emergence of a new patriotic hero. The words of the word made the main man think, and he asked for clarification about the character of the mercenary vagrant. The client replied that he was quite specific. Kim Il-yeon picked at his ear with his index finger. Walking lazily through the city, he asked himself who was scolding him. He thought that maybe it was Kim Dajian, because she was the one who grumbled so much about him not raising the level, and she appeared, in his imagination, in a proud posture. Using a voice command, Kim Il-yeon opened the status window and thought that all the characteristics were at the same level. Only the energy had grown into some kind of imbalance. RG30, nickname the hero who defeated the enemy commander mentioning in a boss battle slightly increases. The strength of the hero's attack when mentioned. The hostility of monsters increases. After reading this information, Kim Il-yeon concluded that without the potion, he would have gained this level of internal energy only with the 18th level. Recalling what this plant looked like, Kim Il-yeon continued to think that if a 1,000-year-old gorse has such a similar effect, then what is a 10,000-year-old gorse capable of? Recalling himself in the past, Kim Il-yeon noted that it was no secret that people from noble families develop through the use of such tricks. It's a dirty trap because he was trying to kidnap them. Kim Il-yeon thought that now he needed to raise his level as quickly as possible to regain the balance of characteristics. With a voice command, Kim Il-yeon opens the skill window on the holographic screen. On the skill window, Kim Il-yeon observes Wine Nan Thundersword technique. 9-star 67 sharp blade pierces, like the wind. Fist of 8 faces. 9-star 72 swift fist attacks from 8 sides. The next 2 skills are small pranayama technique 9 stars 96.5 a breathing technique that allows you to shine the best, and 10 supports from wind and rain 8 stars 99. You can't hear any drops of falling rain or gusts of wind. The last skill is the 7-star walk 8 stars 91.37 steps that determine the fate of the enemy. Kim Il-yeon turned off the skills screen and smiled mysteriously. Suddenly, Hong-hwan called out to Kim Il-yeon and interrupted his thoughts. He asked where she was going with Kang Baek-chul. Kang Baek-chul replied that he and Hong-hwan were heading to the gate, and Hong-hwan, in turn, said that they were going to get pumped up in the Adele dungeons and asked if he would come with them. Kim Il-yeon replied that he was actually going to the goal, but he thought that in games, friends with a high level help a beginner, right? Hong-hwan said that her brother wanted to help them but couldn't, and he seemed to be very worried about it, so they assured him that they would manage on their own. Kang Baek-chul persuaded Kim Il-yeon to go with them. Kim Il-yeon said he couldn't because he had already made an appointment with his companions. Hong-hwan asked him if it was with the same comrades. Kim Il-yeon said yes, and that he would be in their company for a while. He raised his right hand in farewell and got ready to leave. Hong-hwan asked if they were E-ranked heroes because they had good skills. Kim Il-yeon answered in the affirmative, but said that there were bad rumors about them, but he was confident in their skills. Hong-hwan asked if any of them had stolen anything. Mataran that the main thing was that they were capable in battle, but in his head he thought that he wouldn't lie and immediately remembered the evil Kim Dajian, who was threatening with her fist. Hong-hwan said that if rumors prevent them from finding a team, they can always turn to the Hong family and with their capabilities, they will be able to improve their skills much faster. Kim Il-yeon replied that Hong-hwan has Kang Baek-chul. It seems that Hong-hwan did not like Kim Il-yeon's phrase and told him that she had not forgotten about him either. Surprised, Kim Il-yeon replied that it was about time. Kim Il-yeon continued the conversation and said that Hong-hwan could do whatever she wanted because she would not succeed anyway. She replied that Kim Il-yeon was more stubborn than he seemed, and that he could have given up and joined them a long time ago, but he said he didn't want to. Hong-hwan replied that she would catch up with Kim Il-yeon soon, after training with her brother, and wished him not to count crows as she was playing him in battle. Kim Il-yeon smiled and asked her if she thought he was having fun. Hong-hwan smiled and said it was time for them to go. Kang Baek-chul put his fist to his chest and proudly said that he would come back even stronger. Kim Il-yeon looked at them and thought that they had already helped him twice, even though no one had asked them to. Hong-hwan and Kang Baek-chul began to go about their business. Kim Il-yeon looked at their backs and thought that they seemed to have a connection. Kim Il-yeon continued to stand in front of the blue portal and watch them go. Kim Il-yeon smiled and concluded that it was time for him to go back to Earth. Return home. A modern city blooms against a clear, blue sky. Huge skyscrapers look like modern monuments of architecture. shimmering in the sunlight, and cars rush along the wide streets, creating a living pulse of the city. A melody played in the cozy apartment, creating an atmosphere of warmth and comfort. A large coffee maker stood at the kitchen table, and the aroma of coffee filled the space, a mixture of freshly baked bread and the scent of coffee beans. Kim Il-yeon, relaxing on a soft couch in his home clothes, was enjoying a moment of relaxation. Outside the window, he could see the calm city, and in his heart, he knew that the best time was the time spent at home. As he laid his head on the couch cushion, Kim Il-yeon realized that he could now enjoy life as a hikikomori. The change in lifestyle seemed like a gift from fate, allowing him to finally relax and find inner peace. Taking a deep breath of his home, Il-yeon felt the musty smell of mold from the semi-basement become a pleasant note in the aroma of his home. Smiling, he realized that he would enjoy spending time in this cozy corner. Turning to the remote control, Il-yeon pointed it at the TV and turned it on. The light from the screen illuminated the room, creating an atmosphere of mystery. The TV presenter, wearing a classic suit and glasses, was giving the news about Lee Hanni's application for consideration for promotion to Class S adventurer. Il-yeon remembered her from the past, trying to find out how she had changed since then. The beautiful Lee Hanni appeared on the monitor. The presenter said that if the application was approved, Korea would receive its 9th S-class adventurer. Il-yeon, recalling her tremendous energy, saw this as an exciting prospect for the world of adventuring. Kim Il-yeon looked at the beautiful Lee Hanni and thought she was cool. She had skills, strength, and looks. Smiling, Kim Il-yeon made a joking remark, saying that as the 74th generation heir to the Kim family, he had nothing of what Lee Hanni has. However, his smile was also strikingly confident. Kim Il-yeon furrowed his brow as he remembered meeting Lee Hanni and thinking about how he felt when she extended her hand to him. There was something mysterious in his gaze, as if he had solved some secret that connected him to this strong woman. Suddenly, Kim Il-yeon's phone, which was lying on his chest, turned on. He looked at the screen in surprise, wondering what had caused this unexpected jamming. A message from the man card of the adventurer appeared on the phone. Kim Il-yeon received a deposit of 26,778,000 won. Surprised and excited, he thought it was really cool and nice to find out that adventurers not only take risks, but also receive huge amounts of money for their bravery and adventures. Later, Kim Il-yeon noticed a notification that he had 212 unread messages from Sukun. He furrowed his brow in surprise and thought that Suchin seemed very caring. Given the large number of messages, perhaps it was something important, and Il-yeon decided to start reading them. Sukun asked when Kim Il-yeon was returning to Panji and to write to him when he finished training. Sukun then wrote that he was told that Kim Il-yeon killed a dark orc in a trial dungeon and asked if it was a joke. After that, Sukun asked what Kim Il-yeon was doing in a little land, whether he had killed a necromancer, urging him to pick up the phone. In subsequent messages, Sukun continued to urge Kim Il-jong to pick up the phone, otherwise he would not write to him again. However, he later corrected himself and wrote that he had overreacted when he said that he would end that relationship and that he should let Kim Il-yeon answer him because it was really offensive. In the end, Sukun once again asked Kim Il-yeon to reply to the message and say that everything was fine. Kim Il-yeon looked at the phone in displeasure and asked if these were the 5 stages of acceptance that only terminally ill patients manifest. Kim Il-yeon wrote back to Suchin that he was already back and thought that he, Kim Il-yeon, a class player, was already here. He decided to emphasize his presence and remind him of his way in the world of adventuring. Kim Il-yeon furrowed his brow and said it was time to start training. There was a definite determination in his voice, and he favored action as he prepared for the next challenges and adventures. The tall building of the Association of Adventurers stood in front of Kim Il-yeon. It was here that the true masters of adventure gathered, and he felt that an important stage of his life was connected with this place. Suchin and Kim Il-yeon are standing outside the building. Suchin points his finger at Kim Il-yeon and shouts loudly that Kim Il-yeon really thinks he can get off easy by just texting that he's back. Kim Il-yeon scratched his neck awkwardly, apologized and said he was busy. Sukhan, a guy with long brown hair and a green, sporty sweatshirt, asked Kim Il-yeon if he was so busy that he couldn't even answer. Kim Il-yeon answered in the affirmative and said that Sukhan knew how it was, given their work together. Sukhan said that Kim Il-yeon knew that they were being attacked by demons from all sides, and Sukhan was holding them back. Kim Il-yeon indifferently and sarcastically thanked Suchin for his heroic efforts. Sukhan then asked why Kim Il-yeon had decided to meet here. Kim Il-yeon smiled and replied that he wanted to be promoted. Sukhan was surprised and replied that Kim Il-sung had just recently been to Pangea, where many interesting events had taken place. With a voice command, Kim Il-yeon opened the characteristics window on the holographic screen. With a raised eyebrow, he studied his character's parameters, ready to share his experience with Sukhan. Susheng looked at Kim Il-yeon's characteristics and said loudly that Kim Il-yeon was already at the 17th level. Kim Il-yeon replied lightly, saying that it just happened, as if it were something normal. Sukhan demanded that Kim Il-yeon tell him the details, but Kim Il-yeon refused, saying that he had a unique class and it was not something that could be simply told. Suchan called Kim Il-yeon shameless, not realizing his importance. Kim Il-yeon's words irritated Sukhan. He clenched his teeth and said that this sudden return was even more annoying. Sukhan continued to demand that Kim Il-yeon tell him what he had been doing there, and he would not accept a no. Kim Il-yeon replied that he had been to a place where blades danced and strong winds blew. Susheng asked about the blades and winds, concluding that this was some kind of martial arts dimension. Kim Il-yeon smiled and said that Suchan knows that there are fantasy dimensions. Sukhan replied in the affirmative, confirming his understanding of different worlds and adventures. Sukhan said that maybe Kim Il-yeon would be lucky enough to get to Class E, but even so, it was a complete fraud. Kim Il-yeon looked at him very hard and asked him what class he was in. Suchan smiled proudly and replied that he hadn't a grade. Kim Il-yeon was very surprised by this news and said that Suchan was not enough to kill, emphasizing his surprise at Suchan's tremendous progress. Sukhan folded his hands in front of him and said that he did not understand why Kim Il-yeon was angry over such trifles, because the path of Kangho at his feet was a well-trodden path, to which Kim Il-yeon replied that he should not walk on it thoughtlessly, otherwise he would risk stumbling. Sukhan proudly questioned Kim Il-yeon's words, to which he irritably told Sukhan to shut up. The conflicting atmosphere between them escalated. Then Kim Il-yeon furrowed his brow and thought that was right, because Sukhan had no problem saying that he earned XX amount when Kim Il-yeon asked him. He thought he might have noticed this detail earlier. Then they continued walking, and Kim Il-yeon told Suchan not to show off, or he would kill him. Sukhan just laughed, showing his carefree attitude and self-confidence. Sukhan said that not all list adventurers are as cunning as Kim Il-yeon, and that even Lee Hanyu wouldn't have been able to get promoted so quickly. Kim Il-yeon said he understood and they needed to go faster. Sukhan agreed. People in business suits are standing in the building, creating an atmosphere of an official place. Kim Il-yeon and Sukhan enter the hall, attracting the attention of the audience with their unexpected arrival. The two men in the audience are very surprised by Sukhan's arrival. They say that this is a Class A adventurer, Park Suchan, and express their surprise. The guy with the scar on his eye is also surprised by Park Sukhan's arrival. He can't believe that this is the unique magistrate they've been waiting for. Kim Il-yeon looks at Park Suchan with skepticism and surprise and asks if he is the one who is called the unique magistrate. Park Suchan replies that he did not call himself that, expressing his uniqueness and self-confidence. The receptionist recognized Park Sukhan and asked him what he, an adventurer, was doing here, expressing curiosity and surprise. Park Suchan pointed at Kim Il-yeon and explained that his friend wanted to be promoted. The secretary asked for clarification and said he would help. Kim Il-yeon smiled, impressed by the secretary's efficiency. The secretary smiled back at them and told them to go in his direction, confirming his readiness to help them resolve the issue. Kim Il-yeon watched Park Suchan talk to the secretary and thought that thanks to his silly friend, the process went much faster than he expected. The secretary asked Kim Il-yeon to come over to him. Kim Il-yeon replied in the affirmative, moving toward the secretary. The secretary smiled and politely said that, in order to proceed, he needed to see the full skin of Kim Il-yeon's profile window and, if he could show it, Kim Il-yeon was ready to provide all the necessary information. With a voice command, Kim Il-yeon opened the characteristics window, where the following was written. Name Kim Il-yeon. Class Mercenary Rogue. Contract God Goddess of Heroes. Rank Enemy General Defeated. Strength 16 1 Dexterity 6 Endurance 12 Mana of Intelligence 8 Inner Strength 30 Title: The Enemy General is defeated. Attack power against boss monsters increases slightly with equipment. The hostility of boss monsters also increases with equipment. and the secretary saw the characteristics. He opened his mouth in surprise and asked if Kim Il-yeon was really the same adventurer who was called the savior of Elidel, expressing surprise and admiration. The men in the audience began to ask each other if this was the same adventurer and if he had already come to get a promotion, agreeing that the world was unfair in the face of such rapid success. Kim Il-yeon was very surprised to hear the men talking and asked them if they knew him. The men replied that how could they not know him when there were so many rumors about his exploits. One of the men showed Kim Il-yeon on his phone that there was a video of him, the legendary F-class adventurer, on the WeChat platform. Kim Il-yeon wondered what it was, amazed at his unexpected popularity. Kim Il-yeon read that the video was posted 4 hours ago and started reading the comments. Kim from Radish wrote that while someone is fighting slime, this F-rank is fighting an orc. Kim Sakik wrote that he didn't understand what a mercenary row was and that they were Ronins. Martial arts assholes. The super god could not believe his own beginnings and asked for someone to confirm that the video was a lie. Lee Yong wrote that his cousin said he saw Kim Il-yeon in Lidl when he was fighting orcs. Commenter Blow Up wrote today that the video is a lie, as it is nonsense that an F-class adventurer fights dozens of orcs. Kim Il-yeon thought that fortunately not all the comments were against him. Kim Il-yeon thought that unlike the large clans that spread information and rumors throughout Pangaea, ordinary adventurers had limited sources of information. Because the mother goddess had rejected modern civilization, there were no social networks or the internet in Pangaea. Kim Il-yeon continued to think that many of them have to rely only on rumors. Park Suk-han addressed Kim Il-yeon, calling him the savior of Elidel. Kim Il-yeon irritably told him not to call him that. The secretary continued to review Kim Il-jeon's characteristics and asked him how he got so much sex and why he had it. Park Suk-han looked surprised and asked Kim Il-yeon who he was, that he had 80-second statistics on the 17th level. The secretary thought about it and said that Kim Il-sung could be classified as a C or D hero with only statistics. Park Suk-han called Kim Il-yeon an absolute monster and said that even if he was cool, he shouldn't ignore him. Kim Il-yeon replied irritably that he was still far from being a unique A-list adventurer, but he was willing to work to achieve this goal. Kim Il-yeon looked at Park Suk-han and told him that he shouldn't ask for compliments. Park Suk-han just smiled, recognizing his friend's modesty. Kim Il-yeon turned to the secretary and asked how he could move forward. The secretary replied to Kim Il-sung that this was currently his final level, Class D, indicating the current state of his adventurous development. Kim Il-yeon was very surprised by the secretary's words that he was a Class D, causing him to have unpredictable feelings and reflections about his future in the world of adventure. Park Soo-hyun was equally surprised, and he emotionally asked Kim Il-yeon how he managed to jump to ranks at once. One of the men present, hearing this, asked in shock if this was even possible. No less shocked was the man with the scar, who was looking at Kim Il-sung with wide-open eyes. Kim Il-yeon asked the secretary if it was possible to move up to ranks at once. The secretary replied that there were no such restrictions in the rules, leaving everyone in the room amazed at this incredible achievement. The secretary went on to explain that the rank is usually calculated based on the hero's stats and achievements, and Kim Il-yeon's exceeds all expectations. The secretary continued, saying that Kim Il-yeon had performed admirably into big fights. Kim Il-yeon began to wonder what kind of battles a secretary was referring to. Kim Il-yeon remembered and realized that the secretary was referring to killing the Dark Orc and saving the adventurer during the rescue of Elidel. The secretary explained that it is because of such impressive achievements that Kim Il-yeon is suitable for D rank. Kim Il-yeon thanked the secretary for the explanation and for recognizing his efforts. Park Suk-han excitedly said that it was cool to get D rank so quickly after waking up, and that Kim Il-yeon had just surprised Lee Haney's record. Kim Il-yeon replied that he didn't care about records. Kim Il-yeon asked Park Suk-han if tax exemption is not only for ranks. Park Suk-han asked if Kim Il-yeon was already hoping to get S-rank privileges. Kim Il-yeon told Park Suk-han that it doesn't seem impossible when you have a unique class and almost cheating techniques. Park Suk-han agreed that Kim Il-yeon was right and it was possible. Park Suk-han hugged Kim Il-yeon's hand and said that they were friends and even if Kim Il-yeon became a star, he should not forget him. Kim Il-yeon was annoyed by Park Suk-han's behavior and told him to back off or he would kill him. Kim Il-yeon thought that sometimes he wanted to pretend that he didn't know Park Suk-han. At the heart of the Adventurers Association is their headquarters, where important decisions are made and future missions are planned. A tall woman in a strict suit steps out of the elevator, her expression indicating serious thought or perhaps even anxiety. When she notices Kim Il-yeon and Park Soo-chin outside the building, she notes their presence and decides to approach them. Kim Il-yeon and Park Suk-han, upon noticing her, express surprise. Kim Il-yeon, smiling, greeted her affectionately, using the term Miss Daeon-no to indicate her importance in the context of the association. Kim Il-yeon's words made Lee Han-hee very angry, and she told him menacingly not to call her that. Her gaze became even colder, and her expression reflected the seriousness of the situation. Kim Il-yeon continued to laugh at his words about Miss Daeon-no. Park Suk-han was surprised and asked Kim Il-yeon how he knew Lee Han-hee. Lee Han-hee, maintaining her dignity, decided not to interfere in their conversation, but her gaze remained expressive. Lee Han-hee proudly crossed her arms over her chest and asked Kim Il-yeon if he had come to receive a promotion as well. Her posture showed self-confidence and independence. Kim Il-yeon ignored her words and asked Park Suk-han if he was hungry and suggested that he leave. Lee Han-hee remained standing, expressing her position with an expression of high dignity and determination. Lee Han-hee asked Kim Il-yeon if he was ignoring her again and said she had had enough of the ridicule from the last time. Kim Il-yeon replied that he didn't care, emphasizing his indifference to her comments. Lee Han-hee wondered why Kim Il-yeon was pissing her off and how dare he treat her like that. In the end, she managed and said okay, showing her strong-willedness in the face of his sarcasm. Lee Han-hee continued to address Kim Il-yeon. She asked if he was still rank F and if he had already risen to rank he. She then said that if Kim Il-yeon agreed to join her clan, all misunderstandings would disappear, suggesting that the conflict could be resolved through cooperation. Lee Han-hee explained that she was referring to an unfortunate situation in the past between the clan's vice president and a new recruit. Kim Il-yeon asked her if she meant that they would just cover everything up if he joined, expressing his doubt about Lee Han-hee's proposal. This conversation seemed to irritate Kim Il-yeon, so he decided to reveal his D rank, which marked his relatively little experience. From Lee Han-hee's point of view, this was unexpected, given that he had just returned from the dungeon with new evidence. Kim Il-yeon, the audience, and Lee Han-hee asked questions. Maybe it's time to offer me more important tasks. Kim Il-yeon, inspired by his D rank, decided to demonstrate his strength by showing Lee Han-hee a badge with a capital D. Asking her if she was satisfied with this level, he aroused Lee Han-hee's doubt and curiosity. She wondered why he would take such a step, especially after his recent successful return from the dungeon. In response to her question, Kim Il-yeon cheerfully informed her that he was rapidly moving up in his rank and even set a new record, breaking Lee Han-hee's record. Having won at her own game, he expressed interest in raising the stakes in their confrontations. Lee Han-hee, surprised and even a little indignant, had not expected this turn of events. She couldn't understand how Kim Il-yeon had become so successful so quickly and why he had decided to get ahead of the game by proposing a raise in the stakes. These words made her think about his true motives and his intention to complicate their interaction. Kim Il-yeon smiled slyly, believing that Lee Han-hee had decided to lower her pride to start a conversation with him. Now, as the returning newcomer, he believed he could make more progress than she could and use that to his advantage. Lee Han-hee, feeling tense, turned to Kim Il-yeon, asking who he really was. In response, he ironically repeated her phrase, emphasizing his superiority. Lee Han-hee, already annoyed, yelled at Kim Il-yeon, demanding that he not repeat her. She also wondered what superpower he had. Kim Il-yeon stood there and continued to smile. Park Suk-han watched their dialogue with incomprehension. Kim Il-yeon, maintaining his mysterious mood, asked Lee Han-hee what superpower she had and if he had something similar. His question made the situation even more mysterious, leaving Lee Han-hee in the dark about his true abilities. Lee Han-hee looked down at the ground awkwardly, almost guiltily, under the pressure of the situation. Kim Il-yeon noticed this and decided to ease the tension by suggesting that mutual questions and confrontations should stop. Kim Il-yeon thought about it, realizing that TV probably can't be believed, and adventurers like Lee Han-hee would do anything to create their image. His reflections indicated that they were both playing their game in public. Out of Kim Il-yeon's sight, someone on the street spoke to Lee Han-hee. Surprised, she turned away from her conversation with Kim Il-yeon and looked at the source of the sound. A woman on the street recognized Li Hani and expressed her recognition, calling her a warrior princess. This unexpected moment added a new dimension to the situation, eliciting reactions from both Li Hani herself and those who watched this unpredictable turn of events. Hearing the street woman's recognition, other passers-by on the street began to look for Li Hani, although not all of them recognized her immediately. Suddenly, at one point, Li Hani noticed a group of passers-by running up to her. Some asked for an autograph, others asked for permission to take a picture. Li Hani found herself in the center of attention, surprised and excited by this unexpected turn of events. Li Hani decided to head to a waiting car ready to take her out of this troubled place. She determined that she would probably return to her contentious dialogue with Kim Il later. However, she assured him that no matter what, she would find a way to win him over. As she got into the car, Li Hani told Kim Il-young that she would not let it go. After reflecting on what had happened, she decided that this was only the beginning and she was not going to lose this game. Li Hani was sitting in the car with a heavy expression on her face and her gaze was directed forward. The car moved abruptly. Kim Il-yeon decided to understand the situation by asking Park Soo-chan if he believed Li Hani was serious and that she meant what she said. "We'll see." Park Soo-chan, not fully understanding the situation, asked Kim Il-yeon how he knew Li Hani in the first place. Kim Il-yeon replied that it all started with the fact that he had once failed to shake her hand. This little thing turned out to be very important in their strange interaction. As an idiot, and that when the warrior princess extended her hand to him, he should immediately fall to his knees and answer her. And then he should take prints, print them out, and hang them in a frame. Park Suk-han yelled at Kim Il-yeon that he was an asshole for not shaking her hand. Kim Il-yeon told him that if he had shaken hands, it would have meant that he agreed to join the clan. Park Soo-chan shouted that he had to join. Continued to say that she was a warrior princess, that such incredible beauty and high status were rare in life and even in anime. She was a princess in the flesh and the granddaughter of the Ilson group. Kim Il-yeon thought how annoying it all was. Kim Il-yeon called Park Soo-chan a complete idiot. Park Soo-chan asked what he meant. Leon replied that he should let him think for himself because her surroundings already idolize her. And if an ordinary guy like Kim Il-yeon doesn't shake her hand, it will leave a lasting impression. Park Suk-han, picking his nose, asked Kim Il-yeon who he thought he was. Kim Il-yeon replied that he considered himself a bad guy. Park Suk-han replied that this was nonsense and that Kim Il-yeon said it with an expression that was not appropriate for a bad guy. Kim Il-yeon responded by telling Park Suk-han to shut up. Kim Il-yeon recalls the moment when Li Hani extended her hand to him. At that moment, he thought that her gaze seemed to say that you will definitely become a part of Ilson. Kim Il-yeon thought he didn't like it. Kim Il-yeon wonders if the tactic of being a bad guy can work at all. He weighs up the possible consequences and determines whether to adopt this approach in his life. In the background, a cozy Aladdin appears, standing calmly against the backdrop of mountains and a pink sky. This image expresses the calm and harmony of nature, perhaps contrasting with Kim Il-yeon's inner turmoil. A panorama of mountainous terrain with a river at its foot and vegetation in the form of trees opens up. This picturesque spectacle conveys the natural beauty and majesty of the mountain landscape, where the river weaves into the landscape and the trees around create an atmosphere of peace and harmony. The mercenary team, Kim Da-jian, the swordsman, the girl with the red cape, and the archer. Kim Da-jian asks Kim Il-yeon what his outfit is. The swordsman asks him if this is what he spent all his money on as soon as he had it. Kim Il-yeon stood in front of them wearing black clothes and a magic robe. He asked if safety was paramount and started laughing, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Kim Il-yeon then lifted his robe, revealing to them the Golden Knight's mark and the D-rank mark on his chest. His symbols indicated a high level and achievement in the world, which caused surprise and questions. Kim Da-jian asked Kim Il-yeon unrestrainedly how he managed to get a higher rank faster than them, even though he started 6 months later. The swordsman could not understand how this happened and expressed his surprise. The archer and the girl in the red cloak were as shocked as everyone else. The question of Kim Il-yeon's rank gave rise to a riddle that everyone had been trying to find an answer to until they were confronted with this mysterious reality. Kim Il-yeon asked the archer what kind of dungeon it was. The archer replied that it was a Class D dungeon inhabited by ratmen, the most difficult in the territories of Alida. Kim Il-yeon asked the archer if there were any special features, such as whether ratmen could set traps, The archer replied that the rat people were not intelligent enough to do that, but there was something else. Archer said that no one had cleared this dungeon before. His words indicated that this place could be extremely difficult and dangerous, and no one had yet ventured to clear it. Kim Dajian added that dungeons are usually cleared, and the first person to give it away and clear it receives a reward. However, she noted that no one has been able to clear this dungeon so far, making it particularly dangerous. A curious Kim Il-yeon asked Kim Dajian what exactly she meant by mopping up. He probably wanted to get more information about the task and its complexity before accepting the challenge. Archer explained that usually you need to defeat all the monsters and kill the boss, but many teams tried to do this and failed. This created uncertainty and called into question tried and true strategies. It seemed that this task was particularly difficult or even impossible for many. Kim Il-yeon began to reflect on the information he had received. He pointed out that usually groups can clear all dungeons, but if no one had been able to do so in this case, it could indicate that there was something extremely difficult or dangerous inside. It looked to him like a challenge worth meeting. There was an archway across the street that led to a dungeon. This place was eerie. Covered in darkness, the dungeon was amongst rocks and a small amount of grass. Looking ahead, there was no telling what might lurk in that darkness. In the distance, a low, strange sound could be heard. The group, consisting of 3 boys and 2 girls, moved along the path, scrupulously scanning their surroundings. There were many rocks scattered about in their field of vision. The group included a young blonde guy, a brunette, a girl with a ponytail and a girl with long hair. Their mission was to exterminate the rat folk, which were D-rank monsters. One of the girls was walking with a guy. Walking along the path, she was immersed in her thoughts, but suddenly she interrupted her inner monologue, smiled and turned to the guy. By the way, I recently came across the Chinese in a lighthouse. I wonder what they forgot here. Leaving their territories? The guy answered her, you didn't know. They cleaned up all the dungeons of the initial levels during the demon invasion. The girl was surprised. She imagined how much money those people got from their taxes. The boy laughed at her assumption and thought that the best was waiting for them today. The girl agreed with him, for they already knew the taste of mana stones and rare items. The couple was also very hopeful of finding a large amount of treasure. She also added that she would not be happy until she had them. The guy was outraged by her words, didn't understand why she was always making things worse, but didn't say anything back. The group continued on their way. Suddenly, the guy walking ahead of them all stopped carefully and turned his head, listening to the sounds. A hint of alarm was reflected on his face. After telling the others to stop moving, he shared his suspicions. It seemed that someone was following them, perhaps recognized their presence here. They didn't like the fact that their opponents knew of their presence. They couldn't figure out how they knew they were here without dogs sniffing. They began to assume they knew by the vibrations of movement. They knew that monsters reacted quickly to movement. The brown-haired woman with strong muscles quickly retrieved her small knife. Her movements were confident, as if she had no fear of fighting. To her, these horrible rats were just monsters that didn't represent anything horrible or frightening to her at all. Of the dungeon ahead, and there was absolute darkness. Only the outline of shields and the hairy legs of someone else were visible, but the sounds emitted by someone there were eerie and haunting. A multitude of hideous gray rats burst out of the darkness. Their bodies resembled pumped-up human bodies, and their red eyes glowed like small lasers. On their long gray paws were shark claws. Iron morgensterns and shields gleamed in the hands of these creatures, with loud screams. They were approaching, heading towards the group. These monsters had incredible aggression. One of the guys in the group was suddenly very frightened. His forehead began to sweat. He was at a complete loss, but his girlfriend, though afraid, kept her emotions in check. Realizing that this was not the moment to panic, it was the time to act. The girl screamed that she would crush their rat skulls, opening her arms to her sides. She grasped 2 knives and lunged into the crowd of rats with fury and hatred. Her determination was undeniable. She wasn't messing with them. She was so fast that she seemed to have a trail of blue fire behind her. The rats laughed as she tried to get away, unafraid of her and ready to harm her. This event came as a surprise when her knife stabbed sharply into the head of one of the rats. Blood splattered all over her face. The animal let out an angry screech before dying. The blonde-haired friend smiled, happy to see at least one enemy destroyed. However, he was convinced that the rare rank arrows would be more effective, because they could be used to hit many more enemies at the same time. The monsters continued to laugh in unison, showing off their hideously large and intimidating teeth. and suddenly an arrow flew out of the blonde man's bow, rushing at an insane speed straight towards his opponent. The monsters were so agile that all the arrows only flashed past them. They enjoyed their speed and agility, confident of their invincibility. The bow was frustrated and annoyed at the same time. He didn't like the fact that none of his arrows reached the target, didn't hit the enemy. And at that moment, his comrade draws his dark sword sharply and quickly. He held his sword to his side, defending himself, and turned his gaze toward the monsters. The brunette warned everyone that the rats were approaching again and urged them to prepare for battle. Another of their comrades, behind them, hearing his words, grew determined and ready to engage, filling themselves with all available strength. The young man's friends stood ready to kill their opponents, and then the guide who was behind them disappeared and ran past them. He ran towards the monsters with his sword in his hand. His rage and determination activated all his hidden power. Deciding to attack, he began to battle the vicious opponents, the sword in his hands heading towards the attack. He skillfully severed the monster's head. Dark red blood spurted all around. Waving his sword at the sight of the severed heads, he smiled heavily. His anger grew even stronger. His face covered with sweat, he was in a rage. He attacked the rats even faster, the number of kills increasing every second. The monsters tried to hit him with their Morgensterns, but the guy skillfully dodged their blows. Remaining unharmed, the monsters also had no intention of giving up. They tried their best to kill the guy while they synchronously laughed, waiting for his death. There were so many monsters around, and looking at them. Inside his head he insisted that his inner strength would not be exhausted until he finished off all his enemies because he was stronger. His own word served as his support in battle. His fellow muscular brown woman stood in shock. She was surprised that the guy had shown the kind of strength he'd never discovered before. She embarrassedly asked him to be careful as she felt insecure. She thought she had more strength, but it turned out that the one who seemed less strong was actually stronger. The brunette declared that it was time for everyone to join the battle. He was furious and eager to help his friend. There was complete dead silence. There was no one around. The guys assumed that they had succeeded in their task. Around the company lay numerous corpses of enemies. They had managed to completely destroy the enemies. A young man kicked the head of a rat with his foot. His buddies said it was all because he was showing off. Now looking at these D-class monsters, they seem weak. The young Wo was at a loss. He could not understand why the others thought he was pretending, for he was not. Brunette said there weren't many enemies, and the boss level is also so low, probably because it's an entry-level city. Come to think of it, the young man never received a single task from Hildegren. I guess even she didn't think it was a big deal. The blue-lit dark sword with a golden bird pattern of a young boy made it clear that it wanted to communicate something to him. He looked intently at his sword, trying to figure out its cryptic signal. His hand approached the weapon slowly, as if he hoped to feel or hear something that would help him understand the sword's message. The young lad looked carefully at his hand. A message appeared on his bracelet saying that the goddess of heroes was telling him that the sword wanted to show him something. Tabo, jinxed at the strange message on his bracelet and seeing the blue light on his sword, decided to follow the instructions of his weapon. He realized that this could be the first step toward solving the mystery, and decided to head where his sharp sword led. The book continued to calmly follow the sword's indication, which led him straight to the stone wall. It seemed strange to him, but he decided to trust his weapon's intuition. Maybe there really is something hidden or special there. With a tap of the sword handle, he felt that there was indeed something behind the stone wall. This surprised the bow greatly. What could be behind this wall? A treasure, a passage, or something completely unexpected? That was what he decided to find out. Various cracks and small fragments of stone began to fall from the gray wall, showing that it hadn't been solid for a long time. The wall collapsed easily, and a cloud of dust rose from the destruction. It seemed to be plastic, causing the guy to feel very perplexed. Such a feeling of strangeness could really be in such a situation. The guy felt sick because of the dust. His eyes filled with tears and turned red. The muscular girl was confused by his actions. She didn't understand his actions, but her buddy sensed that there was something suspicious about that wall that made the guy act like that. The girl just laughed at him, saying that the only thing suspicious was that he had smashed the wall for no reason. The young man was very angry with her, his face twisted with anger. Oh, those women, why can't you just trust him? He kept pounding on the wall. His confidence that there really was something behind the wall grew stronger. He was very interested in what was behind the wall. Under the impact of the destruction, the stone scattered in all directions, creating a loud and violent rumble. The appearance of the archway that concealed the rune confirmed that the sword was pointing to something important. The boy had been right in his assumptions. The surroundings were filled with steam, puddles, and rock debris. The place seemed ominous, as if it was immersed in a blue mist that gave it a mystical appearance. The guy's face filled with shock, his eyes became round, and his face began to sweat vigorously. From the shock, his face pulled on a sort of nervous smile. He realized that this was where the monsters had been hiding all this time. And he used to wonder why there were so few monsters in the dungeon before class. Now he understood why there were so few. They were just hiding in a secret place behind the wall. Debo asked his blonde friend Tessek if he had a torch and some rosin. He said he did, and he would look at it. Debo asked for some more wooden sticks from the Koli and wooden shields to set them all on fire. Tessek listened to his friend and went to get all the things they needed without asking too many questions, while the girl remained confused, not understanding why they needed all this. The young man tried to explain to the girl that rats react to natural disasters such as fires and earthquakes. However, the girl remained confused and did not understand exactly what he was saying and how it related to their current situation. He looked at her and, with his eyes pointing to the hole, explained that the hole was a passageway for rats. The muscular girl was surprised, for the dungeon was huge, and she couldn't believe that such a space could be a burrow for rats. The guy smiled satisfied, confident in his assumptions, and informed her that her thoughts were correct. They were not fantasies. He emphasized the need to finally clean up this damn dungeon. They lit a fire in the middle of the dungeon, its flame shimmering with bright orange hues, crackling and creating an atmosphere of warmth and light in this gloomy environment. Debo's friends remained puzzled, not understanding how bonfire could change anything in their situation. The idea of lighting a fire made them laugh and mistrust. To the young man, misunderstandings can be hard to bear. He sighed and said that they would soon see for themselves what would happen, and they would not have to wait very long. The blonde man crossed his arms, standing thoughtfully. He wanted to believe it all. He thought that if the rat souls were really hiding there, it would explain a lot. It would also explain why no one could handle the dungeon. The young man with a serious face stood there digging into his thoughts. His own memories began to come back to him, of how he had once, tired of crouching idly, set fire to the rice straw in front of a rat hole. The smoke began to thicken at that moment, and then a pack of rats appeared, so huge that the floor seemed pitch black. They crawled across the floor and squeaked in their squeaky voices. So now they must surely come, for he had done the same thing. It would take a little while for them to come so that the company of his friends could kill them all. The plan had succeeded. The ground shook with quick, numerous and loud footsteps. And then a new task came. Task name: leave a loophole. Difficulty: high. Information: rats are pests that destroy grain and carry various diseases. Ward for completion for 150 experience points. The young man's eyes widened twice. He clutched his head with his hands and clenched his teeth in surprise at the massive influx of plague rats and rat slugs. His friend worriedly asked what had happened to him and why he had such a change in his face. Realizing the mistake gave him a shock. He realized that he had made a mistake in his assumptions. Realizing that there were many opponents expected made him very wary. Given the complexity of the task, the strong earthquake continued with even more force. They were on the verge of running into a huge number of ratfolk that were very close. The strong earthquake caused his friends to panic. They felt fear and bewilderment from such a powerful shaking. They were afraid to even imagine what might happen now. Under the tension of the moment, the young lad quickly drew his sword. He urged everyone to be ready for battle, warning that it would be very hard. His friends immediately went on alert, preparing to face the monsters. The muscular girl got angry and said, "What the fuck is he doing?" She was filled with fear and anger. But the guy didn't react to her displeasure, and rightly so. Why waste time on explanations when you need to take action? Instead of explaining, he simply smiled and said, "And here's one." He ran sharply into the distance with his sword. The monsters ran out and started running towards them. The guys started cutting off the heads of the rats, one by one. There were an insane amount of them. He was creeped out by so many, but tried his best to believe in his own strength. He shouted for everyone to come, for it was going to be hot today. His face looked so confident, his movements quick, sharp and precise. This confrontation looked very epic. One guy was skillfully killing evil and bloodthirsty monsters. The guy looked with a wicked grin at the ratsuckers. He enjoyed the fact that they were dying one by one. But the opponents were not willing to give up either. Many had already died, but the rest kept fighting. The brunette complained that it was all a bit shit, that they were always getting into trouble. The girl told him that it couldn't be called trouble, but he was right about something. His friends joined in the fight against the monsters, assisting in the battle. They happily shared the duties of cutting and destroying the enemies. The brunette crossed the rat. The muscular girl started a hornet dance with her knives. The girl told the young guy that with someone like him to lives would not be enough for her, because something unexpected and dangerous always happens. The rats folk, with their faces contorted with anger with every passing second, were determined and ready to use any means to destroy this company that had invaded their burrow. Under the effect of the frantic speed, multiple silver arrows instantly flew at one of the rat folk, hitting its head and killing it instantly. The blonde smiled, feeling satisfied. He was proud of his arrows, viewing them as the best of the weapons he greatly valued and loved to use. The long-haired girl in their company remained silent. When the lively battle with the monsters began, she began to pray, begging the mother goddess to be merciful and send her blessing to them. Her hands held an unusual cross that began to glow yellow as she prayed. The green light enveloped her, and reaching forward, she spoke words of healing. The muscular girl with the ponytail expressed her frustration, as the number of opponents seemed incalculable. She felt that there were so many of them that even with annihilation, there was no end to this flood to be seen. This endlessness of struggle caused her real sadness. The blonde-haired guy also felt frustration, realizing that his arrows had their limits, and he couldn't produce them indefinitely. This realization of the limitations of his ammunition caused him some anxiety. The brunette also felt anger at the endless stream of opponents. He was annoyed at being seen as a mere meat grinder, as if he were merely a mechanism of destruction. The young lad tried to calm himself down, claiming that there were only 100 opponents against them, which wasn't that many, and he would be able to handle them. But his comrades were indignant to them. 100 D-rank monsters was a very large number, and this task seemed extremely difficult. But the young lad had not anticipated that there would be so many opponents. They had already managed to destroy a third of their number, that is, 34 out of 100. This is already a significant success, but it is necessary to continue the resistance. The young man suggested that he could buy his friends as much wine as they wanted, as long as they did not let the opponents get out. However, the young woman reacted by saying that this was not the time and place to discuss wine. It was all about unity and fighting. The guy was angry. Wouldn't he be enough for them? What was the problem he didn't understand? The fight went on. There were many dead rats on the floor. It was good that some of them had been destroyed. The fight went on and on. The young lad expressed his concern that he believed the opponents probably had a leader or boss directing the entire attack. He urged his comrades not to procrastinate, as a long fight could weaken their forces, making their situation even more dangerous and threatening. He flew into the crowd of rats using his wind and thunder sword technique. When he activated this technique, his sword emitted a blue light, creating an epic picture of light and power in the fight. Rat swung his weapon toward the young man, aiming for his head. But the blow missed. The boy was almost hurt, but thanks to his skillful dodging reaction, he avoided danger. It could have ended disastrously, but his agility saved him from danger. The guy seemed to have a real surge of emotion. He was so highly irritated and angry that his face was flush, and his eyes reflected red rage. This atmosphere made it seem as if something dark and unbridled was awakening inside him, as if he was becoming the essence of anger. He flew away from the monster and just stared at it. This action could mean a possible respite or a moment of inner concentration before the next action. He was clearly outraged that the monster dared to attack him. He wasn't going to stop and continued to attack the rat souls. His determination and anger fueled his fighting spirit, forcing him to act without stopping. His smile while fighting spoke of his confidence and satisfaction in slaying monsters. Waving his sword, he continued to mercilessly and continuously kill the opponents, showing his strength and determination. The guy's sword lodged in the ratsnake's shield, anchoring itself there. The monster disregarded the guy's misery and failure and grinned, displaying its huge teeth. It created an intimidating image, and the monster's smile reveals teeth that seem to be huge in size, taking up most of his muzzle and looking intimidatingly large and sharp. The ratfolk's gaze was filled with aggression and confidence in its superiority, creating a rather intimidating situation for the guy. The guy was surprised. While he stopped, the young man stood very close to the rat. He swung his arm with all his strength and speed. With all his strength, he punched right into the monster's face. This was a significant success in the fight, More than half of the monsters had already been killed. And there wasn't much left to complete the task, 63 out of 100 to be specific. This was an important step towards victory. The brunette smilingly supports his team, promising himself or war in the form of honey wine to be provided to him by the young man after the successful completion of the fight. It could be a good incentive for them all to keep fighting. The girl looked at him indignantly and wondered what we'd get if we got out alive. There was an empty space to the side, but there was a very strange sound and some movement, as if something was moving straight toward them. The brunette was afraid of what might be waiting for him this time. The young man replied that it was a rat. The dark-haired man had an even greater shock on his face. The muscular girl with very pronounced displeasure started joking about them not getting the honey. Why? But the brunette loved it so much he told her to shut up because she would scare away her luck. And then the boss came out. He was grunting intimidatingly, holding onto his half-bald pinkish skin with his hands. He stank very badly, his odor resembling some kind of rot, and his eyes were closed, as if they were covered with some old bandages. The young man looked disdainfully at this mega rat and thought about what he should do this time. Mega Monster was standing right in front of him. There were a large number of rat folk standing around the boss. They reeked of rottenness. They were ready for a bloodthirsty fight. The company cringed at this horrible odor. They started covering their nose with their hands and somehow trying to cover themselves from this smell, because hearing this smell, they wanted to vomit. At the same time, a young man received a notification that there is annoying plague and he is infected. All of his stats are temporarily reduced by 40. He was surprised and angry at the news. He couldn't figure out what the plague was. He assumed it must be some kind of debuff. He saw in his thoughts how the red-haired girl named Taunt Wei Yin went to the enemies. She appeared in his memories fighting a red-eyed giant monster, but then white threads dragged her right back to him. The guys were surprised that for some reason they could not practically move. They could not understand what the reason was. They became frightened by this non-departmentalization. The boss opened his mouth with a k-h-e-e sound. They all stood at the ready. Her knives, the brunette prepared his sword. The girl with the cross was ready for another prayer. And the young man looked into the distance waiting for a new battle to take place in a few seconds. Mega Rat screamed even harder. His screaming was starting to make his ears pop. The ratsalids ran towards the guys. At this time their eyes looked like lasers that drew lines as they ran. The young lad realized it all. Those nasty rats had found out that they were weakened and so now they were going to be very unhappy. The dark-haired boy wanted to swing his sword, but realized that it had become too heavy. He was shocked. How could it be like this? He was trying to lift and move his sword with all his teeth. And the blonde guy realized he didn't have enough arrows for all of them. He was in shock too. The girl with the tail had emotions of fear and anger on her face. She was creeped out by what was happening. The buddies stood all together in bunches holding their guns. They looked at all those monsters and had no idea how they were going to fight them. They knew they were going to fail. A large number of aggressive opponents were moving in their direction. The long-haired girl closed and squeezed her eyes shut and started muttering something about Manu. Her hair began to fly in the air. And then she cried out healing. Turquoise crystals began to fly around. And a pentagram-like circle of the same color was formed around their company. This circle consisted of 3 circles with various beautiful patterns inside. The rat folk ran even faster with a shout towards their buddies. It felt as if their strength was infinite. The brunette stood frightened. He frowned his eyebrows and clenched his teeth, holding his sword close to his face. Ed so much and he hoped so much that he would be able to seduce the head of the Heroes Guild before he died. But at the moment he thought that his wish was just a pipe dream, because now he would die. The muscular girl with the ponytail shouted that they would do without the delusions of death wishes. The only thing that mattered now was surviving and defeating the monsters. At this time, she pounced on the rat, with her 2 knives attacking him. The young man's eyes widened and he stood in a stupor. He was very worried that they might not get out of here alive. The thought of death frightened him very much, and he wondered what to do to get out of here alive. He looked at this huge screaming pack of monsters, that whatever it cost him they needed to destroy them. The guy didn't understand why he was so strong, this opponent. They tried very hard to defeat them, but it seemed that their efforts were not enough for this level of monsters. The monsters were getting scarier and scarier, because their anger was also growing with time. In front of them stood the ordinary rats, and behind them stood the boss of the rats, his teeth as sharp as knives. The young man realized that there was a good chance that he wouldn't be able to direct all of his energies to just the mega boss. He watched the whole pack at it, thinking in his head how he should proceed. He looked at his silver ring on his thin finger as he pondered. The other rats were ready to tear him apart. They would block his way. He realized that, so to defeat the boss he would probably have to deal with the ratsuckers first. But he came up with a golden idea, because you can temporarily deprive them of sight and hearing. If you do that, it will be much easier for him to kill the head of the monsters. This idea seemed very clever and right to him, but the most important thing to make it work, he thought at that moment. His smile tightened, for maybe now his plan would work and he and his buddies could pull off this difficult task. They had a flash ring available. With this ring he would be able to stun and blind the monsters for a while to kill the rat. Thus, he asked the girl with the tail named Kim Dajian if they still had the flash ring or not. The girl told him to be quiet, because the fact that they had this ring was a secret and it was not to be known. In the eyes with a crazy smile on his face, and answered that she had enough of her nonsense and quickly need to give this ring to him, because otherwise he can take command of the operation on himself. The girl was furious at his words, her face twisted with anger. She told him with a loud shout to shut up, for if he took such a responsibility, he would be responsible for all the consequences. And she was sure that there would be consequences, very bad consequences awaiting them. Kim Dajian raised her hands up and shouted that everyone should cover their eyes and ears. She was going to put that ring on her finger, and in order not to deafen her hearing or lose her sight, her friends had to listen to her. She put that very ring on her lady finger. It glowed with an orange light like the sun. She shouted to all those rats that they should get what they deserved. A very strong white light came on. It was like a fog. She shouted to all those rats that let them get what they deserved. The monsters began to scream very much and scare with their intimidating teeth, for they were disgusted by this loud sound and this strong light. In the dungeon, it was insanely bright, so bright you couldn't see anything. But the monsters didn't run away or died. It looked like the young man's plan had failed. The girl with the tail was upset, because it did not help them to cope with the rats. She stood there bewildered and did not understand what to do next and how to resist the rats. It seemed to her that there was nothing they could do. A young boy put this ring on his hand. The remaining number of uses for the ring was 3. He thought that was fine, and he had enough. He ran his white sneakers sharply toward his boss. The guy was running at full speed. White light all around him. He was able to run through the rats, heading for boss. He was able to do it because the ring was blinding and deafening them. After all, the young man was right in his ideas and the girl was worried for nothing that the plan had failed. The monsters were surprised. They didn't understand what was happening. They didn't see or hear the young man, but they realized that someone was running past them. The rats were able to realize this because they smelled someone else's scent. They had a highly developed sense of smell. The monster sensed his presence, but it didn't face him. He was resolute and kept his guard up, even though his opponents were beginning to pay attention to him. The rats were angry and wanted to keep him from getting through to their leader. Though the rats sensed his zera, the young man's movements were so precise and fluid that it seemed as if time was slowing down. Around him, he maneuvered skillfully among the monsters, making brilliant dodges and avoiding every blow. His speed was astonishing, allowing him to stay out of reach of even the fastest and most agile opponents. Such agility allowed him to avoid danger and strike without being hit by counterattacks. He ran past everybody really fast. He got it going. And then the guy is standing in front of the boss, preparing for the final battle. His eyes burn with determination and concentration. This moment is filled with incredible energy and thirst for victory. Every muscle is tense. He's ready for the ultimate challenge. He draws his sword sharply with his hand to kill his opponent and end him once and for all. The guy crouched down a little, pushing his leg back, and with a deft movement of his hand he stabbed the rat boss in the neck. He thought he'd accomplished the task he'd set himself. The sword was sticking straight into the boss's neck. He growled at the same time. Then the unexpected happened. The young man thought that was it. That the monster pulls his sword out of his neck and asks if the guy is suicidal. The guy tensed up. He narrowed his eyes. The sword flew to the side with a loud sound. The monster could get rid of it and not die. This was very bad for the company of friends. At this time, the monster simply turned its muzzle towards the young man and smiled. He thought he was invincible and great. A young man was notified that he had been poisoned. He was puzzled that even such a small dose causes dizziness. After the disease, the poison, it's nothing but trouble. In the artificial light of the dungeon, The young warrior's face was haggard. The bruises under his tired eyes were clearly visible, where each dark spot spoke of the battles and struggles he had been forced to endure. His face reflected exhaustion. He covered it with his hand as if trying to hide his fatigue. But it was too obvious. He needed help, accelerated recovery, and perhaps a cure or antidote to regain his strength and energy. While the guy was standing there was a horrifying brown-colored hand with long nails like blades reached out to him. The boss of the rat souls wanted to kill the guy while he was standing and trying to come to his senses so that he wouldn't fall down from severe dizziness and bad physical condition. The monster's strike was as powerful as an avalanche, but the guy somehow abruptly managed to disappear, and the dungeon monster boss couldn't destroy him with his long sharp claws. He got up and saw the notification that his attack absorption was activated, and also his durability was reduced to 18. Oriana saved him. The muscular girl was very worried about the guy and asked if he was okay, but the guy waved her off and said he was fine, because he was alive. In his head he thought that no matter how you feel, the most important thing is that you are still alive, because if you are alive you can still kill the enemy. The only thing that worried the young man now was that the poison could have a critical effect on his body, causing pain and weakness. The young man knew he had to find an antidote, or the consequences could be catastrophic. He urgently needed help to overcome this challenge of a possibly even deadly threat. The young boy, Kim Il-yin, got a very unpleasant look and started coughing loudly. Some black spots appeared on his face and his eyes became very red. His friends were worried, but he told them that he was fine. He was very surprised that his companions were worried about him. He was pleased that they were worried and concerned about him. Even though he looked terrible, the guy asked them that rather than have them think it was his last attack, because he didn't think it was, he was ready to keep fighting. He looked at the rat boss with a smile, preparing for another attack on him. It was not an easy situation. The boss, full of desire to destroy the young man, was approaching, creating a sense of imminent threat. The brave boy remained motionless, preparing to face the unrivaled danger that was rushing towards him. While he was looking at him, he smiled and thought how idiotic boss and his rat folk friends were, because they thought they had already won. But the guy didn't decide to give up. He didn't care about his condition, because it was important for him to complete the task. He thought that all these monsters didn't realize that the master always saved his best punch for the final round, and with that thought in his head, he attacked the rat boss. The blonde man's arrows flew into it at an insane speed, and the young man himself decided to cut off its head. The monster gave a great loud scream. A large amount of blood splattered around him. He informed him that now he would lose his head in this way. The young man smiled, for it seemed to be a defeat for the boss. The guy stared at his opponent until the monster's legs began to shake very badly. He began to lurch from this unbearable pain. Now looking at this rat boss wasn't scary. He looked very pitiful. He became very thin and began to shake, standing in his own stench, which was green in color. The young man smiled, and with a satisfied face began to ask him if he was scared, teasing him. He laughed and said it was time for him to die. The boss turned his back to the guy, trying to somehow escape with a loud cry of anguish while covering himself with his skinny arms. Now it wasn't the young man who was pathetic. It was he himself. They had switched places. The young lad started teasing and telling him that if he turned his back on the warrior, he would immediately be finished. Saying this, his whole face was dominated by a crazed smile filled with hatred and a sense of his own perfection. And then what he had longed for happened. He swung his own sword at its head. The monster, tearing his throat out with all his might, continued to scream, but the screams were useless. Blood actively started flowing out of his neck and head, and his head just fell to the ground with a clatter. The boy had done well. He was able to overcome his opponents. He stood content with himself and put his hands down and kept a smile on his face. His buddies were praising him, telling him he was doing great. And then he got a notification that he had leveled up. He saw a notification that he had reached 10 stars of Wind and Thunder Sword technique. The guy's face changed a lot. It was a great achievement for him. He thought he was a great young man. The guy has been notified that he has a new power. Windstorm. His spirit can't be broken by even the strongest storm. The boy was shocked by this very pleasant news. He understood. He drew his sword and held it in his hand, staring at him. Now the young man understood how to use his sword in a fight. He had a new power with which he could kill the remaining rat souls. Opposite stood the still unkilled rat souls. They continued to get very angry and scream. These monsters waved their Morgensterns and ran toward him. There were a lot of them, but the guy wasn't really worried. He just calmly looked in their direction. He decided to take advantage of the winged storm. A blue light enveloped him. The young man reached forward with his sword. He swung his sword. Inside his head, the boat told himself that his spirit could not be broken by even the strongest storm. This new power made him much stronger and more invulnerable to attacks against him. He looked at his brown silver sword and thought that perhaps the sword recognized him. He shouted to the rat souls to attack him while smiling. The young man realized that now the crowd of D-rank monsters were not scary to him at all. The guy was now very strong compared to these D-rank monsters, so he could easily kill them all now. The rats took his words and ran with all their might to kill him, shouting in their nasty voices. They were very angry with him for the reason that they had killed their leader, for which they were ready to tear the guy into little pieces. The young man swung his sword in the air. He independently started attacking the rats with his swords. The battle began again. The rats were swinging their Morgensterns around trying to kill the guy, but nothing worked. The only thing they could do was fall and die one by one, screaming in pain. The young boy mercilessly slashed the rats with his blue power-filled sword, dark red blood splashing everywhere. As he killed, he had a single emotion on his face, and that emotion was a sense of his own perfection. The heads of the monsters were cut off one by one. The guy now saw and understood what kind of swing and where to hit to destroy the opponents to death. He ran with all his legs and killed everyone with his quick wind-like movements. The rats were getting smaller and smaller every second, so the guy was getting happier every second more and more. The young man even understood where to cut. It amused him and he smiled. He was not afraid now, because for these monsters he became an invincible opponent. His friends just watched this incredible fight. The fast movements of the young man drew beautiful blue lines, and the heads of the ratsuckers and drops of blood flew. His friends didn't say anything, just stood silent. And then the muscular girl rubbed her forehead with her thin fingers and said thoughtfully that she did not realize how strong the young man was going to become. His strength is growing so fast that all his friends will not be able to keep up with him in their strength and skills. The battle continued. The opponents became fewer and fewer. Soon the boy and his friends would forget once and for all the existence of these monsters. The girl with the ponytail was in complete shock at what was happening. Her eyes were wide open, as if trying to understand how this could have happened. Her face was a mixture of surprise and anxiety. Drops of sweat dripped down her forehead as she realized that this man she knew seemed completely different now. Her eyes were lost in a troubled silence. She could not find words to describe her feelings. With a sharp and strong movement of his hand, the guy plunges his sword into the chest of the ratsucker. He was able to kill it. This ratsucker was the last one. All his hated opponents were destroyed. A message was sent to him that the task was completed, and the corpse of the last rat lay nearby. He smiled, turning back to his friends. Finally, he had successfully completed the challenge. An important step for their company in their fight against the D-rank monsters. This victory meant much more than just the end of the task. He received another notification that he had leveled up and all the conditions had been met. He was overjoyed and smiled with one corner of his thin lips at the news. His strength characteristic had been increased by 2. The young man had 3 new levels a day, and his strength stat had been increased. This was great for him. There were many corpses lying around, with shields and Morgensterns lying beside them. The company looking at them couldn't still believe that they could handle them all. The guy thought to himself that something like this was basically expected from an S-class dungeon. Now the stuff. The muscular girl looked at him and turned to the young man with a question with a bright expression of interest on her face. She wondered what she needed to eat to become as strong as him, asked him to tell her in confidence, and smiled. The young man answered her with a smile, saying that one should burst the roots. There are such incredible potions, but you have to find them first. The girl's face was overflowing with some bewilderment. She wondered what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The blonde said about looking at their booty, and the brunette replied that it was time to split the money. With a smile on his face, the blonde-haired boy felt joy, for it was a special moment for him when, after difficult trials and resistance, the moment of deserved reward came. Smiling, the young man shared his love of valuable items and emphasized that he has no intention of staying in the shadows, as he too appreciates receiving useful items. A group of friends in a cheerful mood began to shake the body of the rat boss, and suddenly gold coins began to fall out of his pockets and clothes. However, the amount of treasure was small. Joking merrily, they said that corpses didn't need gold coins, They needed coffins, because the dead wouldn't need their wealth or property anyway. On the icy and wet ground lay the bodies of the rat folk, surrounded by scattered gold coins. But their number of enrichments remained modest. The boys stared pensively at this unusual landscape, looking at the slain creatures and the small wealth around him. The group of friends experienced a real disappointment, realizing that they had almost lost their lives in this place, and the findings of the ratsuckers were almost negligible. This sad reality made them appreciate every little thing, realizing that the most important thing in this situation is their survivability and cohesion, which helped them survive this ordeal. The long-haired girl replied to them that they had cleared the dungeon, improving their stats. Also, increasing stats by 2 was the same as gaining 2 new levels, so there was some upside to all of this. I guess they really didn't risk their lives for nothing. The young man was restless as he looked at his sword. He pondered but couldn't figure out what was going on with his weapon. Previously, the sword belonging to the young man had seemed hidden and less active than it was now. It did not show as well as vividly as it did now that something had changed in its behavior or strength. Now the sword was much more expressive and active than it had ever been before, and this brought with it a positive change for its wielder. The young guy turned around and started walking. The muscular girl didn't understand the reason for his actions, and looking at his back while he was walking with his feet asked him where he was going. The guy was heading towards some cave. He was wondering if there was something there. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything in the darkness, but he had a feeling that something else was there. He asked a blonde guy named Tessek to give him a torch. The blonde was wondering why he needed the torch, what he was up to this time. Tessek silently ignited an iron torch and gave it to the young man. The young lad informed him that there was something he wanted to check out, and headed off with a burning torch into a dark cavern engulfed in blackness. His buddies looked at him with a look of bewilderment on their faces. They wondered what he was looking for in there, and if there was anything inside. The girl with the tail just said he was crazy and they almost died because of him. The boy entered the cave and found that it had a turquoise hue, surrounded only by rocks. Seeing nothing but them, the young man began to cautiously search around, suspecting that there might be something more here. Darkness that enveloped him so tightly that it made it impossible to see anything. Even by torchlight, the young man kept moving forward, trying to pay attention to something in the surrounding space. And then something interesting caught the guy's eye. A young boy discovered a wooden door, which amazed him. His curiosity piqued and he began to wonder what could be behind this mysterious door. In his mind was the hope that something positive lurked behind this door and not another series of troubles. The boy, acting cautiously and with curiosity, opened the door. Behind the door was a wooden chest with exquisite silver edges. Inside the chest were shimmering gold coins, the luster of which amazed the boy. Beside the chest were swords and other items for battle, giving the impression of ancient treasures and weapons. The lad felt shocked at the unexpected abundance of wealth and items found in this mysterious place. The lad, looking around at all this wealth, came to the assumption that it might be the collected loot of artifacts and gold belonging to dead fighters. His buddies asked if he had found anything there, or if it was just empty and nothing, and the guy just smiled. After the guy showed his friends his find in the cave, their reaction was like an explosion. They were dumbfounded and simply could not believe their eyes. The friends were convinced that there could be nothing but potential danger or trouble in that dark and mysterious cave. However, when confronted with the unexpected wealth and values that the guy discovered for them, their shock was simply unspeakable. It was a turning point that shattered their expectations and forced them to reevaluate the situation. The dark-haired guy said it was a nice hole the rats had made for themselves. The muscular girl thanked them for it. At least some good came from those monsters. The young man's sword vibrated. He wondered what else it might be, what he wanted to show him this time. The sword, like a guy, directed his gaze to the cluster of various weapons. A huge stack of combat devices of great variety and quantity stretched in front of the bow. With incomprehension, the guy looked at all these weapons and wondered what could be special about them. Standing pensively, he stared at the newly discovered treasure, immersed in his thoughts. Examining the various weapons, he found something unusual among them, and with his mouth ajar he looked very surprised. He found a scabbard of a dark brown color with a bird painted on it in gold. He realized they were definitely from Morim. The young man didn't expect to be rewarded with anything else. It was very strange that items from Morim kept appearing here. He was very surprised. He received a notification that this sword scabbard had a rare rank, strength 71 out of 100, but the effect was unknown. The guy looked at his sword with a smile and realized that the sword was just looking for its second part, and he found it. He put the sword in his newly acquired Marima. He looked at his sword in the Morim. Now all the parts were in place. That's glorious. Events in the sunny and clear city of China. On this day, Chinatown welcomed the sunshine that affectionately embraced its streets. The clear sky enveloped its beauty, accentuating the brightness and colorfulness of its surroundings. A variety of grandiose buildings could be seen towering over the streets. Many high-rise buildings was majestically adorned with a Chinese flag that fluttered in the wind, creating a sense of pride and national identity in the hearts of those who saw this beautiful scenery. In the spacious office, the politicians were gathered around a massive brown wooden table. On the table was a world map in gold and white colors, giving the impression of sophistication and importance to the discussion taking place. Deng Chao was the deputy head of the political work department of the general staff of the PRC. This man looked very serious and menacing. He had dark hair, dark eyes and dark eyebrows. He asked his colleagues whether the Koreans were really exploiting our Chinese warriors or not. One of his colleagues replied that it was not quite so, but that their country had indeed imposed a heavy attacks on aspiring heroes. The deputy was indignant at these words. His face twisted with anger. He strained his forehead hard enough to show the veins, and his eyebrows almost merged with his eyes. He didn't know what else to call it. They were talking. The hero of their rival countries was already showing extraordinary growth, and they only needed to push once, because they didn't want to pay tax to Korea for the rest of their lives. He was shouting and swearing very hard. While he was doing this, his colleagues just sat silently with sad faces and lowered their heads. The deputy banged his fist on the table and told them that the people in charge of China's future had made absolutely no progress, and he was very indignant about it. So he banged on the table with all his might. So they need to take action right now, and he told them that if they have a mouth, let them offer their ideas. One guy raised his hand and decided to offer him his own idea that maybe until they found a territory for newcomers, they could create subsidies for aspiring heroes. He hoped he wouldn't piss off the deputy even more with his words. When he heard what the boss said, he didn't like the idea. He pounded the table once more and shouted loudly, his face screwed up, that they were talking nonsense and that this was not the way to do things. He asked them to come up with a plan that was worthwhile and that he liked. People continued to sit in the large discussion room with their heads down. They were upset that the deputy was reacting so aggressively to their proposal. There was silence. The silence was interrupted and one guy turned to the deputy with his idea. The latter stared at him expecting to hear something worthwhile. This guy nervously asked if they could just absorb a little. The guy sitting next to him told him in a dismissive tone that he was talking nonsense. The deputy put his hand up and his anger in his face pulled back a little. He liked his colleague's idea, reported that it was quite feasible. The guy in the audience looked away fearfully and said that if they invaded his domain, other countries would not ignore the move. The guy who suggested the idea smiled and replied to the person that he thought they could handle it. The deputy looked at the guy intently and asked exactly how they could handle it, asked for name and rank. His interest in this guy and his idea was growing. The guy who proposed the idea from behind the table put his hand both out of a stone face, said that his name was Wan Wei. He was the military chief of the first level of the strategic support unit. The chief thoughtfully took his chin with one hand, scratching it, and smiled a little with the corners of his lips showing a small part of his teeth. He asked this guy to continue his story. The spur could get a Lidl without interference from other countries. Wan Wei smiled a straight smile and said that it would be necessary to convince the heads of the contact states to go to a Lidl, and it would be best to start with those closer to them. The deputy folded his hands, rested his head on them, thought about it, and then looked directly into the eyes of his colleague. He asked another question, wondering how to persuade them, just to make them watch the sides, or how to do it. Wan Wei reminded in a satisfied and calm tone that the Sylvia Empire was currently in a bad state due to the civil war, so they had no time to worry about the noble women of the borderlands, and the regent who was appointed to replace the emperor is corrupt and lazy. To top it all off, China is related to the first prince of the empire. The deputy was becoming more and more interested. He kept smiling and scratching his chin with his fingers. The guy also told him that they would use their connections to bribe the regent and get his permission. The deputy listened and said he understood his point, but he didn't understand about interference from other countries. The guy answered his question. He informed him that the heroes of Earth are outsiders. They obey the international law of interdimensional non-interference. So, fortunately for them, it was impossible for them to interfere in Pangaea's internal affairs. He also added that it was impossible to interfere with both the word and the battle. The deputy became silent and thoughtful. He tentatively suggested that maybe they didn't have the right. He was told there was a loophole. The deputy wondered what the loophole was. The loophole was that a person who obtained the status of a Pangaean was no longer considered an outsider and could enter battles. Just recently, Jaffe from the support department had been knighted by the Frey province. The deputy told him that well, they were ready then, but of course a Lidl can be obtained without interference from other countries and without violating international law. The political risks are too great. They need to come up with something better to convince their superiors. He's been told there's a way to mitigate the risks. It is possible to reduce the risks if you hold a duel between the great heroes after the declaration of war for territory. It will be forbidden to award titles, which means a Lidl will have to conduct the battle on his own, without the help of supporters. But here there were doubts in a one-on-one battle, whether Lord Oridal would agree to a battle of great heroes. He is informed by the lad that the city has lost a great deal of soldiers and money in the recent battle. Lord Fine knows that if he continues to fight for the territories by the rules, he will inevitably be defeated. In addition, their rice paddies, from which they replenish their food supply, must have been burned during the recent battle. The deputy got angry and pounded his fist on the table. He now understood why they wanted to use the Chinese heroes. It was all about realizing losses. He thought they had a chance. He asked again what that colleague's name was, and as he answered, he informed Wan Wei that they were beginning to embark on their new plan. The events unfold in a two-story house made of brick and wood, beautifully painted in a combination of white and brown colors. Evening has fallen, and a magnificent sunset stretches across the expanse of sky, illuminating it with a play of blue, purple, pink and orange hues. The colors shimmer one into the other, forming an absolutely delightful gradient. This breathtaking painting also features white, sparkling stars covering the sky with their mysterious brilliance. After defeating their opponents, the friends decided to celebrate by taking out their wooden mugs with elegant silver edges and decorated handles. They gathered in a circle, began ceremoniously tapping the edges of their mugs and filled them with honeyed wine. Their voices filled the air as they encouraged each other to finish their drinks, raising their mugs high in celebration. They all savored this moment, pouring themselves drops of victory and intoxicating joy. It was very cozy when the company gathered together, relaxed and discussed different topics while enjoying glasses of wine. The whole house was filled with tranquility and comfort. This house consisted of 2 floors, furnished with wooden furniture that gave it a special charm, and on the ceiling hung majestically beautiful chandelier made of chains and a wooden circle on which elegant lamps were placed. The girl with the ponytail covered her face with her hand and expressed her opinion that honey beer was the most delicious of all. The young guy confirmed that he was right, believing that this drink would help her lift her spirits. He was pleased to be able to lift the spirits of everyone around him. On the table, in addition to the drinks, soup, large pieces of meat and cheese were spread out, setting the stage for a meal and treating the guests. The muscular girl took the brunette by the shoulder and smiled, telling him to confess something. He choked sharply, embarrassed, and because of that the dark-haired man choked so hard that his saliva flew onto the table and sweat ran down his face. His friends blushed very red and started scolding him for spitting his saliva all over them. They felt bad that he had made them all drool. His friends were very disgusted and embarrassed at that moment. With the ponytail, blushing neither from alcohol or from embarrassment, asked why he didn't want to confess. Because it was his dying wish, and the brunette answered that he just didn't remember anything. Although it was obvious that he remembered everything perfectly, he was pouring a lot of sweat, which strongly indicated his awkwardness inside. The girl began to beg him to confess everything. The dark-haired guy kept coughing. The young man clenched his fist in anger and shouted at him to shut up. The guy asked him why he always behaved so badly when he was sober. The blonde woman sitting in a gray hooded sweatshirt in the distance remained silent, but her face expressed utter bewilderment at what was happening. She seemed disgruntled and looked away with her head down on her palm, eyes pointed to the left. This showed that she was not grasping the meaning of what was happening. The young man looked at his friends with anger. He was very dissatisfied with their inadequate behavior because of alcohol, because he asked them not to drink too much. His request was because, when they get drunk, the whole comfortable atmosphere collapses. He smiled and thought that it was a pity that his buddies couldn't eliminate alcohol from their bodies with internal energy like he could. It would do them a lot of good. That way they would remain sensible and adequate people when they drank, and wouldn't behave so nastily as they did now. A blonde-haired guy, flushed with alcohol, asked the young man why he drinks like them but doesn't get drunk. The young man explained that he simply had a large reserve of internal energy, thanks to which he was able to stay sober even after drinking alcohol. The blonde concluded that he too drank a lot as they looked like they did. The guy didn't like that he thought of him that way. He didn't want to be compared by his friends to them either. After calming down, the young man asked how much he and his buddies had gotten in the dungeon with the wild rats. He assumed it was a lot, though who knew it would be so lucrative. That find was very unexpected and wonderful. The blonde-haired guy told him in a wistful tone that considering how much time they had spent on this dungeon, one would think that the reward wasn't that good. The armor they found was so old that it couldn't be used. Some equipment is not clear what it is for, and his class is. The amount of these equipment is huge, so it's possible that it will be at least 150,000. 01. The blonde-haired man said that if the guy wanted to get it in gold, let him tell him. The land would settle it. He smiled, and the girl with the ponytail twisted inadequately with contentment. They were happy to have so much money. They loved money. So the moment they found out about all this, they smiled with all 32 teeth. Their smile was so strange and unnatural because of the alcohol that it was disgusting to look at them. The young man at the same time wrinkled his face, not with contentment like the girl and the boy, but with indignation. He was indignant that their faces changed when they heard about the money. He thought they were very money-crazed people. The long-haired girl told everyone that Ilion was the mascot of their group, and it was true. Thanks to this guy, they were able to defeat the monsters, find their burrow and get a lot of treasures. The guy smiled, looking at that girl, thought it was weird to be the only sober one in a bunch of drunks. The blonde man was filled with curiosity and bewilderment. He couldn't understand how Ilion had foreseen the treasure or found the rat hole where it had been discovered. The question lingered in his mind, forcing him to ask Ilion, seeking clarification and understanding. Ilion was confused, unsure if his friend would believe him if he told him that the sword was the key to unlocking the location of the treasure. He hesitated, pondering whether to share this information, fearing that his words might not be convincing or understandable enough for his friend. The young man now possessed two swords. He thought about it and concluded that he should return one of them to the forge, so that it would not sit idle and could be used by others. Returning one of the swords to the smithy not only suggested a rethinking of the situation with the return of the weapon, but also opened up an opportunity to ask the blacksmith about the unusual sword. After all, strange things were happening to this sword, and the young man was interested in learning more about it. The peaceful city of Little is enveloped in a weightless embrace of the dawn rays that spread over the horizon. The gentle picture of houses gently swaying in the warm glow inspires calmness and inner comfort. The city's forge has been trampled by time and trials, but still stands strong as a symbol of endurance and the ability to create craftsmanship. The stone building with a wooden roof creates the impression of tireless work and perfection. The door of the forge opened easily, and Chameleon walked in. His smile was reflected in his eyes as he happily greeted the blacksmith, calling him his father-in-law. The blacksmith stopped his work and turned to Kim, impressed by his visit. The walls of the forge are decorated with elegant swords, spears, and halberds that look like real masterpieces. Each object tells its own story, and the blacksmith, working deeply, creates something extremely important. Inside the forge, there is a special atmosphere of intense creativity and dedication to the craft. The blacksmith smiled and spread his hands, carefully removing his work gloves. Turning to Chameleon, he jokingly asked him to remind him when he planned to become his son-in-law. Chameleon took note of the anvil, on which there was a sword blank that was red from the heat and already emitting sparks. This sight surprised Chameleon, so he asked if it was possible to leave the weapon like this without further processing. The blacksmith confidently replied that there was no point in wasting time on refinement, because in the end, his weapon would still be able to kill. Impressed by this unusual approach, Chameleon asked the blacksmith why he spoke so confidently about his work. His question was filled with curiosity and a desire to understand the motivation behind such a unique approach to the art of blacksmithing. The hero's face reflects not only interest but also respect for the blacksmith's talent, which enriches his own understanding of this art. Koval asked Kim Il-young if he was aware of the civil war that was currently unfolding in Sylvania. He explained that the heirs to the empire were competing for the right to take the throne. In the blacksmith's imagination, a picture arose where the images of the heirs, like two powerful elements, were fighting for the shiny, red throne that remained vacant. Koval added menacingly that if the emperor learned of this state of affairs in their country, he would turn over in his grave from the unrest and disorder. His words sounded like a warning that in a situation like the one in Sylvania, no leader would remain stable on the throne. Frowning, Kim Il-young replied that he understood. He thought that as long as he had the opportunity to make money, he was not particularly concerned about political intrigue. The expression on his face suggests that the character considers himself practical and sensible, focusing on his own earning potential without going into the complexities of the political world. Koval, expressing surprise, asked Kim Il-sung how a hero living in such a big world could not be aware of the situation. In response, Kim Il-young laughed skeptically, pointing out that even heroes sometimes lack sensitivity to the events happening around them. His words betray a certain disdain for the fact that politics and intrigue do not always attract the attention of those who live by their own rules. After much deliberation, Kim Il-young came to the conclusion that he may not understand the complex political intrigues, but his rare and expensive weapon makes him valuable to Alito. Here, he can be perceived as a hardworking and valuable person whose contribution is important to the fate of this city. The blacksmith folded his arms across his chest and curiously asked Kim Il-young where he got such a luxurious item. He closely observed Kim Il-young's sword case, which stood out in a special way. His expression showed intrigue and admiration for this elegant instrument of war. Kim Il-young looked at his beautifully decorated case and replied that he had received it in a rat man's dungeon. He told how it happened, adding mystery to his acquisition. His story fills the space of the world around him and adds to the mystery of the hero's image. Picking up the sword in the case, Kim Il-young cheerfully remarked that a strong bond had already formed between him and the sword, as the sword was trying hard to get into the case on its own. The blacksmith, surprised by this surprise, listened to Kim Il-young with interest and admiration. Sweat broke out on the blacksmith's face, and he asked Kim Il-young if he really meant the sword, since Kim Il-young had given the sword human features when he spoke. The blacksmith was interested and seemed a little surprised by this unexpected association. The blacksmith took the sword with both hands and looked at it intently. Kim Il-young did not understand why his action aroused such interest in the blacksmith. Perhaps the blacksmith had his own thoughts or memories related to this sword. The blacksmith skeptically noted that if the sword was so talented, it should have been sold for a higher price. Kim Il-young became clear, and he may have realized that the blacksmith did not understand his special connection to weapons. Kim Il-young picked up the sword case and handed it to the blacksmith, saying that he should take it. The blacksmith agreed and added that his name was Pythos. Kim Il-young handed the case to Pythos and thanked him. Pythos replied that he was glad the case was useful to Kim Il-young. During the exchange, they discussed the source of the case and even shared a few adventures from the past, which made the moment much more pleasant and friendly. Pythos, holding the case in his hands, asked Kim Il-sung if he had come only to return the case. Dean said that, of course, the case was important, but he was also interested in learning more about the true history of this artifact, which turned out to be not only useful but also full of secrets. Kim Il-young thought that Pythos was smarter than he seemed and drew his flawless sword. The gaze in both directions became intense. The atmosphere became thicker. Because both felt that an interesting story awaited them, Kim Il-young's sword shone beautifully. Kim Il-young, holding the sword in his hand, told Pythos that he would like to ask him about the sword's former owner. This topic opened up a wide vista of history for them, and Kim Il-young could not help but express his curiosity about the secrets this impressive weapon might hide. Pythos, in turn, raised an eyebrow in an intriguing gesture, ready to share his knowledge and stories. Pythos held his chin and began to remember. He said that the person who sold him the sword was really interesting. Kim Il-young asked what made him stand out. Pythos said that this mysterious seller had an exceptional mind and unpredictable charisma. He was able to predict events, even those that seemed impossible, and this made him an impressive figure in Pythos' eyes. Pythos continued to recall the former owner of the sword and said he had sparse, dark hair like Kim Il-sung, his pupils were black as obsidian, and his face shone strangely. Kim Il-sung asked if there were any other features. Pythos replied that the man was wearing a strange hat that he had never seen before. Tall, with a wide round brim, it stood out from the usual ones, but created a mysterious image. Kim Il-sung was interested in Pythos's phrase about the hat and began to recall people who fit the description. It seemed to be a special group or organization that possessed unique artifacts and was adept at keeping secrets. Kim Il-sung decided that he had to find out more about these mysterious individuals and their connections to the sword's former owner. Pythos continued his description and said that it was a white hat woven from some kind of grass and gestured to the approximate size of the hat. Kim Il-sung immediately thought that Pythos might be describing a bamboo hat. When he pictured it in his mind, Kim Il-sung imagined thin bamboo petals that gave the wearer an aura of mystery. Kim Il-sung thought that the owner of the sword was from Morim. It seemed to Kim Il-sung that there were other martial artists here besides him. He imagined them meeting, exchanging experiences, and taking part in joint training sessions. This became a source of new impressions and challenges for Kim Il-sung. Kim Il-sung angrily thought that the gods of Pangea were nothing but trouble. At the same moment, the goddess of heroes spoke to Kim Il-sung, saying that he should not judge the world of the gods and that he knew nothing about it. Kim Il-sung felt that he should look at these events from different perspectives and discover new possibilities that this mysterious world hides. Kim Il-sung then clarified that only some of the Pangea gods are trouble. Pythos asked what he meant. Kim Il-sung asked him what he meant, that the man simply sold the sword and left. Kim Il-sung expressed doubt that the mysterious seller decided to take such a step without any hidden agenda or attempt to participate in a grand game plan. Pythos told Kim Il-sung that the previous owner of the sword was a woman, not a man. Pythos then added that it was an incredible beauty with snow-white skin and hair in a ponytail. This expanded the boundaries of Kim Il-sung's idea of possible heroes and heroines who could possess such powerful artifacts. Kim Il-sung thought that she must have been a swordswoman and noted that this was unusual. Thinking about how this strong and impressive woman could use a sword filled his head with new and interesting perspectives in the world of martial arts and heroism. Pythos continued to recall and said that the girl hadn't actually sold him the sword, but had simply left it behind. Kim Il-sung asked if that was all. Pythos continued to recall, revealing how they met in a mysterious place where she decided that he would be a worthy new owner of this impressive sword. That he remembered the girl mumbling something about how the sword would howl when it found a new owner. And when she was convinced that Pythos had good metalworking skills, she gave him the sword. A mysterious melody of passing from one owner to another sounded, which left Pythos in the memory of the centuries-old tradition of passing on magical objects. Hearing Pythos's statement, Kim Il-sung angrily asked him how it was that Pythos had sold him someone else's weapons. Pythos smiled and replied that it was not a sale, but rather an inheritance. He felt like the chosen one to be responsible for this powerful artifact, and it added new dimensions to his adventures. Pythos asked Kim Il-sung what else he could do, since the girl had not returned for the sword and so many years had passed. Pythos then added that he didn't have an arsenal in his forge and didn't need to keep the weapon, so he was selling it. Kim Il-sung thought that obviously Pythos had decided that the girl didn't need the sword anymore, and it might have something to do with what happened to her. Kim Il-sung continued to analyze Pythos' words. He thought that maybe something had happened to that girl, so she couldn't come back, and it was a shame that a sword like that had been gathering dust for several years. This raised some questions and strong doubts about what happened to the sword's previous owner. Kim Il-sung continued to think that it was all very strange and how a master from another dimension could leave his weapon to a blacksmith. This understanding expanded the realm of mystery surrounding this sword and aroused a new and exciting interest. Kim Il-sung picked up the sword and looked at it and thought that the sword had found another warrior from Morim meant that it was inevitable. He felt a great responsibility for this artifact and recognized that his destiny was connected to the incredible adventures and mysteries that lay ahead of him. A white castle with a blue roof. The castle stands in a courtyard with trees near it, then houses with orange tiles on their roofs. It is surrounded by a stone wall with towers. The atmosphere of the courtyard is striking in its calmness and majesty, and the orange tiles give a touch of warmth among the cold stone. A spacious throne room with huge display cases behind the throne and a high ceiling. The ruler sits on the throne and asks a servant who China will send here. The servant replies that China will send the B-rank hero Jiafei to duel great warriors. The hall itself is striking in its grandeur and luxury, and the windows allow you to watch the events outside. The ruler is a middle-aged man with white, long hair combed back and a small white beard. He was dressed in a black robe with a decorated yellow border. He asked the servant if he meant Jiafei, whom the ruler had knighted. The servant answered in the affirmative. The ruler, sitting on the throne, looks powerful and decisive, ready to make important decisions. The servant replied that China had chosen a hero with knightly status in order to reduce political risks and that he would like to ask for the active cooperation of the ruler. The expression in his eyes reflects anxiety about the possible difficulties in the political dimension of this decision. The ruler said that he would of course agree, but he hoped that the first prince would appreciate his zeal. He asked if there were no A-rated heroes and that he felt that B-rated was not quite appropriate. He is showing stubbornness and lack of confidence in the decision China has made. The servant assured him that this was what they needed and that the strongest knight of Alida was Purser, while the others were heroes of lower ranks. The ruler smiled slyly and said decisively that he would try to get the prince to allow the duel, and that they would win the prince's trust and bring down the arrogance of the arrogant Oriana. His facial expression indicates confidence in his ability to influence events and ensure the success of this plan. Always shining Illidel against the backdrop of a beautiful sky, which is held by the flags on the towers. Someone has spoken loudly to Lady Oriana, and the sky celebrates the majesty and immense power of this city as a symbol of Illidel. Lady Oriana sat on her high throne. She was approached by Purser Fisher. She asked him what he wanted and if he had any urgent news. The image of Lady Oriana on the throne reflects her power and great importance in this city. The head of the knights, Fisher, is alarmed to learn that a duel of great heroes is taking place on the border of Fry province. He delivers this news with an expression of seriousness and anxiety, which indicates the gravity of the situation. Lady Oriana got up from her throne in alarm and asked Fisher what duel he was talking about. He replied that they had just received a letter from the Empire. This reaction of Lady Oriana emphasizes her curiosity and concern about the events unfolding outside of her power. Fisher asked for the help of the merciful mother goddess for the winner and said that the duel was being held to expand the territorial claims between Illidel and Fry. His words strike a chord with the seriousness of the situation and the importance of victory for Illidel. Lady Oriana looked sadly at the floor and asked what was the cause of the war. Her question shows her concern and desire to understand the root of the conflict, as well as her attempt to find understanding and a peaceful solution to the situation. Fisher replied that during the last monster attack, they had been watching the situation from the outside. Lady Oriana replied that this was impossible. This exchange emphasizes the tensions between the factions and the differences in their points of view. Fisher explained that the lady herself knows that the current central government of the empire is corrupt, and Fry belongs to the first faction of the prince to offer a bribe. This points to corruption and the influence of political interests on decision-making in the empire, which again emphasizes the threat to Illidel and the need for action. He princes were too busy with each other at the time of the demonic invasion, and that the regent and the central government were blinded by power and completely ignored the needs of the common people. Her face reflects her anxiety and frustration at the circumstances. Lady Oriana continued to grieve. The news depressed her. She thought about how the lords were uniting with the earthly forces, one by one. Then Lady Oriana said that they had no choice. This shows her belief that the circumstances confront them with a fact, and they must act, having no alternatives. Fisher expressed his thoughts to Lady Oriana with impressive enthusiasm. He described in detail how a new knight of B rank from faraway China had been initiated in the province of Phi, at the very top of a sacred hill, in a huge public event. Fisher saw himself in that role, and laid out his ambitions and dreams before Lady Oriana. Lady Oriana, listening to Fisher, looked at him with curiosity and a bit of concern, asking if he was referring to China. She expressed her surprise that this distant country could be the cause of important events in their region. Her words gave off a little anxiety and curiosity about the possible impacts on the earth due to events in China. Lady Oriana, stunned by Fisher's words, actively questioned him about possible scenarios. Her face was filled with excitement and confusion. She was more excited and interested in the new circumstances than ever before. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her eyes were wide open, indicating an incredible level of emotional stress. The head of the Knights, Fisher, shocked by the news, hesitantly presented his reasoning to Lady Oriana. He explained that, unfortunately, there was no knight in Elidel with the necessary B rank to confront a warrior of this class. Nevertheless, showing favorable hope, he indicated that their last chance might lie in appealing to the princess. With patience and confidence, Lady Oriana advised Fisher to refrain from jumping to conclusions. She confidently determined that they had a suitable knight ready to come to the rescue. Fisher was surprised by this unexpected news, but the lady assured him that the chosen warrior had a big heart and could not leave those in trouble. Fisher, left in limbo, asked Lady if she could elaborate on her words. The lady replied, reminding him of the faithful and brave Kim Il-sung, who is always ready to fight and come to the aid of those who need him. Fisher, deep in thought, considered turning to Kim Il-sung to save their situation. Fisher, deep in thought, decided that Kim Il-sung was the perfect candidate for the duel. He remembered that Kim Il-sung had received the title before the outbreak of the War for Territory, and had successfully dealt with a necromancer and dozens of orcs. Fisher imagined Kim Il-sung's image, weaponry, and mastery of magic, and confidently believed that this knight could prove himself strong enough to win a duel with a B-ranked opponent. Lady Oriana, recognizing the urgency of the situation, strongly instructed Fisher Purser to immediately contact the hero Kim Il-sung. She had no time to hesitate and ordered this task to be completed without delay, noting that they needed Kim Il-sung's help immediately. Fisher, recognizing the importance of the task, bowed before Lady Oriana, a sign of humility and promise. He stated that he would immediately begin searching for Kim Il-sung and do everything possible to provide assistance as soon as possible. Against the backdrop of a clear blue sky and next to a two-story stone tavern made with numerous wooden details, Kim Il-sung, a mercenary and knight, works to perfect his skills. He skillfully hones his sword strokes, using the tavern as the perfect place to practice. Kim Il-sung's strokes in training are quick and precise, reflecting his high level of skill and experience. Every movement of his sword betrays virtuosity and confidence, creating an unsurpassed image of a skilled warrior. Kim Il-sung impresses with his agility, focus, and a certain anger as he hones his punches. His movements express inner strength and determination. The knight performs each blow with unsurpassed grace, extracting maximum efficiency from each movement. Kim Il-sung summons a stream of blue magical energy, directing it straight into the blue sky. His ability to control magic makes him an outstanding knight, and at this moment he demonstrates his mastery of magical powers. Kim Il-sung, covered in sweat from training, holds a sword on his outstretched arm, from which steam is released from the magical energy. His physical appearance testifies to the strain and high intensity of his training. Kim Il-sung made a sword move and thought there was nothing better than training. After waking up, he delves deeper into his inner world, feeling the strength and energy that wakes up in his body during exercise. Kim Il-sung, having completed his sword training, puts the sword back into its case. It seems that part of his training is complete, and now he is ready to move on to the next stage, training with martial arts techniques. His sharp appearance shows that he is ready for new challenges. Kim Il-sung began training a martial technique called the Fist of Eight Faces. He stood in a static pose with his hands together in front of him. Blue mana began to flow out of his body, and a blue magic layer formed near his hands. Information appeared on the holographic screen: Fist of Eight Faces, 9 stars 99.3. Kim Il-sung looked ahead with determination and thought that his technique had almost reached 10 stars, indicating almost 100% mastery of this martial technique. Kim Il-sung checked the holographic screen, which presented a list of martial techniques. Minor Pranayama Technique, 9 stars 99.7, 10 Resistances from Wind and Rain, 9 stars 99.5. His high level of proficiency in various techniques testified to his incredible skill in martial arts. Kim Il-sung observed the 7-star advance, 9 star 99.5 technique and considered its effectiveness. Feeling that the time had come to use it, he was determined to activate this powerful combat technique. With a single punch of his fist in the air, Kim Il-sung unleashed an incredible amount of energy that destroyed everything in its path. His skill and power are impressive as he radiates power, executing his moves with extreme confidence. Then Kim Il-sung kicked in the air, releasing incredible power again. Powerful magical energy covered his body, creating the image of an extremely powerful fighter. His control over energy is impressive and puts him in the ranks of great martial artists. Kim Il-yeon stood in a fighting stance, his arms and body enveloped in powerful energy. As he looked forward, he thought that if he continued at this pace, he would greatly improve his skills. A feeling of strength and power filled him, giving him the impression of an invincible warrior. Suddenly, Kim Il-yeon noticed some voices behind him. They were discussing the war between Little and Fry, and it seemed that the news had just reached the townspeople. After hearing part of the conversation, Kim Il-yeon listened intently, observing how the news of the conflict was reflected in people's moods. Kim Il-yeon looked back at the two men behind him, who were lively discussing the military conflict between the factions. Their words revealed thoughts about supporting the prince and princess, and also mentioned the possibility of civil war on the borders. Kim Il-yeon, listening attentively, realized that his own fate could be inextricably linked to these events. The men passing by continued to discuss the coming war and the need to prepare for it. They also discussed the possibility that dueling heroes could resolve the conflict and bring peace. The men continued to talk about what would happen to their lady if Elida lost. Disturbing discussions included the possibility of losing their lands and being sent into exile without money. It was noted that the new ruler could be Earl Morgan, a despotic exploiter. Kim Il-yeon smiled and concluded that the people are concerned about their lady, and that he thinks Lady Oriana is a great ruler. The positive attitude toward Lady Oriana shows the high level of trust in her among the residents. Kim Il-yeon heard from passers-by that there were rumors in the city that the first prince and the younger princess would soon arrive in Lidl to officially end the tournament. This information aroused interest and excitement among the residents. The men passing by then discussed that such events were no joke, and that the younger princess was showing real concern for their ruler. They discussed how this might affect the city and its future. Kim Il-yeon suggested that the younger princess might want to check how fair the match is, and the first prince will be watching her every move. Such excessive attention from the royal family may indicate a serious interest in important events in the city. In conclusion, the men agreed that they strongly believe in a secure future with Lady Oriana. They expressed their hope that she would bring only positive changes and tried to appear optimistic, although there was a significant amount of anxiety and uncertainty in their eyes. Loud noises shattered the silence, drawing the men's attention. Amidst the abandoned surroundings, they could see Lady Oriana standing there like a mysterious figure. Their uncertainty increased as they tried to unravel the purpose of her visit to this remote location. Kim Il-yeon had a look of uncertainty. His eyes reflected uncertainty, and he seemed to be losing touch with what was happening. His expression showed that he did not understand what was happening, and this added to the mystery of the whole scene. Lady Oriana arrived at Kim Il-yeon's on beautiful horses with Fisher. Her presence caused the hero to feel dubious emotions, and he could not look away from her. Her eyes shone with warmth and mystery, creating an atmosphere of mystery. Lady Oriana turned to Kim Il-yeon with a look of relief on her face, claiming that she had finally found him and he was extremely important to her. Kim Il-yeon looked seriously surprised by this unexpected turn of events, so he asked Lady Oriana what exactly she wanted him to do. Lady Oriana responded to Kim Il-yeon with a mixture of apology and recognition, thinking that it might be unfriendly to ask such a thing. Nevertheless, she decided to make her request and asked Kim Il-jeon to accept the role of their great warrior, while humbly looking down, which added to the mystery and majesty of the moment. The men passing by were quite surprised by this unexpected picture. They exchanged glances, asking each other questions about how it could happen that a lady would lower her head in front of someone, and who this mysterious Kim Il-yeon was. It seemed as if time had slowed down. The atmosphere was filled with unsolved mysteries, and gazes crossed, trying to unravel the hidden origins of this mysterious story. Kim Il-yeon stood confused and embarrassed, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. His eyes silently asked for explanations, and his expression reflected uncertainty and curiosity. The mystery of the circumstances was in the air around him, like an invisible petal breeze that hid everything that had happened from the prying eyes of others. The head of the knights, Fisher, asked Kim Il-sung for help. Kim Il-yeon thought it was hard for him to imagine how he could be at the center of such an incredible outbreak of events. His mind was spinning, trying to find answers to unknown questions, but in his heart he felt the call of a true knight, ready to take responsibility for a mysterious task. He looked at the determined Fisher, realizing that he would have to play a key role In this epic unfolding of events, suddenly, a new task appeared on the holographic screen. It read as follows: Task: Name her knight. Difficulty: Medium. Information: Each hero must have a personal story about his exploits. Progress: Victory in the tournament of great warriors not completed. Reward for completion: Strength 1. Endurance 1. Experience points 1000. Heavenly Elixir. A sign of recognition. Kim Il-yeon thought this was very unexpected. He took it as a great challenge. He felt his heart throbbing with adrenaline and his eyes lit up with the light of adventure. Kim Il-yeon thought that there was no more luxurious reward and scratched the back of his head in thought and doubt. The goddess of heroes advised him to accept the offer as soon as possible. It seemed to him that this could be a really important chapter in his epic, and his own doubts were flowing away like a river of profitable opportunities. Kim Il-yeon smiled slyly and thought that Hilda Green must have been excited by such a big event. His mind was filled with strategic thoughts, and his heart was filled with the wet taste of adventure. His steps became clearer as a new chapter of his knightly life unfolded before him, filled with challenges, feats, and mysteries waiting to be solved. The bracelet on the hero's hand began to emit light, and the goddess of heroes said that he should not miss this chance to become famous throughout the empire. Kim Il-yeon replied that he was not interested in all these heroic games. Brilliant rays of light, he could not help but feel his heart beating with excitement, and the words of the goddess struck his thoughts like a mighty sword ready to cut the path before his adventures. The goddess of heroes said that in that case, Kim Il-sung was not interested in awards. He smiled slyly and replied that it was nothing of the sort. His words were excited, like a glint of light on the surface of a lake that hides deep secrets beneath its calm surface. Kim Il-yeon touched his D-rank honorary knight and hero badge, and thought it was time to repay the patience shown to him. He felt the responsibility falling on his shoulders like an invisible cloak, ready to protect him from trials and guide him through the paths of fame and recognition. Lady Oriana turned to Kim Il-yeon and told him that she was ready to do anything he asked, as long as he helped Il-yeon. She continued to look down guiltily. Kim Il-yeon thought that Lady Oriana would not rest until he agreed. His heart was touched by the devotion and faith she was placing in his hands, and he felt the weight of an important decision. Kim Il-yeon said that the lady seemed afraid of what he might want. Lady Oriana replied that he would get anything for saving Il-yeon. She sounded confident, and the look in her eyes indicated that she would do anything to save those she loved. Kim Il-yeon looked seriously at Lady Oriana. His gaze reflected the importance of the moment when the fate of not only the hero, but also those who entrusted their hearts and hopes to them, was being decided. He felt responsible to her and to Il-yeon, and his inner strength was preparing to reach a new level of challenge. Kim Il-yeon said that he did not need material goods and was not interested in the award. He put his hand to his chest, pointing to the Golden Knight's badge. Then he said that when he put on the badge, he became an honorary knight who was ready to defend a lady. With every word he put in the expressiveness and importance of his beliefs, trying to convey his willingness to serve not only with duty, but also with faith in the nobility of his mission. When he finished his sentence, Kim Il-yeon immediately thought that he had spouted some sweet nonsense. He seemed to be uncomfortable even with his own words. His internal struggle between mercantilism and expressive loyalty came to the surface, and he tried to push back against his own insecurities. Lady Oriana was just beaming with joy after Kim Il-sung's words. Kim Il-yeon thought that of course he would accept the award, but a little drama wouldn't hurt. He seems to be a very mercantile person. His deep gaze mixed with a slight smile, reflecting his ability to play different roles in this great chivalric theater. Lady Oriana walked up to Kim Il-sung, took his hands, bent forward humbly, and called him her knight. Kim Il-yeon thought that he had gone overboard with his heroic speech. He felt the importance of this moment, but he also had doubts in his heart about whether he was worthy of this recognition, whether he really deserved such a great devotion. The city of Il-yeon looks calm and serene at dawn. The sun's rays hug the streets, and the morning freshness fills the air, a picture of the perfect moment when the world is still sleeping, but is already waking up to a new day. The courtyard of the castle, an octagonal, green field. On both sides of the field are tents with people. A warrior comes forward from each tent. A judge stands in the middle. The atmosphere is tense, like before a big fight. All eyes are focused on the event that is about to take place. Man in the classic suit said with a mocking tone that it was not wise to involve a person from another dimension in the tournament of the sacred Tangia, and what the younger princess was thinking about. His words sounded like a test for Kim Il-young, and his look of interest added to the feeling that he was facing not only a man, but also the opinion of society. The man with the red tie angrily declared that the entire empire knew that the first prince himself had begun to duel people from other dimensions. His angry words sounded like thunderclaps, and they expressed the aggravated situation and dissatisfaction of a part of the empire. The younger princess and Lady Oriana were standing next to each other. They looked quite similar, like sisters. Lady Oriana looked uncertainly at the floor, while the younger princess looked straight ahead. The tension in the air was palpable, and their expressions reflected concern and indignation at the unfolding situation. Kim Il-young looked at them and thought that the rumors were true and the younger princess was really worried about Lady Oriana. His own feelings were mixed with support and understanding, because he also felt responsible for his actions. The younger princess came forward and introduced herself. She said she was an envoy of Henrietta, the fourth princess of the Sylvia Empire. The younger princess looked majestic and seemed to have a glittering air about her. Her introduction expressed not only status, but also defiance, a willingness to become a voice of change in the empire. The younger princess with the purple eyes turned to Kim Il-young, asking him if he was really the great hero of Oriana. Her violet eyes shone with intense curiosity, and she penetratingly studied Kim Il-sung's expression in search of the truth. Kim Il-young replied in the affirmative and introduced himself to the younger princess. She replied that if her old friend trusted him, she should too. His words balanced the atmosphere, and they gained the support of the younger princess, who recognized the importance of trust and loyalty. The younger sister said that Henrietta's worries seemed to be justifying. Then she said that they say Kim Il-jong will have to fight a B rank and asked if he could handle it. Her words created a sense of tension, but also evoked determination in his response. Kim Il-young looked at the D rank badge and realized why they were worried. He felt the inner strength and readiness to go higher, meeting the expectations of those who believe in him. Kim Il-young smiled gamely and thought that he and his opponent were on different levels, but their stances were almost the same. His smile was full of confidence, and he was ready to enter the arena where his future path would be determined. Kim Il-young put his hand on the hilt of his sword and said that in another dimension his sword was slaughtering people. His words had the essence of a heroic challenge, and his gaze indicated that he was ready to defend and fight. Kim Il-young pointed to himself and said that his body had gone through grueling training, so the princess had nothing to worry about and could look forward to his victory. Kim Jong-il looked confident, his silhouette against the background reflecting his dedication to a great task and willingness to accept a challenge. The goddess of heroes praised Kim Il-young, saying that he knew how to keep a straight face. Kim Il-young agreed with her and added that he has the 8th grader syndrome, so pretentious things are silly for him. His joke was light and ready to accept himself as he is. The younger princess told Kim Il-young that he was strange, but that this might be their trump card, and wished him victory. Her words reflected a certain interested approach to the unexpected hero, and she was sure that he could be useful to them all. The courtyard of the castle. The atmosphere is tense. The air is heavy. The tournament is about to begin. The tournament judge raised his right hand and said that it was noon, which meant it was time to start the tournament, and he asked the heroes' representatives to come forward. His words sounded like the definition of the beginning of something great, and the raised hand gave the command to act. On one side was a hero in a classic suit. His red hair was shaved on the sides, and his long bangs hung in front. He had a sword hanging on his left side. The hero's appearance conveyed strength and confidence, and the sword prepared the audience for the incredible fights that were to come. On the chest of the enemy hero was a B rank badge. His distinguished appearance indicated confidence in his own abilities, and this was clearly visible even from a distance. On the other hand, Kim Il-young came out dressed in black, with a black robe on his back and a sword on his left side. His appearance evoked an aura of mystery, and the black color symbolized his strength. The sword at his side spoke for itself about his readiness to fight. On his chest was a D rank badge. This identified him as a hero with less experience, but his appearance complemented his inner strength. The enemy hero smiled slyly and addressed Kim Il-young, saying that D rank was low and what kind of warrior he was. He then added that the outcome of the duel seemed obvious. Kim Il-young asked himself who had decided. His facial expression indicated that he was ready to meet the challenge and showed his true abilities. The enemy hero introduced himself by saying that he was Jia Fei from China. He looked exotic, and his name carried power and mystery. Kim Il-young introduced himself and said he was from the Republic of Korea. His response was brief, but it expressed the pride and strength of his country. Both heroes looked at each other menacingly. Zhao Fei told Kim Il-yen that he should surrender immediately, fall down before his skill, and pray for mercy. Kim Il-sung replied that he would do just fine. His refusal was pronounced with confidence, and he was ready to take on the challenge. The judge with red hair, beard, and monocle held his hands out to the sides and announced that the soldiers should take their positions. He then announced that the rules of this duel forbade retreating and disappearing from the judge's sight. His words created an atmosphere of tension and anticipation before an extraordinary event. Kim Il-yen listened to the judge and immediately thought that it was a pity that he would not be able to use the magic ring. His thoughts were filled with reflections on the possibilities that opened up or, on the contrary, were limited in this fight. Zhao Fei said that Kim Il-yen was a fearless guy and that Zhao would abuse him properly. Zhao Fei expressed his threatening intentions by talking about how he would take Kim Il-yen's head off and then rip out his lungs. His words filled the arena with tension and anticipation before the fight began. Kim Il-yen glared at Zhao Fei and thought he was a bullshit talker. His gaze was full of the confident determination of the stakes in this important battle, and his inner fire was blazing. With loud words, the judge announced that the tournament of great warriors was open. His announcement created an invisible tension in the atmosphere of the arena. Both heroes drew their swords at the same time. Both swords were charged with magic. The brilliant explosions of magical light were a clear sign of readiness for battle, and their swords sparkled with a mysterious energetic appearance. Zhao Fei pointed his sword at Kim Il-sung and said that since Kim Il-sung had a D rank, he was allowing him to attack first. His words were like a playful challenge, and they expressed the security of his own strength and advantages. Kim Il-yen looked at Zhao Fei menacingly and asked him if he knew anything about martial arts. It was clear that he had a high level of fortitude. Zhao Fei called Kim Il-yen an idiot and told him to calm down and that his martial arts were just children's stories. Zhao Fei's response was contemptuous, but Kim Il-yen continued to maintain his strong posture and dignity. Zhao Fei said that it was time to cross swords. His words resounded in the arena as a challenge to a real fight, and his expression showed that he was ready for a serious confrontation. The two heroes rushed toward each other with incredible speed to meet each other. The arena was filled with tension as the heroes accelerated to prepare for the fight. Kim Il-yen used the 7-star advanced martial technique and literally flew at Zhao Fei with the intention of striking him with his sword. His movement was spectacular and precise, reflecting the fighter's high level of skill. With incredible force, the swords of the two heroes struck each other, and only enormous energy was dispersed in different directions. During this vulnerable moment, the arena was held in tense anticipation, and the burning light of the swords illuminated the moment of the martial artists' clash. The heroes continued to fight, but they only blocked each other's blows. Despite the intense battle, both showed impressive defense skills, preventing significant damage. Kim Il-yen noticed that Zhao Fei's stances were good. Then he decided to test his techniques. Kim Il-yen clutched his sword and thought that he should first test Zhao Fei's weapon skills. He kept his concentration and readiness for any possible moves of the opponent. Kim Il-yen swiftly rushed forward with his sword toward Zhao Fei with the intention of striking him. Magical energy surged from his body, adding more of an impressive element to his attack. Kim Il-yen was stabbing Zhao Fei with a lot of sword blows. Zhao Fei could barely manage to deflect the blows and wondered how this was possible. He was stunned by the level of strength and technical skill of his opponent. Kim Il-yen moved incredibly fast, his attacks bypassing Zhao Fei, leaving him overwhelmed and powerless against the enemy's pace. Zhao Fei barely had time to follow his movements. Every move of Kim Il-yen was so fast and coordinated that it was difficult to keep his opponent in sight. Kim Il-yen struck again at Zhao Fei, but he blocked the blow. Zhao Fei felt tense, but said that Kim Il-yen was waving his sword like a girl. Shortly after this comment, it turned out that it was just an attempt to embarrass the opponent. Zhao Fei said that Kim Il-yen uses tricks because he lacks strength and is low in rank. It was an attempt to find the opponent's weaknesses and use them to his advantage. The battle continued, but to no avail. As before, the heroes simply repelled each other's attacks, exploring weaknesses and looking for opportunities to win. Kim Il-yen noticed that Zhao Fei was already accustomed to his speed, and therefore had an easier time deflecting his punches. However, this was only an apparent effect, as Kim Il-yen maintained his agility and used his technique to his advantage. Kim Il-yen then noted that the highlight of this technique is that he can deliver imperceptible and lightning-fast strikes and instantly struck Zhao Fei's body. Chameleon noted that he had not demonstrated his capabilities until that moment, and he impressed his opponent with unexpected attacks. Zhao Fei was injured and coughed up blood. He had severely underestimated Chameleon and seemed to have realized it. The damage inflicted by Chameleon was serious, affecting the enemy's effectiveness. Lady Oriana began to cheerfully support Chameleon, rooting for his success in battle and convinced of his strength and skill. Chameleon looked at Zhao Fei and assessed how much damage he had done to him. He thought that he was aiming for the heart and could not miss. Using his incredible skills in combat, Zhao Fei spat out a clot of blood, showing how seriously his body was damaged by Kim Il-jong's attacks. Zhao Fei wiped the blood from his mouth and noticed that Kim Il-sung was quite good with his rank, and now Zhao Fei would have to show Kim Il-sung his abilities. He decided to take more responsibility in this fight. Zhao Fei used a healing technique. A circle with symbols appeared on the floor around Zhao Fei, emitting a green magical aura, enveloping Zhao Fei's body and healing him. This was an indication of his ability to master not only offensive but also defensive magic skills. Chameleon looked very confused, like he was just shocked. He did not understand how a sword-fighting warrior could have the ability to heal. Zhao Fei saw Kim Yilin's surprise and explained that it was magic, and he too had his own secrets. All thanks to a first-class magic sword. He stood there, proudly resting the sword on his shoulders. Chameleon looked at Zhao Fei and thought that this was it. Zhao Fei put his left hand forward and said, "Bind." His hand glowed with a bright light, and green magic flew around Zhao Fei. This action once again demonstrated his high level of magic mastery. Black ropes began to appear from the ground around Chameleon, looking like elusive shadows imbued with mysterious energy. Their presence created the impression that the earth itself was coming to life to fulfill an unknown task. Chameleon looked fearfully at the black ropes that wove around him. His intense gaze showed not only concern, but also determination to uncover the secret of these extraordinary phenomena. Chameleon decided not to wait, but to use the 7-star progression technique. Each movement was precise and energetic, aimed at destroying the black ropes that tried to immobilize him. The impressive efficiency and skill of the technique impressed even experienced observers. Chameleon breathed a sigh of relief after successfully using the technique. A holographic screen appeared, saying improvement of the 7-star advancement technique. Satisfied with the results, he continued on his battle path with the new knowledge. Zhao Fei responded to the challenge by using the fireball technique, which turned the battlefield into a whirlpool of flames. His magical energy played with every movement, creating an impressive theater of fire. Zhao Fei's magic punch was powerful, but Kim Il-yin showed incredible skill in turning away from its destructive power. The fight manifested itself as a real choreography of magic and martial arts. Chameleon looked at Zhao Fei with concentration and thought about his next move. His mind was working at full capacity, considering options and strategies to help him withstand his opponent's fiery challenge. This moment of decisiveness added emotional intensity to an already exciting match. Zhao Fei smiled slyly, comparing Kim Il-yin to a nimble insect. His words were accompanied by an ominous look that announced a new stage of the fight, filled with cunning and challenges. Chameleon decided it was time for the flash. He was going to reveal his mysterious technique, which promised an impressive performance in battle. His movements became more energetic, and his concentration was in an atmosphere of increased tension. Zhao Fei used a technique against Chameleon that electrocuted him like lightning. However, Chameleon had activated the attack absorption technique, which reduced his strength to 9. Mysterious powers were revealed at the most critical moment of the battle. Chameleon was on his knees, catching his breath after a strong blow. The crowd of fans supported the heroes, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation for further developments. Zhao Fei decided to use the ice spear martial technique. He raised his sword above him, and sharp ice blocks appeared around him, indicating his exceptional level of skill in the art of war. This move promised to be one of the most exciting moments in this thrilling confrontation. Zhao Fei shouted, urging Kim Il-sung to die, and threw a pile of sharp ice blocks at him. This sharpened attack created the impression that death itself was stretching out its cold arms too. The hero, Kim Il-yin, almost at the last moment, used the small paranoia technique. With an instantaneous reaction, he avoided a pile of ice blocks and demonstrated an impressive level of combat skill. Zhao Fei didn't understand what was happening and asked in surprise how Kim Il-yin could still move at all. It seems that Jaffe was shocked and lost his initiative in the face of his opponent's unexpected response. A holographic screen appeared in front of Kim Il-sung, reading 7-star progress, 10 stars. Kim Il-sung looked at this message and thought that this was the end. Expectedly or unexpectedly, he was preparing for the final stage of the battle. Kim Il-sung began to approach Jaffe and used the small paranoia technique and 7-star advance. Martial techniques. Blue magic appeared around Kim Il-sung's feet, creating an impressive effect that emphasized his skill in using magic in combat. Kim Il-sung's entire body radiated a strong blue energy that seemed to flow from his inner source of strength. Confidently looking forward, he expressed his readiness for the next challenge in the battle. Kim Il-sung said that he had knelt down before only to gain momentum. With unexpected speed, he rushed toward Jaffe, his movements so swift that his opponent could not keep up. With great speed and power, Kim Il-sung flew toward his enemy, Jaffe. His blue energy struck fear into everyone standing near the arena, and Kim Il-sung's fighting spirit amazed even the bravest observers. Jaffe looked really scared. It seems that all of Jaffe's fighting techniques had no effect on Kim Il-sung, and he began to feel the pressure of the carefree fighter, who was much stronger than he expected. Jaffe decided to use the poisonous mist technique and immediately sent a stream of poisonous air at Kim Il-sung. However, even this cunning move was not invisible to the blue energy that surrounded Kim Il-sung, demonstrating his unsurpassed magical power. "It's no use," Kim Il-sung shouted with a sly smile and wide eyes. His voice was filled with confidence, and his smile announced that he had many more surprises in store. Kim Il-sung used the 8 faces, 10 stars fist technique, and with a powerful blow destroyed the stream of poisonous mist that Jaffe had sent at him. His attack was so strong that the enemy fog could barely hold on to Kim Il-sung's magical power. Jaffe saw Kim Il-sung rapidly approaching him and used the firewall technique to stop Kim Il-sung. A wall of fire rose high above the ground, blocking the path in front of the aggressive opponent. Jaffe used the technique and started running in the other direction. Kim Il-sung saw his blurred image through the wall of fire, but Jaffe was already on his way to escape, trying to get away from danger. With crazed eyes, Kim Il-sung thought that Jaffe was trying hard to increase the distance between them. His power over the situation was growing, and he could taste the sweet taste of victory in the air. Kim Il-sung saw Jaffe's silhouette. He jumped high and used the 10 pillars of wind and rain technique, and a beam of magic hit Jaffe's arm as he tried to escape from Kim Il-sung's pursuit. Entangled in a network of magical forces, Jaffe felt the pressure of his defeat. Kim Il-sung walked confidently forward, surrounded by blue magic. On the holographic screen was written the technique 10 pillars against wind and rain, indicating that Kim Il-sung's power was only growing stronger. An exhausted Jaffe looked at Kim Il-sung, holding his injured arm. He asked Kim Il-sung what kind of a bastard he was. His question was full of surprise and disappointment at his own defeat in front of an incredibly strong opponent. Jaffe began to look around in confusion to see where his sword had gone. As soon as he saw his sword lying behind him, at the same moment Kim Il-sung's dagger flew at him at high speed. The inevitable end of the battle could have come in the form of a decisive blow that would have formed the basis of the legend of this epic duel. Kim Il-sung threw a dagger, but Jaffe was able to dodge it. After successfully dodging with impressive maneuverability, Jaffe found that the battle was not over yet, and his enemy remained dangerous. Jaffe called Kim Il-sung a bullshit monster. It seems that only now did Jaffe realize that he had underestimated Kim Il-sung in vain. His expression was filled with surprise and a certain dose of fear of his opponent's strength. Jaffe clenched his teeth and looked at Kim Il-sung with animalistic anger, and then said that he was not a D rank, but a common fraud. Jaffe is shocked by his arrogance and now feels doubt and regret about how he underestimated his opponent. His pride has been severely bruised, and his beliefs about his own impeccability have been shattered by the reality of this fight. Kim Il-sung thought that Jaffe had already begun to deny reality because he could not believe that he could lose. Kim Il-sung decided to use the 7-star progression technique. This amazing technique easily identifies the enemy's blind spot, making him defenseless against subsequent attacks. Kim Il-sung began to approach Jaffe. The blue magic was flying around Kim Il-sung again. This technique works as if the enemy thinks that Kim Il-sung has clones. Enriched with realistic illusions, Kim Il-sung prepares to impress and confuse his enemy. Jaffe began to panic and scream to keep Kim Il-sung away from him. His psychological stability breaks down under the influence of magic and stress, and Zhao Fei begins to act recklessly and under the influence of panic. Zhao Fei's panic grew as he saw the four clones of Kim Il-yin and randomly slashed his sword in the air. Zhao Fei started shouting for Kim Il-yin to stop, revealing his vulnerability and powerlessness in the face of his opponent's deceptive magic strategy. Kim Il-yin approached Zhao Fei as close as possible and cut off his arm. Zhao's severed hand flew into the air and began to spill black blood like oil. Zhao Fei fled in terror, and his image was now accompanied by the shadow of tragedy. Kim Il-yin just looked at Zhao Fei with a cold predator's gaze. Zhao Fei ran and continued to shout that Kim Il-yin had hidden his skills and entered the tournament of heroes, thus justifying his defeat in the face of such an incredible force. Soon, the armless Zhao Fei stopped, clutching his wound with his other hand, which was bleeding black blood. Zhao Fei then said that Kim Il-sung should not even think of touching him, because otherwise the whole of China would stand up for him, and it would not end there. His words sounded like the last slogan in a real epic battle. Kim Il-yin addressed Zhao Fei, calling him a bastard. Zhao Fei just looked on in confusion, his face reflecting his powerlessness and defeat before his unrivaled opponent. Kim Il-yin told Zhao Fei that he had lost to the Mirrorman and that Kim Il-sung would finish him off with a weapon. Kim Il-yin said goodbye to Zhao Fei, and with one swing of his sword, he cut off his head. The head flew high up, spinning and spilling black blood like oil. Kim Il-yin just said, "So much for children's fairy tales," demonstrating his ruthlessness in the martial arts world. After Kim Il-yin's victory over Zhao Fei, a holographic screen appeared in front of him, saying task completed. Level up, level up, level up, level up. Kim Il-yin just stared, aware of his own strength and invincibility in this battle tournament. Kim Il-yin stood in a proud victorious pose. On the holographic screen, the messages strength stat upgrade, stamina stat upgrade, heavenly elixir obtained, recognition mark obtained kept appearing. Kim Il-yin happily thought that he had won and his strength and stamina were increasing to a new level. Looking at the black blood on the floor, Kim Il-yin thought that through martial arts he could defeat even the strongest. It was not just a victory for him, but also proof that his skills and perseverance were worthy of attention. Kim Il-yin put his sword in its case, stood in a victorious pose, and thought that on this day, along with numerous awards, he finally received recognition. He became a real hero of this tournament, gaining the attention and respect of a large number of spectators and rivals. The city of Illidan, as always, stands peacefully against a clear sky at noon. Even after the end of an impressive battle, watching the fight between Kim Il-yin and Zhao Fei raised his left hand and said that by the will of the Mother Goddess, the winner of the Tournament of Great Warriors is the hero Kim Il-yin from Illidan. His words were declared as a sign of honor for Kim Il-il's great victory. The victor and hero Kim Il-yin stood against the severed head, which lay with its white eyes staring at the ground, of the defeated Zhao Fei. He looked like an invincible warrior who had brought glory to his city and his destiny. Lady Oriane, who had been watching the fight and cheering for Kim Il-yin the entire time, had tears in her eyes. She quietly called Kim Il-yin a hero, giving him respect and recognition for his incredible achievements. The crowd started shouting Kim Il-il's name. Everything around him shone. Kim Il-yin immodestly thought he was flattered and let the crowd shout louder. His victory aroused enthusiasm among the audience, who were impressed by his impressive fighting skills. The first prince's face was covered with sweat, his mouth opened in surprise, and his eyes opened wide. He said in astonishment that a D-ranked fighter had defeated a B-ranked fighter. The man standing next to him laughed and urged people to look at the first prince's face, and called him a laughingstock. The first prince had to endure the ridicule and disparaging comments of his surroundings. The white-haired ruler was completely shocked by the outcome of the battle. He literally had no face on him. He was trembling, sweat dripping from his face, because he realized that there would be serious consequences for him. His contorted face showed that his position had fallen and he had lost his popularity and authority. The judge announced that, according to the protocol for tournaments of great heroes, the lands of Fry would be transferred to the possession of the Vicomtesse Oriana. The white-haired ruler looked pitifully at the prince and asked him for help. The prince only looked straight ahead, and his ruthless reaction indicated a loss of power and support. The prince ordered the guards to remove the ruler from the palace in a stern tone, not even looking in his direction. This was a clear confirmation that this ruler was no longer worthy of his attention or mercy. The two large guards answered in the affirmative fan, began to walk decisively toward the ruler. They acted in accordance with the instructions with strict certainty. The guards approached the ruler with determination. The ruler only mumbled something to be released and talked about China, but no one listened to him, and his words sounded useless among the relentless guards who were fulfilling their mission. The ruler kept shouting that everything was set up against him, that it was a conspiracy by a country from another dimension. He tried to raise doubts about Kim Il-jong's victory, claiming that the victory, the D-rated hero over a B-rated hero, was an injustice. However, the guards did not hear him, but simply took him aside, ignoring his words. The prince did not hear any of the ruler's persuasion. He just looked forward with his blue eyes, expressing his ruthlessness and lack of interest in what the ruler was saying. The hero Kim Il-jong was standing and massaging his arm, perhaps injured in a fight with Zhao Fei. After a hard fight, he needed some rest and self-care. The white-haired prince was staring at Kim Il-sung intently. Kim Il-jong wondered why he was watching him so closely, perhaps planning something or seeing him as a potential threat. The prince was about to leave, but something caught his attention. He turned his attention back to the source of the signal. Being interested in new events or developments, the judge announced that Victor Gordon is required to leave Fry's land with a limited number of belongings that Vicomtesse Oriana has approved. Any influence of Victor Gordon on this territory is forbidden, and violation of this prohibition will be punished with severe punishment from the central government. Victor Gordon looked pained, having effectively lost everything he had. He mumbled something about fraud and begged for a day. The judge announced that the battle for the territory was over, and the defeat was accompanied by decisive consequences for Victor Gordon. The clear, endless sky without clouds, stretched over a little, seems to be forever guarding this majestic city with its blue arms. The sun's rays gently play on the tall towers and wings of the palaces, making the whole city look like a fairy tale. The hero, majestic and unwavering, Kim Il-jong, stands in a throne room that sparkles with luxury and grandeur. Before him, as the ruler, the graceful Lady Oriana, with silver eyes, stands questioningly. Her question about what the hero wants in exchange for the saved a little sounds like a melody of high dignity and mystery. Lady Vicomtesse Oriana, a graceful beauty with a noble disposition, looks at Kim Il-jong in love. Her voice, like the gentle whisper of the spring wind, sounds like a promise of the greatest treasures. She cheerfully offers the hero a choice gold that flows like river water or rare weapons made by the skillful hands of great blacksmiths. And then, unexpectedly, she suggests intimacy as the last but most valuable pearl. The hero, Kim Il-jong, with a look of determination on his face, replies that he doesn't need intimacy in this deal. But Lady Oriana doesn't back down. With a mysterious smile on her lips, she insists that she has her own way of thanking him. Her words sound like a ray of mystery that enhances the atmosphere of intrigue in this majestic palace. The lady continues to express her thoughts to Kim Il-jong, revealing that thanks to his actions, their domain has expanded into the Fry lands. Her speech is cut short, however, as she is interrupted by Fisher, whose high-pitched voice resounds in the room. Fisher, with a look of indignation on his face, suggests that perhaps other ways of rewarding Kim Il-jong should be considered. The lady vulnerably asks Fisher if he is against this approach. Fisher replies that there is a problem in the Sylvian Empire. One must have at least some sort of baronial title to own land. Lady Oriana, surprised and tormented, suggests that in this case she should approach Princess Henrietta and ask her for the title. Her face reflects the uncertainty and weight of making such a decision. Fisher seriously argues that this may not be the only obstacle. He expresses doubt that the central government would allow titles and lands to be given away to outsiders, noting that the princess may need a large sum to achieve this goal. Fisher emphasizes that this could seriously hit the princess's treasury and cause difficulties with the central government. The lady replies with sadness in her voice that she had not considered such a turn of events and asks how she should pay for the services. Kim Il-jong's character thinks that for a true knight, which he is, the way to success is through chivalry. He smiles slyly at the lady, suggesting to her that chivalry and courage can be the key to the development of their business. Kim Il-jong continues to smile, concluding his thought by saying that the lady shouldn't worry because there will be enough gold. However, at the same moment, it occurs to him that money is the best and most effective form of reward for his efforts.